Nodders. What's up? What's good? What's good? How you doing? How was your day off? Unironically, I saw you on my day off. You didn't see me though, because I'm a lurk. Welcome to the dashboard, chat. Welcome. What's up, David? What's good, Destra? What's good, Paul? What's good? Is
this
it
stream contains
Rajo?
flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy
the alias,
or
but
other
what's good?
photosensitivities. Viewer discretion
There's
is
some
advised.
fucking bangers today, guys. Oh my god. Oh, I'm doing good. Heggy, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm like just kind of settling in. I saved my caffeine until literally like, 30 minutes ago, and it's kicking. It's kicking. I'm feeling good. I got a little bit of rest on my day off, a little bit of kind of relaxation, I guess. Spent some time with the fam. I'm feeling fucking hella good right now. I am stoked. I'm ready to just... This week is going to be so sick. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I went into that day off planning to do a lot with like the soundboard and a lot for the stream. And truthfully, I just realized when I took it, I was like, bro, I kind of just need to just not... I didn't end up having time for it. I didn't want to force it. I didn't want to come in today feeling like burnt, I just... Even though I feel bad about not doing the things that I wanted to do regarding the stream, I just, it feels good to just feel 100%. Like I can fix all that tonight, Yeah.
On screen, and apparently, according to the script that's in front of me, I go first, which is news to me. So,
yeah.
It was in my contract.
I feel like low key, that's something. I know that sounds silly. Like this sounds so silly, but this is actually something that I'm quite proud of myself for. I didn't have this in me maybe like a year ago to willingly like not do something that I set as like a goal, especially one where I tell someone else. So like by telling you guys at the end of my last stream that I was planning on doing something, I'm essentially holding myself accountable. Like I'm like, I don't want to feel like a dickhead for not doing this thing. Like, I don't want to appear lazy. I don't want to appear like I'm not trying my hardest. And so I basically knew what I was doing. At the end of my last stream, I was like, I want to do this thing. I'm going to hold myself accountable. I'm going to tell chat, I'm going to do it. And so for me to not do it, I'm quite proud of myself, actually. Like, I'm actually quite proud of myself because I kind of put myself at kind of a personal dub. I didn't really think about that. I didn't think about it in this lens until right now, where I'm talking about with you guys, by the way. The lens I was looking at that through was a little bit more negative, a little bit more pessimistic. I'm not saying that that's something I wish to take to the rest of my life. I don't think that's a good precedent to set, right? Like, oh, it's good to not do the things that I set my mind to, but I think there can be exceptions, which is something that as a pro player, I definitely did not believe in. I think as a pro player, I held myself to just like stupid standards, and it was hard.
Just generally, you would have taken one. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's see
I'm
what our
locked
clip
in.
is.
Fnatic, Billy.
It's just, man, like,
Okay.
the last month has just been a lot.
Fnatic on the attacking
I've
side,
once,
first point.
I think it's also very frustrating for me because I've kind of had a little bit of extra stuff to focus on, like, outside of the stream the last month. And I want to stream outside of my co-streams, and that's why I'm frustrated. It's like I want to feel like I can do that. I want to feel awake and good and well rested and not burnt out, but I also want to like have everything ready, you know?
Players works against him as Neff finds another. Down to the rookie. Already finding one. Second on
But
the
yeah,
swing
like
hero.
I think bad mindsets can be easily developed when you're a pro player.
Ready to come through and hero.
One sec.
I mean, you finished it with a terrible pun. I mean, you were doing so well, and you just bungled the landing.
Yeah.
I thought it was too serious, so I wanted to fix it.
I mean, you got very sweaty, and look at me, I'm glistening. So, I mean, come on, it's shenanigans. All right, let's take a look. Not bad though, not bad, Mimi. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Better than I would ever
Wilkinson,
hope
you're
to
up.
do.
I
All right.
haven't done play-by-play in like 9 years. Give it a try. Bring it up. What kind of sick, disgusting words have you got for me to fit in here?
We got, roll your R's.
Roll my R's? All of them?
Advertising and
No,
interference.
not advertising. Advertising.
Advertising.
And interference.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you got to do it just like that. Go.
Okay, well, here we go then. Let's kick it off. It's G2 versus Paper X, and we'll have a look at what the clip is. We've got Leaf covering the flank. He's picked up a Phantom. Unbelievable. Repping that Oni Phantom.
Sorry, just trolling Mimi right now on Twitter for no reason. What am I doing? I'm not even doing a live tweet. I'm just literally trolling Mimi. Like, why am I doing this?
I did forget to roll my R's.
What is happening?
Yeah, I guess I'm the only one that technically failed that challenge.
What was the third? You didn't say one of your words.
Yeah, it was interference.
Advertising.
Advertising, that's what I said. I said advertising for Riot.
did.
But you didn't say advertising.
Wait, what happened?
That's
What
very
happened?
true.
Oh, that was great.
Wait,
Thank
roll,
you,
roll your
Josh.
R again. Okay, do you roll your R?
what happened?
Yeah,
I'm a composer and work from home, and I have no clue how to set
Not well
boundaries.
done.
A lot of
plenty
people do.
Really?
Yeah. It's quite difficult.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm
Yes, I guess so.
seducing you when I do it when it's outside
Hey.
the word.
Anyway.
Wow, that's so sick, David. That's
All bent
awesome.
together.
Holy fuck! Congratulations, by the way, on that
All
that
right,
gig.
folks, we're back to the here and now. Let's go ahead and take a look at our current bracket, shall we? And all of our teams already played one match.
I
but
wish
today
I
we
could
got
roll
some
my
fun
R's.
ones
I
here.
can't do
We
it.
got Fnatic, of course.
Apparently, it can be learned, but also what I did learn after having kids chat is, I believe it's called the frenulum. It's a thing on the bottom of your tongue. Isn't that what it's called? Let me check here. Want to make sure I'm not fucking talking on my ass. I have no idea how to spell this, by the way. What is this shit? I don't know what it's called. What is it called? I don't know what it's called. But anyway, yeah. It's some piece of skin right there. But as a kid, you can get that shit like cut. And one of our kids was so tight that it had to get cut. Yeah. Not the dangly thing. No. This. Like mine is actually too tight to roll my R's, actually. But it's called having your tongue tied. Limit tongue limit. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Occurs when the lingual frenulum, a band of tissue that touches the tongue to the bottom of the mouth, is too short or thick. Tethers the tongue too close. Yeah. So that like distance where that is on your tongue is different for everyone. And obviously now I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, why would I ever do that? I'm never going to do that at this point. But I think, like it definitely aids in a lot of things to have that correct. As far as like tongue placement in your mouth, for like kind of like jaw posture, actually. There's a lot of reasons why it's good. Yeah. But like for our kids, when they're like that little, that young, like that happened, and Like they'll snip that shit and they'll like cry for like literally like one minute and then it's just done. It's crazy.
You're scanning
You're
his body.
scanning me.
What's happening right now?
Which, by the way, I welcome it. We'll have the results in just a little bit.
What's up, Drew?
Okay, use those hashtags, Valorant Champions, VCT, all throughout the event. If you want to see your stuff featured out throughout the broadcast, we love to hear from you. Now, every
That's
VCT
so
pro
sick, dude.
wants to make it to a global event. Sure, you know, it's all about the flame, the glory. It's all nice, right? But it's really about getting to try
Maybe
some
I'll just
delicious
go to
new food from all around the world. And earlier, Boaster met up with DRX's Mako for some soul food.
Oh, you just
That's a
taught me that
fun
concept.
kid.
What's up? I had no idea.
Hello everyone,
interesting.
Fnatic Boaster
Oh,
here,
shit.
and today
Boaster
I'm
bit.
joined with DRX Mako, and
Oh,
we're going to be trying
fuck.
out some Korean food and talking all things Valorant
It's crazy
Champions.
Boaster doesn't get paid for this.
What's this called?
He's literally hosting the bit.
김부각.
Imbuga.
이건 이제 김을
This
튀긴
is
건데
fried kim
네,
means
김을 튀긴
seaweed.
음식입니다.
So this is
Well,
fried
I'll
seaweed.
try it just for you.
That actually is probably so good. I would eat that. My girls would love this. They love seaweed.
No, it's like crisp. It's like yeah, it's nice. I take it.
It doesn't sound like he likes
how
it.
How are you feeling?
Mako knows
like,
he's
any
fucking lying.
expectations for this
Mako's like, I know you're fucking lying.
아무래도 첫 IGL로
So this will be my first international event with myself being the IGL. Oh, he's
상당
IGL.
이전보다
So I'm feeling a little bit more nervous than
긴장한
before.
상태로 나온 것 같아요.
Really? And how is it being at IGL? Are you tired yet?
Why did Blood
Lots
say
of
really
hours,
right away like he
long
could speak Korean?
days.
확실히
Yeah.
IGL을 하기 전이랑
Oh, I can't really feel the difference
후가 좀
between
많이
pre-IGL and
달라진
post-IGL.
그래서 IGL
I can understand now why all IGLs have such a difficult experience.
대선배시고 이제
And for somebody who has been in IGL for such a long time,
그동안
like you,
고생이
I have nothing but
많았을
respect for the big
생각을
senpai.
했어요.
But I
Big
still think
senpai.
you're a dog shit player.
Oh, that's very cute of you. Oh.
He added that
What
in,
is
but they
it?
didn't translate
Yeah.
it. I translated it for you guys.
His name is 약과.
Let's get this a little bit. Let's up the spice a little bit, you know?
한국의 전통적인
It's a traditional
음식이라고 볼
Korean
수
food.
있습니다.
He's just fucking lying.
I'll try it for you.
What's up, Sanji?
What is it?
What is it?
It's alright though,
저도 잘 몰라요.
I don't know what it is as well.
but not a cookie.
Yes.
It does look pretty fucking good. I don't know what it is though. I've never had that.
Another one if you don't mind. I'll have a bit more.
Boaster's got a
While I
sweet
have a
tooth.
bit more, can you tell me? I haven't seen you all year. You know, we didn't qualify for Madrid, and then obviously you didn't qualify for Shanghai Masters. What's the difference between then and DRX now?
아무래도 이제 리빌딩적인 부분에서 초반에는 많이 힘들었었는데 이제 시즌이 후반부로 갈
Oh fuck, we didn't have coordination. We didn't have the synergy yet. I got so
시즌
distracted.
초반에는 좀 많이
It took a lot of time to adjust, I think.
시즌 후반에는 이제
But as we
제가
went through the season, I think we got better and
길을
better.
찾고 팀합이 어느 순간부터 좀 잘
We got more
맞기
used to playing with each
시작하다
other and found more chemistry. And
또
so,
이렇게
even though we missed out on
마드리드랑
Madrid and Shanghai this
상하이는
year,
놓쳤지만
we were able to qualify for
챔피언스에
champs.
같이 진출하게 된
we
것
got-
같아요.
As we got the
I
team
heard
together.
Bane wants to go
I didn't
karaoke
even
with
realize
me.
that. How insane. Dude, this is their first international event, actually.
하빈이가
I mean, seeing is, you know, you'd say it's a
그거는
bit
이제 좀 상대적인 거라서 아마 좀 같이
So you have to
가볼까
see
할
what-
것 같은데
when you
그냥
actually
좀
go with
부르는
him. But I
정도인
think
것
he's
같아요.
okay.
좀 잘 부르는데.
Wait, I thought Mako was the one singing.
I got one song prepared for you guys. Like, I prepared a Korean song for you to sing just in case we get
Boaster
married.
looks like he's got those pre-dirtied shoes.
Well,
You know what I
this is
mean?
Kimchi. I know kimchi.
I bet
I've
those
had
shoes
kimchi
came dirtied
'cause
like that.
I don't eat meat, so
Because
I
this
eat
guy is not
mainly
touching
kimchi
grass.
every day. So yeah, I
He's
like
creating
kimchi.
shrats.
I'd say.
Those are those
who do
pre-dirtied
you
shoes
think-
that are like
who do you wanna
500
play
bucks.
The most at this event, other than Fnatic.
저는
So
이제
since
21년도
Champs
때부터
2021,
지금까지
oh, what's he
계속
saying?
크루를
I've always said that
칭찬해왔었고
Crew's a
크루랑
good
한번
team.
붙어보고
I've always had nothing but good
생각을
things.
했었는데
But I've always wanted to try
지금
playing them.
마침
What?
조별리그에서 지금
He wants to play
우승을
Crew?
하게 돼서 지금 되게 좀 재밌을 것 같긴 해요. 네.
Well,
Out of all the
fist
teams?
bump to that. See you in the tournament. Hopefully,
That's
we get to play. We've
shocking.
played at every champion so far, but that is all we have time for today. So thank you all for watching, and yeah, we'll see you when we start playing.
Yeah, Boaster does speak all languages. He's
I'll
like
tell
one
you
of those
thing,
apps that
kimchi
auto
is the
translates.
greatest thing ever, and everyone should eat it. It's pretty much the best. Now let's go ahead and dive into our first matchup here. Of course,
I know, right?
Gen.G is going to be taking on Heretics, and we last saw these two teams go head-to-head against one another at the Shanghai final. And this was
who
the
I think will be
Heretics
the
team
dark
that
horse of
came
this
into
tourney.
it with a roster change. They had Woot playing the duelist role, but it was such a run that Heretics had gone on there, Mimi.
I mean, yeah, they were.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at like what we're cooking. Because part of me wants to lean with like a Chinese team, but I mean, it depends like what you consider a dark horse, right? Like, would you consider one of these four? Probably not. Would you consider Lev a dark horse? Like, how many teams are not considered a dark horse? I would say my favorites are like Gen.G, Heretics, Lev, G2, and I'll throw Fnatic in. And then I would actually, so like the S tier, I would probably put like these two up there, maybe Lev as well. There's like a tier right below that with like G2 and Fnatic and DRX. And then below that, there's a tier with like EDG, probably like PRX. Sen, FPX, both of them in that tier. I know that's crazy. And probably both of these teams as well. I don't know what to fully expect out of Trace yet. They looked like they're deserving of like a very high tier. For Talon, I worry that they just don't have the experience to like make it. I pretty much have seen what I've needed to see. I think they have the skill. I just don't think it's the right time in like history for them to be the dark horse team that like win. If you're looking for a dark horse that wins the event, I don't think that's Talon. I think Talon could upset teams and get out of this group and, you know, make it to playoffs, but I don't think they can keep reinventing themselves and overcome the inexperience in playoffs. So I don't think they're the dark horse team that you're looking for. I think, truthfully, like PRX running the lowers here, like this game is low-key very scary. Very, very scary. Like both of these teams are riding highs and they're probably feeling overconfident coming into this game. And the loser of this could very well be out of the tournament in groups. Like these guys are no slouches that they're going to be playing against, and they're going to have a lot of footage now. So this is a super important game for both of these teams, because I think if G2 falls to lowers, I think they could win this game against either team. But if EDG falls to lowers, I think Paper X beats EDG. I don't think EDG can beat Paper X. Like historically, don't they just own them too? What's the last time they played? So EDG actually won in Madrid. I forgot about that shit. It was with Devi. Yeah. Or not Devi. Benjyfishy. Well, let's go.
With Jen, as well as none other than T3xture. 안녕하세요. Thank you for joining me. I just wanted to pick your brain. You've had quite the year so far here in 2024. Every grand final you could possibly make. You've been in it. You've lifted a couple trophies. You've got the Masters Shanghai. Most recently, you've got Stage 2 here in Korea. Off the rip, getting ready to go to the Champions. How are you feeling?
일단 당연히 기분은 너무 좋고, 일단 그리고 무엇보다도 챔피언스 가기 전에 마지막 대회를 우승으로 이제 트로피를 들면서 이제 챔피언스를 온 게 너무 일단 저희한테
Let's go, Joe.
기분 좋은 일단 스타트인 것 같아요.
What's up, Egglet?
그리고
How's everyone's day off?
사실 기세나 이런 거는 저희 팀보다 좋은 팀이
Check out
없을
Tom
거라고
Biz.
지금
Look at him go.
생각을 해가지고 자신감도 이제
I like 30%. I'm gonna fall over. And on a really high note, coming into Champions, I think we have a really good momentum going. I would say we have the best momentum going coming into Champions out of all teams here. So we're feeling really good.
Now, would you say, kind of on a similar note, would you say that because you have that trophy, because you have that momentum, with Champions being here on home soil in Korea, does that add more pressure for you? Or now, because you have gotten those trophies, you did get the win in stage 2, does it feel like the pressure is a little bit more alleviated because you've been riding this high?
아니요, 사실 부담감은 킥오프 시작할 때가 제일 부담이 컸었던 것 같고, 근데 킥오프 우승하고 나서부터 이제 그때부터는 사실 부담감은 사라진 것 같아요. 사라지고 그냥 좀 즐기면서 하는 느낌이고, 그리고 이번에는 말한 대로 이제 홈그라운드니까 좀 더 부담되는 것보다도 저희 팬분들도 볼 수 있고 좀 뭔가 더 오히려 마음 편하고 더 즐겁게 할 수 있고 좀 더 설레는 것 같아요.
Well,
I do think Sam pulls out the deadlock again.
Kickoff was actually the most pressure we were under, but after that, it was just us trying to have more fun, and there wasn't much of pressure with stage 1 and also Masters events and with stage 2. And you mentioned being on the home ground in front of the fans. I think it makes
I think they run deadlock again and they put John on
and,
Cypher.
To be able to have the fans here rooting for us and
That's
watching
what I
the
hope
game
for.
in person, I think it adds to the fun of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, you've gotten a lot of fans this year. A lot of people, you know, knew you from last year when you were over on Global, but you've kind of taken the world by
that
storm
jacket,
and become
dude.
a household
Honestly,
name
that's
in
fire.
Valorant
That's a
now with
fire
your runs, your
jacket.
Performances. And I kind of want to pick your brain because I'm sure there's a lot of people coming over to Korea to
My
watch
color
you, to
scheme
watch
that I
Champions,
wear, just like
and they
all
might want your
grayscale, like pretty much what he's
recommendations for
wearing. Like I
things.
wear
So
like black,
I
white,
wanna
gray
go
a lot.
with number
I love
one
that
place
jacket.
in Seoul that you think people should visit, and then your number one food recommendation for everybody here.
꼭 가야 하는 장소? 내가 근데 제가 어딜 돌아다니질 않아가지고 한국 오면은
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
제주도? 그냥 좀 경치나 이런 거.
I'll never
저도 안
forget
가봤어요.
where I
그냥
first
보기만
saw
했던
like
거라서 제가
the
꼭 가보고
red
싶은 곳이라서
on
이제 다른 분들도
the
갔으면
grayscale
하는
clothing.
먹었으면
I
하는
went to an
거는
Incubus concert
딱 두 개가 있는데
a
제육이랑
long time
김치찌개.
ago,
딱 이거
and
두 개요.
this band called The Bravery performed
I would say Jeju
the
Island,
opener.
but I'm more of a hermit.
And the
so I don't
guitarist
really
on The
go out that
Bravery
much. Jeju
was
Island,
rocking like red
personally, I want
Vans.
to go. I've never been, but I hope that the fans get
I
the
bought
chance
red Vans
to
like the
visit.
next day.
As for food, I have two. It's kimchi jjigae, which
I
is
never
like
wore them
kimchi
though. I could
boiled
never bring
soup,
myself to do it.
and also cheuk, his favorite dish, which is kind of fried pork.
All right. Well, I kind of knew that you were going to say Cheyu. So I'm glad you gave me something a little bit extra there with the kimchi jjigae. But Texture, thank you for joining me. Jen, thank you for the translations. That's going to do it for now. We'll see you guys next time.
Well, I tell you one thing, as a
Dude,
Latino,
Texture
I love me
feeling
some fried
good?
pork.
Okay.
So thank you so much for that, Texture.
If he wins the trophy, we're taking him to Jeju Island.
Okay.
Bundling
Yo,
him into a bag.
GB's not lying, bro. He does love pork. When we were in, where the hell were we? Where was that last tournament I went to? Bro, we were in LA. That's where I was. What the fuck? We were on top of some like rooftop bar for champs, and I ordered like the best fucking pork dish. Holy shit, it was so good. It was like some Cuban place.
So, hey, maybe this is gonna
And
be
we
it.
were
Maybe he
drinking.
gets to go to the island. Maybe he
And
gets
this
to
place,
get the
this
ace,
was like a
maybe he gets
fucking
to-
$40 pork shoulder. Holy shit, this was amazing. GB was loving it.
And why
think he
they're not feeling
got
it
one
on
of his
this
own
stage.
after.
I think a big part of it is what
He
you're
does
seeing
love
in that
pork.
clip. They're just so comfortable on these big stages. Something goes wrong, something goes well. They're getting up, they're cackling, they're laughing. It's clear that the synergy in game is ridiculous, but out of game, the players have that connection too, and are just so comfortable together that no matter the stage, they're not feeling the pressure.
Damn,
I
Egg, like, you're
couldn't agree more,
stylish.
And there's a reason why Gen.G coming into this tournament, everyone is the odds-on heavy.
Actually, you're actually
They're
right. The
so
designer is
good,
Cook.
so
I like
dominant,
that.
but
I
of
like all
course,
their
there's
outfits
still so
actually.
much more to come here. Now, earlier on, we
Mimi's
spoke
been
with
looking
Boo about
pretty
their
good
opening
all
win
tournament.
against
Honestly, they've been
FNX
dressing
in this
Mimi really
moment,
well.
Player moment. Let's check it out, and then we'll talk about some Heretics.
Hello, my name is Bo and I'm playing for Team Heretics. Yeah, so we just won against FPX.
GB's fits are always really good
Another
too, yeah.
Overtime thriller. The first time in Shanghai, I felt we were more loose, and I don't know, I could absorb more information for some reason. In this game, I didn't see that clear of a picture what's happening, what needs to be done. Maybe it's a positive result of their work. Maybe it's us going down maybe a little bit. I'm not sure, but
I saw they came off
Ion was going to
yeah.
try and jump around, but he's thought better of it. That time continuing to tick, Koreans continue.
You can minimize. I mean, I don't
when
want
we first saw the groups, I think first thing was excitement. I think the teams that we have in this group are like all fun to play, challenging to play, and winning against them means a lot, shows a lot, rather than maybe playing some, let's say, weaker teams. I prefer this. I think it's like only positive.
So
I know we're
cold,
not in the
way.
best form, but at the same time I see a lot of promises. With each day of scrims we got here, which was only like 3 days, we showed insane improvements. So like Team Heretics that landed in Seoul wouldn't win this. Team Heretics after 5-6 days won this, and Team Heretics after a week or two is gonna be way better.
Oh, he knows they're leveling up, dude. Oh my god, dude. I think I might ride Heretics actually. Oh fuck. Dude, he like just kind of sold me with that shit. Like low key. Knowing that they came into the event like bad form, like he's just admitting it. He's like, when we came in the event, like we weren't in good form. And that's like, dude, he's in the dream scenario. He's in the scenario I love being in as a player. Like coming into an event when the team is slumping, you're losing a lot of scrims. You arrive at the event and everyone's kind of like, oh, dude, like on edge, wondering how it's going to go. The coaches probably put in a lot of work, trying to fix shit. And then you scrim on land and things just start clicking. And all of a sudden, you know, like now that everyone's ping's lower, everyone's calming better. People are hitting shots that they weren't before. And the confidence just like snowballs like so fast in those settings. Those were whenever my teams made like deep runs, it was like that vibe. Like it was always a vibe like that. I never liked coming into the tournament like red hot. That happened actually like once or twice on Cloud9, and I think those were the ones we lost in groups.
It is talented. Rians brings it every single time, but this was just something different. He was on another level here, and it truly just felt like if he could keep this form going, that's enough to build off of, I think.
If Rians is playing like this, you should be winning matches easily, which is a positive,
fair.
right? That he's playing that well, but it's also part of the worrying nature of it. Miniboo, I think in particular, needs to step up to the level that people like Rians are showing us on Team Heretics. But I think a lot of it is to do with what Boo was talking about that little like
he
burnout
does have great air,
portion.
holy shit.
So many people on Heretics have talked about that. Benji talked about it in the press conference.
I'm jealous.
They felt burned out towards the end of stage 2. And it's about being able to maintain that form all the way throughout the year. That's why Gen.G are so spectacular.
Dude is looking like he should be on one of those like romance novel covers, you know? Meanwhile, Sideshow's over here looking like he's a fucking villain from like the Railroad documentary in the 20s or something.
Man, unbelievable stuff from Gen.G. Of course, though, normally we do.
I don't know what I'm saying, bro. I don't know what I'm saying.
You know, each team, we like to talk to each one, but this time around, we decided to do it a little bit differently. And Yinsu caught up with both Benjyfishy and T3xture. It's a pretty good one. Check it out.
I'm now joined by T3xture from
Oh
Gen.G
my god,
and
what is
Benjyfishy
this?
from Team Heretics ahead of what is probably going to be the most wholesome game we're going to see today and in the tournament. I understand that, T3xture, you took the boys to Korean barbecue, right? How was it? Was it fun?
Yeah, of course, fun. So good.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was very tasty. Korean barbecue is my favorite food, you know, when I tried it in London. So I got to try authentic Korean barbecue with
thanks,
T3xture,
dude.
you know, guiding me. So yeah, it was very good.
You got to hang out with the boys as well, right? Yeah. And now, I mean, I know you guys are super good friends outside the server, but I wanted to get you to maybe do a little bit of a friendly trash talk ahead of your game. So, you got anything, T3xture?
Yo, do you remember Grand Final in Shanghai?
It was meant to be friendly, bro. What? Oh, I was gonna say, na pegopa. I'm gonna eat you, bro.
All right, I can't wait to see you on the server. Thank you, boys.
Na pegopa means I'm hungry, so you eat you.
All right, good luck, guys.
That's great. Hold on, turn on the AC real quick.
Okay, Benji.
Who's eating who? I'm confused now.
Benji's going to guzzle down Texture.
No!
Oh, I thought we were going to eat Wingman, Josh.
No.
You gotta stop. Enough's enough. Okay, poor thing. We have to put headphones on him.
Now,
yeah, he's a part of the team. What do you think, Wingman? Yeah, doesn't want to be eaten. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people which of today's matchups is going to be the most certified of certified bangers, and the results are in Gen.G versus Heretics. I gotta say, I would have picked DRX versus Fnatic because there's so much history there, Mimi.
There is, but there's more name value, and I think that the hype of the rematch of the Shanghai finals will definitely bring that energy. My worry, though, is this could be a one-sided game. I think Gen.G's form right now is looking really incredible, and they should be a heavy favorite in this match.
I think, though, that in both matches, because the bans are fairly well known, you should be able to pick a map where you're favored for both teams across both matches. So in theory, we should have some 2-1 Valorant today. That should be really close, very exciting.
Just wearing the
But if
winning
anyone
jersey
takes their
today.
opponent's map pick, it might
Wearing the
be
winning
fun.
jersey today.
Well, I think I know where Mimi's alignment here. Oh, this Wingman.
He loves Gen.G. That's why he's yellow, too.
Big Gen.G fan Wingman is. That makes a lot of sense. You know, maybe a little bias here in Seoul. But you know what, though? It's going to be an excellent series of matchups. I mean, you guys have Gen.G going
Heretics,
through, right? I mean,
then no fucking shot.
So.
But if Team Heretics
No
wins
fucking
this,
shot.
This is the proof in the pudding that they are.
After Glaze, it was all a lie. I had you in the first half. They're fucked out there. They're fucked. They're literally looking like wounded deers on the fucking prairie. Like, these guys are literally in open land, and they're going against tigers. Like, they will get ripped to shreds this game. Why do I got a Gen.G jersey? I used to be a Gen.G content creator. At the start of Val. Was it 2 years? I think it was 2 years. Gen.G's a great org. I actually love Gen.G. It's a great org. Oh, fuck.
Watching the grand finals of League of Legends. And I remember saying to each other, like, hey, next year, if it's in Korea, let's go meet each other. Let's play on that stage against each other. And here we are.
또 너무 좋은 친구이고 또 배울 점이 많은 선수인 것 같아요. 게임 안에서 만났을 때는 이제 엄청나게 큰 적이기 때문에.
So, Istanbul, who knocked us out? DRX. On your home turf. I know Alfia is super hungry. He wants to fight them on their home turf and he wants to send them to the lower bracket.
프나틱에게 졌던 그 기억이 아직도 새록하게 남아 있는데 그거를 대갚아주고 싶어요.
We gotta stay humble kings. No egos here, and just prep.
No ego in the practice. Ego on the outside.
That's what we like to see.
파이팅 하겠습니다. 파이팅.
Gen.G not slowing down in prior performances.
Gen.G, currently best team in the world, no doubt. We played them only once, which was the final of Shanghai.
Vindicated! Gen.G stand on top of the world!
The loss felt really bad and sad, but when you distance yourself, it's second place in Masters. Like, you're not allowed to be sad about that.
Heretics, man, have we seen this team grow?
저는 마무리가 항상 너무
I personally think that the way you finish something is very important, even more than your previous achievements. So regardless of our win in Shanghai, my mindset was always, we have to make it to champions.
You absolute animal!
My brother Domi, he said, like, I want to play them so much because they're obviously the best. If you want to beat the best, you need to beat the best.
Dude, the games are so good, chat.
To prove that.
In terms of stream, I got you.
자신 있으면은 계속 들어오세요. 어차피 저는 뺄
I have
생각이
no intention of
없으니까
backing off.
한번 붙죠.
Bring it on.
Team Heretics. Gen.G.
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters final. Gen.G taking on Team Heretics.
I can't believe these guys are already playing each other.
Across that
What do we
stage
got?
for both
Abyss!
squads. When you're in that server, you got to put all that aside.
Let's go.
It's all about picking up the win and locking up that first seed. And look at this series layout here. Abyss, Lotus, and Bind if necessary, Sideshow.
This is going to be our first ever time seeing Gen.G playing on Abyss.
Oh, that's right.
No idea what they're doing. They
Yeah.
were perma-banning it over in Pacific, came into
That's
this tournament
crazy
and
that
left it
Heretics
open
picked
as a trap
this.
for other teams to fall into. But to be honest, as soon as Gen.G get rid of Sunset, there is no better map for Heretics to try to go towards. So they need the win on Abyss to open up the series and then try to scrap something out, maybe on Bind.
Yeah, both these teams' bans are taking away their opponents' basically best map in Sunset and Ascent, respectively. The big question for me around this veto is how is Miniboo going to play? We saw them move away from the Neon comp they were playing in EMEA, in Lotus, and also debut him on Jet on Abyss, an agent that he basically never plays, and it was an underperformance on both of those maps. He needs to step up today against the guy who right now is probably the #1 runner for best player on that agent.
And it's not even necessarily Miniboo versus Texture, but when Miniboo entries, he's going to be playing against site anchors like Karen and Meteor.
Yeah,
those are the players he's going to be going toe-to-toe with. You've got to be able to get those guys down to have a chance in these rounds.
Yeah, when you see that he wasn't getting a lot of value off of that Jet, makes you wonder, like, do they go and make that change here? Do they try and just say, hey, screw it, it didn't work out before, let's go back to what brought us to the dance in the
Can't
first
believe we're
place?
kicking off
But
on
at the
Abyss.
same time, the actual big mystery is what the heck Gen.G are even going to be running on Abyss. Is it going to be a good map for them?
Good call.
They had Breeze and Split removed from the map pool. Their two best maps. They still have the best map pool in the world. How is this team real? It's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I think that we can expect at least one thing. Texture is almost certainly going to be playing the Jet here. We've seen a very heavy focus on Jet Ops and the value they can provide on defensive side from a lot of teams on this map. But we've seen a lot of looks, especially around what controller you're playing. In Americas, we've seen looks with Harbor. We've seen a lot of looks with Astra. So the big question here to be answered, and Gen.G goes for one of those Astra comps with the Yoru in the mix.
They're just running their Breeze comp here and applying it to Abyss. So you're going to see same like teleports into the smokes.
Yeah.
Defensive side is super strong with the Bulls and with the Viper.
I like Gen.G's comp.
Is it going to work 1-to-1?
Okay, this is the first time I think we've seen a pro team go with the no senti like I requested. I'll finally get to see like how a pro team has figured this out, because I think it's possible. And I've been saying like I don't think the Cypher is necessary, but it's like training wheels for the new map, you know?
For this 1-for-1.
Yeah, that actually is a
Let's
really
see.
good
Let's
call
see
there,
how it
right? You
works.
can
I
see
don't
all
know
the
how it's gonna
zeros
play out.
across the board. I mean, truly, the map is living up to its name, because Team Heretics are going into the Abyss here against Gen.G. Let's get into map 1, shall we? Send it over to your casters. Two guys that get paid to talk good words about me. It's Mitch.
Thank you so much, GB. Yes, it's time to kick this one off. A rematch of a grand final where Heretics went 2-1 up, but lost the series. This time, they just need to do the same. 2-1, that's all they need.
Is that the way you're trying to sell this? No wonder people call you EMEA bias. That's a little bit bad. I think it's going to have to be a step up from them. Because, yeah, the last time out, it was a close affair. Pred on the server now, but also different form. Gen.G have looked truly unstoppable no matter who they seem to come up against. And on the other side of things, Heretics have faltered a little bit. They've slipped from that sort of dominant force that they were within the stage 2 of EMEA. Either way, fully expecting.
Oh fuck, this is a fast beat. Alright, Pred is
but I think the first
live.
two matches we've seen from these teams are fairly telling of where they are right now.
Setting expectations for Gen.G.
Plant
Lotus,
trap.
they absolutely dominated Heretics there in the grand final with Shanghai.
We have a
Somewhere
lurk
that
on
they're gonna feel
Astra in
comfortable
mid.
going to. And a Sideshow said,
Stand alive with
this
the
is just
grab wall,
Breeze
holding the
comp brought
flank.
through, so
This
although
is
it's a
very
different map,
important
comfort level on that
because
comp
you could
should be the
see
same.
they have no
Karen
senti, right?
sitting around mid,
So this is
very
the value of
low
the
to
Astra.
There's gonna be a lot of
This is
pressure on
probably how you
Texture.
do it.
Release
Maybe
drop
this is
is
my
worked,
answer for
spams
the
are
second
good, and
controller.
Heretics find the kill. Now that laneway, all that stands between the defuse and the round victory. Munchkin though manages to drop boot, and they've already destroyed the wingman.
Oh, these cringe fucks.
Already coming in.
Larry,
Making it incredibly
line up
difficult for Heretics
Larry
to get near that
Lakia
spike. We see
from
Heretics do the
downtown.
exact same sort of post, just sitting back,
Larry.
holding, sending utility.
Oh, you're
towards
so
that
cooked,
spike
bro.
and then
You're
just
cooked. You're all
pre-firing this
dead.
angle. Even still, though, they have managed to get it to half, but they need a little bit more, and that time is ticking too far.
Oh,
The post plant again on the B site works out. And Gen.G are going to kick things off with a pistol.
Absolutely beautiful play from Gen.G. Even with T3xture not finding his ones up close, that utility.
Oh my god, dude. It's round 1. It's round 1. They've already done them. Oh my god.
Get the defuse, and I think it was a counter grab well that.
This is their map pick. This is their map pick, is what he's saying. They don't know. Pepe laugh.
To Heretics, and Gen.G getting off to a flying start. 1-0 facing into an eco.
Yeah, a very heavy investment here from
Actually,
Gen.G. They've gone for rifles on every single player. You can't really afford to lose any players here, otherwise it's going to be some severe cost. But sticking with the Guardians, maybe, I don't know, we saw some pretty impressive battles between Ion and Riens when we saw this map played versus FPX.
So they give a little extra piece of the wall off barrier. This is truly a very important spot because it doesn't really allow anyone to hold like the line directly here. Right? It doesn't give you that line. And when you drop the wall, you can have like 3 people there. So in addition to that, obviously this part will block left side site.
Alone on the B site, just trying to get information.
You can see how they deal. Again, no senti. What do you need to do? You have to have people like manning these areas. You have to make sure that you actually punish the other team for any aggressions.
Couple of shots fired.
The other team needs to fear pushing.
Down. He's on 15 HP.
They're also orbing mid here.
They make early noise.
It's a great
they keep
orb.
the stack on A, and now the rotation comes in.
Let's all learn the map from Gen.G. How about that?
It was a classic and 2 traps to play off of. It's going to be very difficult to
It's a
find
very,
the values.
very strong
Camera's already
Viper
been taken back.
30 seconds left.
I like the trap we're
This
seeing here
connect
up
is
top,
really good
trying
too.
to
Obviously,
cancel out
for like
any
a backside
updraft
push.
dashes. But it's just a conventional push from Gen.G, and they know exactly where Benji is. Nice and clean.
Nobody else really on spot. And some aim practice early on for
my
T3xture.
God.
It's going to be another 4K. Add another to the collection. It's been spoken about quite a bit, how many days it's been since T3xture got an ace. I think it was only probably mere rounds since the last time he got a 4K, but another one on the books, and more importantly, he's now 2 away from a Blade Storm.
Yeah, I think it's been like 14 4Ks so far, give or take. It was 114 days. Can't quite get that ace, but hey, you wouldn't want to do it against an eco anyways, right? We want that to be a meaningful ace. If he's going to do it, maybe it's here. They've still got a lot to work with on Gen.G. 4 Guardians and a Bulldog coming into round 3. Team Heretics invest heavily. All the credits are on the line, and a loss here means a big extension by Gen.G. and a big lead
Full input
early on for the
mid from the
attackers.
double
Same
controllers.
approach.
Look at
Players
this.
spread on B and
Holy
mid,
shit.
while the other 3 look for some control over A main. Happy to take a fight if they're offered it.
So when this falls, there could be someone here. I think they broke the door, so there could be one there.
As well, is going to be Miniboo. We've talked
They
about
had
his
wall up.
individual
They double
performance.
peeked
This
out.
map, he definitely
Duelist.
struggled. 9 and 20, even falling down the gap in mid for one of those deaths. And sure, he came into the series late again, like leading the way through at the end.
Trip
but
still up. Trip still up.
it's definitely dangerous.
Slip that trip in, obviously, after barrier. Slip this cam in after
well,
barrier.
one of the more exciting things is we
These
do
are-
have Meteor
this
back
cam
on that
seems OP,
duelist
by
with
the way.
Breeze removed.
Seems
It wasn't
crazy
something
good.
that he's
Look at
been
this
playing
shit.
too recent.
Look at this shit.
You know he's
Oh my
incredible at
god.
it.
You see the orbs all farmed up on Meteor.
That's the fucking creep
How
cam.
important it is for him to have his
Oh,
orbs for
he's
entry
so
in.
aware.
Wrap, it's caught T3xture. Will he make it back? Just about. He's safe for now. Boo, not so much though. Dropped
Thought he
after
fell for
just
a
the one.
second.
The spike dropped. They know it's on its way to B, and there's reinforcements coming through. And Boo's there to back them up, but they can't quite
Wait,
stop
did he
that
fall?
plan.
He did fall. He did fall. He's doing
We're
360.
gonna know exactly where Meteor is. Nowhere else really been to stand. Karen's position has already
He's
been
doing
spotted, and a
360s.
lot of low players now for the side of Gen.G. Bonus not exactly going to plan, and well, it seems like it's only going to get a little bit worse as we will see T3xture fall off the edge of the map. And well, we definitely need the replay from Benji. He even did a little dance, a little emote at the end.
He realized at the end.
Yeah, early on, you're seeing the falling deaths. I don't know if that's off the initial trap. Maybe it pulled him back in. I think he put an updraft into play, and sometimes it can act a little bit like a slingshot.
Well, I think he dashed backwards.
He did at first, and then I think an updraft. Oh, there he goes.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he was falling for quite a long time.
He was falling forever.
This had been happening for a while, evidently, but he's having a good time at least. And of course, the last round flawless financially. Gen.G are going to be able to go back into this round with another purchase. In fact, they're in a great spot overall, even having themselves a dimensional drift onto Meteor, which we already seen from Life can really cause mass amount of issues on this map.
I like how they had that dart chat. I think if that dart was the ping, they're gonna pop that smoke and try to just quickly spam someone. Like he would have slid out really fast, popped his dash, and then like went back. But since it didn't ping, he like stayed back. That's a really cool little light trap play at the start of the round to maybe get you a kill.
No one there to watch the push up.
It's very low risk.
Do the job, but it's Meteor's ultimate, and they farmed it up. I expect them to use it in a round like this.
Damn,
Benji's
got tech, huh?
A little bit of a moneymaker in the last.
Cams can see TPs?
Immediate TP, so he's nice and close, ready to take this. Already spotting the first. There's a lot of info now. They know there's 3 players here. The decoy is going to be used, sending them back alongside the recon. This is site control and a plant for Gen.G.
Wow, that was a great
this is all they want. Gets them into that post plant again. At least it will do.
Made him
slightly moved to the plant, but it's still going to be a difficult place to fight from, especially with Meteor up close. That's going to get cleared out by the drone. That's something at least. And actually, he gets dropped.
4 on 5.
Trying to maneuver himself back out of position.
Utility that vertical trip is so ridiculous.
But they've still got 4 to find.
Okay, Texture already spotted.
No
but
way, Texture.
Oh, 3 already. Karen takes away the ace possibility, and again he'll be denied the 5th. But Gen.G win the round, and I guess that's all that matters. Spirits are definitely high on that roster.
Dear Lord, he's got 4 kills in 2
Blood
rounds.
spelled his
That's
name
all
wrong.
his kills on the board at the moment. 8 and 2. It's funny. Last round he falls off the map. That's a little bit of a laugh. And now he's the one laughing at absolutely everybody else. Just so clean with it. And I don't even think there's arguments
He's
at the
definitely
moment
not a human.
who is the best player in the world. This guy is just tearing everybody apart.
Blood is texture right
Heretics
now.
as well. So
It's
many
texture.
individuals we write home about. We've seen them
Change the
perform on
3
the
to a
international
4.
stage, make deep runs into the tournament. But
that's the story, isn't it?
Oh,
The
yeah,
story is
I'm
literally
cooking.
they're going through the teams
In
that
the
they have
worst
to
way.
play at in the finals of international events. That's what Gen.G are doing.
Imagine
the
he misses
latest,
the
of
time
course,
down
was
there.
Heretics over in Shanghai, which they won.
Hey, this
but
is the TP I was cooking, just in
I
that
don't know.
corner. It's so
the,
good.
The way they're playing at the moment, it's already looking a little bit
off the
scary.
map.
seems almost undeniable. One of the best teams in the world, we know, but it could be the texture. Good for one, and the dash
Oh
keeps him on the map.
he's so
He's not
good.
falling this time, and it's Miniboo who loses his life early on, trading out the death of Meteor, and look at the shift from
Wow,
Gen.G.
they
know
stopped.
the rotates have come in, and sure, the drone is going to see that no one has actually pushed through that gap, and the texture's fallen back, but it's all about the position of Boo. He's able to catch Karen, confirming the rotation they suspected, and now slowing them down. The stars put to cover his retreat, and he's
He'll
right
have
back
no
to
stars,
middle.
though, in, like,
no
the
need
post.
to take that fight. With 40 seconds on the clock, the pressure's on for Gen.G to find an opening.
Good stall.
Yeah, his only goal was to buy time. The rest of the team fully rotating, but it seems like Gen.G might just go back. And while Benji, I think he's made that realization.
Oh, he does have
Even
a
still,
ult.
though,
Yeah, you're
Munchkin
right.
could just make a little bit of noise. Try and
That shot's so
activate the match
good.
without spotting anything out. He's continued this push. His teammates
Oh,
starting to
shit.
come back, but the cam is going to give the game away.
Shit.
And now you're going to see Woot get back into position. Even still, a potential for a 1 versus 1, but with the time so desperately low, there was a moment for Boo. But they are going to be making their way.
Oh my
nice
God, Woot
kill for
got
Woot
that
at least.
kill?
7 seconds, and there's the spam. That's a spike down.
Well played
Round
by Boo.
already over.
So
Arians
well played by
will
Boo.
at the final, nail in the coffin. It's a second on the board for Heretics, and what a big round from Boo.
Great push and pull, and yeah, it's just the fact that they get Boo into that position. Gen.G have played slow. They've pressured A.
I can't
They've
believe
made noise
Woot
in a
got that
number
kill,
of rounds,
man.
but they've always left Karen behind and often Munchkin to watch middle. But Karen wasn't sitting outside B this time. Any other round, Boo would have had an early fight on his hands.
Dude, that's
A scrap,
so insane.
But instead, snake in the grass.
What did it say he
confirms the
did? Like, how
rotation,
much
and
damage
walks
was it
in
to that
the
second
round as a
guy?
result. That's 3
He
to
fucked that
2
guy up
now.
too.
The gap not going to be extended by Gen.G, but they're still able to buy up. Still have that Hunter's Fury to work with after last round. And a slower approach this time.
it's a
More focused
line.
on that B side.
This
They want to
is-
catch Boo pushed up, but he's not giving them the fight.
It's the gecko behind him.
This is
Oh shit, look at this dart.
Come down to timing.
Big fake on
Utility
A.
being expended into that A site.
The
fight
dart
was being
and the
put there,
drone
but it is all a
combo,
ruse.
so that way they have to worry about
I think
both.
maybe the TP will have been heard. I think
There's the
Boo was
dart. The
close
dart
enough.
just
Has
landed.
that information,
That's
but caught
crazy,
sleeping
chat.
at the
That was
wheel.
insane
now
what I
it's
just
up to Woot to try
witnessed.
and defend this. The flash was good, but the counter flash was even better.
Bro, this guy is
Stuck in the
all
corner. He
alone.
can't even
Of
retreat
course
for
he
free,
is.
knowing
They
there
all
could be someone
rotated.
peeking from the box. He's trying to force the fight. Catch at least one as they fall
my
back from these
God.
plant positions,
Oh my
but
God.
there's nothing to be found.
He's got timing.
rooting himself around the edge, and there it is. The element of surprise against T3xture. Nice ranged fight with Karen down. That's some of the utility at least removed, and an early snake bite will buy them a little bit of time. The Thrash on its way, and it's caught Meteor. Only one man can defend him. Lackey is firing out the shock darts, delaying the defuse at least for a moment. Hunter's Fury now comes in to do the same. Fired off once, gets its mark. Second shot's good. Third will be a kill, but it's already half. They've got the kills from Meteor though. He got 2 in the space of a second, and that's Gen.G locking in another round.
That didn't look like it was going to happen. It didn't look like that was going to happen when they were both right side main. Yeah, maybe not enough pressure. They needed to fucking run them down like the dogs they were out there, huh? But actually, they're not the dogs. They're the fucking tigers. Remember, these are the fucking wounded deers. I told you guys. They're fucking them up out there.
This is why we always want to see Meteor back on that duelist. If he was on any other team, that's probably where he would be. The other guy's T3xture, though.
And Meteor does enough, even in the first kill, without the insane spray.
He was trying to get half for his teammates because the plant wasn't optimal, and he kind of thought they would get the kills. I don't think he should have done that. I agree.
And got dropped in time. It allowed the Thrash to instead go on to Meteor. At that point, Lackey is in a 1v4 for the next couple seconds. It doesn't look like he can stop it, but he'd already fired out that shock dart. Beautifully timed. Diffuser happens to be low.
It's definitely not fair.
Hunter's Fury that we mentioned earlier, used for the post plant, catches not just the wingman, but the man who put out the wingman in Woot. For Meteor to hit those shots as well, another nail in the coffin. 4-2, and the problem with that, after a couple of losses in the previous round,
91
Heretics, some of these players are going to be struggling for money.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not looking like a great position to fight from on this defensive side. Obviously, they had an incredibly close victory versus FPX, but that was always the gamble. Like, I think the way that the veto went was somewhat expected in terms of the bans. Sunset has been by far the best map of Team Heretics. You can understand why they would want to go there, so it being removed by Gen.G makes sense. And then for Heretics, okay, they haven't played Abyss. Maybe they're not ready to go in that direction, so they've gone for that.
Early aggression from Miniboo.
Hero operator.
Oh, that's a good line, good line.
With the pistols.
Wow,
they're going to have a chance. This is one way to try to seize it back. Well, he's forced out of position right away. The spam's back to Lackey, light him up. And the shift from Gen.G to the other side of the map. The question here, it's not even about the numbers on Heretics and where they go. It's about where does Miniboo go.
Feeling that pressure, chat, knowing that they pushed that push off, they know that there was like 2 to 3 people there, because no one would push B like that without multiple people. So they immediately roll to A. Look at that Yoru TP going hard right. It's a fake TP, just in case they're on the left side of the wall. You don't know. They Astra wall. They left a tiny corner and back left.
He has nothing to play with.
Oh,
he
that's
expects the TP and actually wins that initial fight.
What?
Done incredibly well to read the gap of where his opponent's going to be. And now pushing into this, actually has risks about it. It gives 1v1s at close range.
This guy is so smart.
Is enough. And Boo's giving them a real chance in this round.
He gets the smoke up too. They win the fight through the wall.
Holy shit.
Munchkin and Lakia, the last 2 alive.
That was
and
insane.
A late flank from Munchkin might just pay dividends. The reveal goes up and he's already spotted one, but Miniboo. Spidey senses were tingling. You can feel those eyes on him. Turns to take the kill, and with that, Heretics win out the round. And it's nothing to do with the op, really. Sure for the last kill, but Boo finding that little gap to play inside of, and the fact that they pressure him. I also thought it was funny. He killed Meteor, and then he shot the decoy later in case they had a second Yoru.
But the thing is as well, this is now a couple of times that we've seen Meteor TP into this backside.
Dude, that was
I think
so
one was
smart,
the round where Riens gets the opener.
That was so smart.
This time they even put the Cosmic Divide into position to allow him an angle, but it's just something that clearly Heretics are very aware of, especially Boo.
Immediately gave himself
exactly
a
what it's
smoke.
going to be. And then it creates an awkward fight for T3xture. As I said, you're running through
He's
a
dead
corner
without that
of
smoke.
a Cosmic Divide, even versus a low player. That can cause problems. Fantastic read from the IGL, but it does feel like a bit of an oversight from Gen.G.
Looking like another A-hit here
these
coming
early
in.
fights in low buy rounds.
I think they just assumed after making noise on the other side of the map, that would be the gap that was available for them. The blind
they saw
stopped Boo from being
too.
able to deliver the op shot into what could have been a collateral. Gen.G, second
One
lease of
off
life
your
on this.
ult.
Another orb taken. Meteor just one away from the dimensional.
They're requesting a plant
and they have a Viper's
here.
Pit to work with, and a low buy
So
round
Sova
like
wants
this,
to
that
plant
could
here
be
this round,
valuable,
guys.
but I see Munchkin's
We're
role
switching
in
it
this
up. We've
round
been
will be
planning
to
left,
get
and we're
on
now
site and plant it
planting
instead. He's the one
default,
sitting
I
back.
believe.
Trying to catch that late lurk. And had a
You
lot of
might see
success in the
Yoru
last
throw
round,
his
although he
TP there
didn't kill,
actually
he
and
got into
start
position.
his ult from there. Could see that too.
Finances.
Could see him start his ult from there actually.
Really good opportunity for Heretics to equalize this one. Site,
pretty
however,
super.
could see Pit is going to be taken. Yeah, it's whether or not they want to invest it with. Maybe if they had a couple
We
of
are
SMGs,
planting here,
the
though.
pistols aren't bad.
What
but
a
they are
pit,
going to risk
dude.
it. They're going to gamble, and already, well, they're going to have to
Holy
fight from a
shit.
disadvantage.
It's the
an
number
interesting
one,
pit, one that
dude.
takes an awful lot of control. If you're going to push through it, you need
It's
so
the
much.
best
but
pit. It's number
You're going
one.
to have to spam onto the players attempting to tap that spike.
This
Yeah,
is
the problem is
absurd.
they can't even see when it's being stuck. You got to get that a little bit closer. It's going to be a risk. But for Team Heretics, trying to negotiate their way back into the pit is a problem. Up close, no utility.
Oh my
They're trying
God.
to drop that diffuser. It's all down to
Oh,
spams
fuck, no, we
and
can
right
kill him.
under their nose. It's coming across the line.
Holy
Already,
shit.
the round is sealed. Texture.
Holy
a
fuck.
formality as he falls.
They won a
4-4
Babis
we
round.
go. A nice attempt on a low buy round from Gen.G, but it doesn't work out this time.
No, I think again, either it was that they wanted
Holy
to try and
shit.
just leave a very narrow
Thoughts on
angle
investing
that you
pit?
knew the
Oh, I
player
think that was
defusing
good.
just outside, or they were maybe hoping it just went a tiny bit deeper. That's the only.
I think using their pit on the eco round is by design most likely. Because they want to play that post plant because that post plant's so fucking cringe. And they have the pit. That's why they pinged it ahead of time. They like specifically wanted that scenario. So that way you can't see them as they spam.
Actually, Meteor seems to
Like
be going
you'll
to
get
back
high
to
ground and you
center
get
now,
nothing.
just taking the control, the dash in from Texture to meet him. They've got boots on the ground, and Team Heretics
That's a
decide
really
not
good
to
pit.
compete with this one. The decoy sent through, just ignored. Gen.G, oh, they have Texture going up close.
Ooh, why
Oh,
that
for a
plant?
second, he's going into that right corner, but the
Planning
smoke's
for
fading.
heaven.
He'll tuck away and play this post plant with the squad.
Immediate flash. Drone to follow. They're going to know where Texture is, but the rest of the team is still elusive for the rest.
Oh,
and even still
wow.
getting past
He
this
did
double
work with
duelist
that.
could be tough. Texture combining Meteor with
Holy
another.
fuck, those duelists.
And although they've lost Munchkin, I don't think it's going to matter. Lakia doesn't quite connect. Benji's been given a small opportunity, but again,
On three.
Texture is there, leaving it to just boo, and he won't last long whatsoever. Gen.G extend their lead once
Dude,
again.
they are
And once
so
more, this
good,
double
dude.
duelist is as fearsome as ever.
This has
I
been the
love
best
this setup. Yeah, it's
Abyss
the
we've
fact that
seen.
you've got Texture taking the initial fight, tanking the drone at the start, and then he's swinging back, spraying them while Meteor jumps up top.
That
and then
teamwork
later
is
in the round,
insane.
you have a little bait onto Woot. He's looking one way, ready to take Meteor
That
down.
teamwork is
and he gets swung
crazy,
from
bro.
behind. Absolutely gorgeous from Gen.G. 5 rounds on the board now. And a chance to
I
push
wanna
it further.
break
If they
down
win
that
this
round
one
at
again,
half.
Predators are going to be struggling
So
on that
bad.
defensive side. Big opportunity for the attackers.
Of course, a lot of the success came from Heretics with their post plants on that attack. Even though things went to OT, they really were disgustingly strong when it came to the B side. As we've seen from the other side, a much faster paced move here. It's going to be Benji completely caught off guard. Meteor's already managed to get that open. Arians is still trying to just hold on to some ground, but the A site almost completely lost.
Yeah, Rians doesn't want to overcommit to this. He's heard a player come back up towards the top. They're ready for him. But another
my God,
smoke
dinked
goes
him.
down. The spams favoring Meteor. He's lit Woot to a fraction
Is
of
it
his
TP
HP,
going
down
back
to 10.
right?
Texture falls. They're conscious.
Dude,
The
he's
Meteor could be coming on the flank.
fucking with
Woot
these
looks
guys.
away just as he rounds the corner. That's going to be a
Oh,
late flank
no.
potential. But look how far behind
Okay,
someone
good
like Boo
awareness.
is. If they lose these players in the spawn, it could be over. Although Miniboo's quick to correct.
Really good
Keep
trade.
it into a 3v3. Late flank by Boo, spotted. Known he has to win this fight to give them a chance to be able to pressure these players.
Damn,
But it's
those
Lakia to
strafes.
come ahead. Miniboo already on his third.
They're in such good
hunting down the
form.
ace. It's been evading the jet on the other side, and he won't find it this time. Hunter's Fury burned up at the end, but it's for a round win. 6-4, and Team Heretics now in the dirt when it comes to credits.
Yeah, it was just to make sure that even though Miniboo was fighting, they got rid of the wingman. The defuse couldn't come through under their nose, and well, 6-4, a 2-round lead.
Like, what is he gonna do there, man?
Change.
I don't think Heretics
With
are
the fact
playing
that just
bad.
Immediately taking down Benji, like caught from behind, wasn't aware of how far they managed
think
to get
they're getting
up
to an
mid.
extent
And from then
comp-diff.
onwards, again, it seems like once they get the sites and get into the post plant, it's been incredibly difficult for Heretics to get back into these rounds. Texture.
Our
Played
bottom
storm active,
mid.
and on the other side, again, some severe weaknesses.
I bet Miniboo got a little scared there.
I think we all
Grabbed
did.
onto that rope. Yeah, I was worried.
Small clench.
You know, they almost had last round, right? Heretics burned up
3
the,
here for
the,
Heretics.
Bladestorm.
1 on the
Alongside
flank.
the operator just to
Karen's
try to make
holding
that
it,
retake
but
happen. So now there's a big disadvantage in those fights, and you see it manifested. Karen, though, able to find Mini Boo, but it's traded out with T3xture. Wooed up close, playing through the smokes. He hears them falling back and has to make a decision on whether he hunts them down. It's a risk.
It's one of these mid-round pushes from Boo.
This time catching them in the orb, but Meteor pulls out the gun just in time.
This is a great
Steps are heard by Boo.
situation.
He's only got a sheriff. He might be able to find
It's just
some
the
value as they
timing then.
cross.
He has to hit really good timing, but I think they'll always be looking. Okay.
Seems like they're still
The Jinx is
unaware of it, and he's
good
actually
enough.
done a lot of damage onto Munchkin as well. Even
Jinx
still,
was
the
crazy.
Meteor's just farming. Rian's left. We've seen him pull off crazy rounds with the Guardian. This wouldn't even have to be the best of them. First kill's easy. But the other two players are going right over to the other side of the map, and he's still going to be wary, because Karen likes to be left behind, likes to be left to lurk. And for now, that's exactly what he's doing.
I love that from Meteor. They don't know where the last guy is, so they send out the gate crash towards the A site.
Oh,
He
they
goes
just
to
heard
link
him.
up with his teammates.
Just
Someone
heard him.
dies on
Snipes
B.
coming
All
back.
right, give me the spike. I'll go plant. And now you get that late round potential for Karen. Reveal goes out, so Karen knows he's not lurking on the right angle, but Meteor cleaning it up. 4 kills in this round.
They look so
Rian's
drilled.
off guard to close it. And now 7
Yeah,
to
I hear that
4.
too, Joe,
The
in
lead
the background.
guaranteed at the half. The question is, by how much?
Yeah, this was always the reason,
Weird.
or one of the reasons why their composition on Breeze was so deadly. It was the fact that just T3xture and Meteor as a duo on Duelist has to be the best of the best. Like, it really does seem just impossible at times, and with his constant repositioning again, it's now going to be Meteor adding another 4K to the tally.
It's a guy diff?
4 up.
It's a
The
fucking
map choice of Heretics. I think many,
everything
including myself,
diff,
believe
man.
that Lotus is going to be a tough
It's an
ask
existence
for Heretics
diff.
to turn the series. And getting a 5th, maybe even a pistol.
Who's next?
It's going to be paramount.
I love Yoris
Same
that cut
TP
all that
we've seen
distance
before
with the
from
ult
Meteor.
like that.
Uses the ult, gets up close. Last time,
Everything they
Heretics
do is
gave
just
the side
perfect,
up
bro.
completely. This time, that's not
It's
really an
gross.
option with Boo so close, and the decoy distracts him just
Oh.
long enough. One more bullet could have done the
Oh, it's
job, and down she goes. Okay, Benji, able to eliminate T3xture, keeps the numbers competitive, but Meteor's got a flash play, even on low health. He's not falling back. He won't be deterred, but the
2 on
Hunter's
3,
Fury
though. They
makes
could
it
do
more
this.
interesting.
They could do this.
3 still standing, but once more it's those post plants. Munchkin's even, well, we've seen this
Gravwell
one before.
here,
Sat
Molly
there
as well.
with an
Oh,
Odin in the
man.
backlines, just
Oh, and
waiting
an
to
Odin
spam
to
onto the
spam
spike.
this?
They've still got the
Oh
snake
my
bite
god,
available
dude.
as
These
well,
guys are
and
fucking
they can pull
cringe.
players away. Now they've cleared
No,
all
he's
the
not
close
going to do
positions.
this.
Mini
Not
Boo
this play.
maybe
Any
having
play
that
but this one.
realization, But there goes up the orb, and now it's left all onto Munchkin, just trying his best to buy as much time as possible. It has already been half though, which could be a problem. Mini Boo needs this kill.
Oh my
But
god, he
anything
needed
else
that and he
isn't
got
gonna
it.
Stop it.
Holy
Heretics
shit.
at least have managed to get themselves that 5th round, but even still, it's a
Good thing he
solid
had the
half for
updraft.
Gen.G.
Absolutely. Yeah, this attack side's really heated up, especially towards the end. Got their streak of rounds, and they've been looking competitive. Now we move to the defensive side, and a different challenge for them. But if players like Meteor and T3xture can keep it up, this double duelist look incredibly strong here.
Wait, what did he
By
say?
the way, we're going to be on to the interview.
What'd she say? That
with
made you say it? That's crazy.
some of Benji's family.
I got to see. What are you guys cooking? I'm confused. What are you guys cooking? What's happening?
Benjyfishy, I know, a little cringe, but a good segue for a halftime interview. I'm sitting here with Mama Fishy and also Brother Fishy, aka Charles Fishy. So, hello everyone.
You alright? How's it going?
먼저 벤지피씨의 가족이죠. 엄마 피씨와 형 피씨 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 형 피씨, 서울 생활은 좀 어떠신가요? So, how's Korea been so far for you?
It's been unbelievable. It's so hot though. I don't know how you can deal with it. Oh my god, I step outside and I'm just drenched in sweat. It's embarrassing.
날씨가 너무 더운데 너무 좋긴 좋은데 날씨가 너무 더워가지고 이제 그냥 밖에 나가기만 하면은 땀이 뻘뻘 나가지고 어떻게 한국 사람들이 날씨를 견디는지 모르겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그럼 엄마피씨, 벤지피씨 선수가 항상 경기를 할 때 보면은 막 에너지 넘치고 막 진짜 소리도 너무 많이 지르거든요. 평소에 집에서도 좀 이렇게 시끄러운 아이였을까요? Now, Benjyfishy though, we see him energetic and all fired up round after round. Was he always loud?
That was a goated
loud
interview.
like this at home?
Very much so, yes. At night time, he would wake me up in the middle of the night. I was always shouting at him for being quieter. So yeah, always that loud.
맨날 이렇게 에너지가 넘쳐가지고 어렸을 때는 이제 엄마 PC가 자고 있는데 그냥 갑자기 밤에 막 시끄럽게 굴어가지고 빨리 다시 자! 빨리 다시 자! 약간 이렇게 얘기를 했기 때문에 좀 혼내는 일도 많았다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 형 PC, 벤지 PC가 오늘 복수를 좀 다짐하고 있는 것 같나요? Now, bro Fishy, is Benji out there for revenge today?
Real bit.
Definitely, yeah. He doesn't like to lose at all. So yeah, he's going to be coming for him.
역시 승부욕이 넘치는 선수기 때문에 확실히 복수를 꿈꾸고 있다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 벤지피씨 가족들 만나봤고요. 이어지는 경기 함께 즐겨보시죠. Right, thank you guys and back to Abyss.
Well, you heard it there. Benjyfishy's out for revenge. Thank you very much
was
to
goated.
Mama and brother Benji for stepping out there.
That was
to get this
goated.
done. Now look, they're definitely supporting Heretics, as I'm sure a lot of people here are, but
Yeah, of course.
I think that
Leon, happy birthday.
the Gen.G fans might be in the house. You could hear the roars in the rounds they were winning. 7 already on the board, and this pistol could extend that lead.
I will say the rounds they were winning
All
were
right.
maybe a little bit more exciting though.
Yours
Just
pushing
the
mid here.
explosive 4Ks we've seen from
And
this
immediately
squad, be it
breaking the
Meteor
doors,
or
actually.
Texture.
Whoa.
And I don't know if they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Speaking of that, just
a
look at
good
Miniboo straight sprinting in towards the B side. Seems like both teams have a similar idea, but already it's going to be the, well, almost flood back in immediately.
Yeah, you
Doesn't
see that
even
orb
look
chat?
like
That's
a
the
retake.
defensive
They're
orb.
so
Look at
fast
this.
to get
Look
back
at this
into the
orb
site.
to retake.
Munchkin
Oh my
straight
god,
to
that's
the
a fire
third. He
orb.
Get ahead of Meteor. He's
Oh my god.
4K, which seems to be Gen.G's speciality.
Bro, they were in
And
there
he's
like
now
fucking
locked
swimwear.
in
They were in there
relatively
so
flawless
fast.
fashion. And that is a strong start to the second half in a map that we need to see Heretics win if you're a fan of Bind. Because Lotus, let's just say Gen.G are pretty good there. And they certainly were last time these two teams faced.
It's so easy to forget when a team has someone like Texture, how good Meteor is at the duelist role. Like this guy just pop flashes back into the site.
That's so
and
weird
4
that he
players
did
are
that
dead
after
within a
losing that
matter of
route.
seconds. Like they really are just diffing the side of Heretics at the moment. And well, another pistol under their belt.
All right.
For the side of Heretics,
Keep
you
in
can't
mind,
really
guys,
have
this is
much
Heretics
in terms of
map
a
pick.
reinvestment, a pistol or two, maybe an extra bit of utility here and there that could be expended into this round.
Oh, that's
Other
weird
than
that
that,
they
just
moved
another
away.
chance to farm up some extra orbs. And with Meteor
We've seen
already
this wall
2 away,
before, and I
kinda
think we've seen
wanna
a
see him
similar
go
wall in
hunting.
Challengers. I really like
We
this
may
wall.
well see that.
This is
There's
a
already a
great
gate
wall.
crash put out
Because
towards the
again,
B-side
it's
for a
it's
quicker
Viper
rotation. I
util
think
that
that's gonna
allows
be
you
a
to
big
flood
factor
back in.
in how those, certainly
Like this
the
is
early gate
crazy
crashes
tech.
are used from
It's
Meteor.
also a wall where like
Haven't
off
fought for
barrier
a
they have to
vein. It is
cross
being
once,
spotted by Karen and
twice,
no one around the area. As we
3
can
times
see, they did
potentially,
push up and take
and
that
then if they want to
space.
go this side, they
Would
would
be
have
in a
to
bit of trouble.
cross again
A
a 4th
late clear
time.
by Heretics on their way back towards this angle.
Like
And
that's
Karen,
pretty
fuck,
fucking
he
insane.
doesn't want
dude.
anything to do with it.
That's a really good
thing as
wall.
well.
Yeah,
Gandalf
that's
Flash
who it was.
just
The
seconds
G2.
away.
Yeah, some team used this wall already. Very good for posts.
Definitely being patient.
They're in a high-low here. Like everywhere across the map, you can look and realize, okay, they're doing something very, very good. So like that's why I talk about one thing, my eyes go somewhere else, and I'm like, okay, let's talk about something else. Like high-low, on contact, they'll probably win the fight. They'll fall, your will TP, they'll smoke, and if you keep pushing, they'll grab well. So you can't get in. They're spotting mid, they're ready to rotate. The Sova can rotate into the Viper. There's a lot of double damage opportunities. This is a good setup. Texture rotates to clean to pick up mid. Next guy will rotate, he'll pick up mid.
Position for at least a moment, and that's long enough for Lakia to strike. One more shot down below to Woot. We'll deal with him.
Next guy will rotate, he'll pick up mid.
Nice and easy for the side
They
of
have to
Gen.G.
do this.
3 rifles carried forward. The Guardians will be in full effect, and a 9-5
I'm glazing
lead.
them because I'm glazing them. I'm glazing them. I'm glazing Gen.G. Is it glazing to just factually tell you they're the greatest Valorant players to ever touch the game? Is it glazing to tell you they're the greatest team we've ever seen? No. It is not glazed. It is facts, actually. These are facts. You wouldn't... That's like me telling you your age and you saying, oh, I'm glazing you. No, dude, I'm just telling you a fact.
Meteor as well. Well, with how he's been playing, you can understand why he's feeling confident. Drones going up on the other side, and Munchkin again is already going to do serious damage on the entry to the site.
Huh?
Oh,
Did he TP
he was
that?
being caught. I think he might have gate crashed in. But he certainly didn't gate crash out. Mosh Pit takes him down. They know Munchkin was up top as well.
Huh?
Decent bit of information to work with.
That's a
the fight
very
onto
good dry
Miniboo
setup.
that Heretics come out ahead with. Now a 4 versus 3. And one of those players left alive has the weaknesses. Thrash put through, no conversion on it, but Karen goes down. It was the aggression up top that got yet another advantage. Almost slipped away with Benjyfishy, and it does in the end. But with Lakia down, a
Double
1
sweep.
versus 3
2.
for Texture. A big round from this man. We've seen
Maybe, what are you
plenty of
doing?
them.
Sorry,
8
no thing.
bullets left and no HP. 9-6. Heretics are back on the board.
Yeah, an important round for them to take. I was definitely a little bit worried with how things have started off, and I think what we've seen from Munchkin so far on this B defense is that a lot of the time he's going to be able to get them the opener. Just with pre-fires, he's very ready for any sort of B aggression with counter utility to slow them down, but it's the aggressive pace from Miniboo. Catching a couple of players off guard, solid utility from Wu, and I think this is so important. As said, last time he played this map, he was 9-20. He's already beaten that and up the top of the board for the team. If Miniboo can build into the tournament, as Heretics have sort of talked about as a roster, as his brother talked about in the interview earlier, that could be the team that, well, went on the run to the final, even if he wasn't there for it.
Similar setup to what Gen.G were going for
Again.
on the attack side. One player lurking B. Boo overextends slightly, gets his head ripped clean off. A valuable opening duel for Gen.G. They don't have to get out of position to do it. There's no risks that can be punished, and the spam from Meteor is absolutely perfect. Deleting Miniboo
Like,
on the right angle, and
what do
now
you even do to that,
the split
bro?
here from Benji.
Your lurker
Two
just
players
gets
through.
two-bulled by a Phantom
Fighting
across the
Meteor
map.
is still not able to drop him before he draws
1 on
blood.
3.
Benji's the last man standing. 1 against 3. Spike dropped in the open.
I don't even know
At
what
this
to
point,
say.
they know where he is
He
from
just
the
got
door breaking.
diffed. Hard
Just
diffed.
isolate one. He'll get the first chance and actually manages to win that.
Wait a sec.
Uncharacteristic from Texture. And now has the information of where both of these players are.
Let the fish
Karen
cook.
just waiting.
Will the fish cook or be cooked, chat?
Time now. It gives the game away. It's not clean, but still Benji's getting the job done.
This fish
Another
is
kill
muddy.
under his belt. 25 seconds to play with, so doesn't need to go for the plant just yet. And you can see Munchkin slowly making his move. The cam is actually going to give it away. He now
Yeah,
knows
he's playing
exactly
well.
where his opponent is. May be able to try and retrieve that spike, but is almost trying to bait in his opponent for the fight. Try and get him to peek this one, sticking it all the way, but that snake bite is going to slow him a little bit more. Munchkin,
the
a safe pair of
timing.
hands. It got sketchy, it got dangerous, but even still, Gen.G come out with a round.
Really well played by Munchkin. You could see as the time started to tick away, he knew what he was facing. He knew the initial plant, the snake bite denies it, and then you know he's going to try to fake it, but the timing absolutely perfect. Benji, though, he really did a good job in this 1 versus 3, especially, like you said, a rare whiff from Texture, and you really got to capitalize on those, and he very nearly did. But a 4-round lead still for Gen.G, and the economy a little sloppy for Heretics. They're going to go in for a mixed buy, a couple of rifles, so some potential still. But Gen.G certainly seem to have a commanding lead over this series, over this map.
I feel like they don't know what to do if they're quad peeking
Scary
window
things
like
for us,
this.
They are getting ever closer.
What a jiggle.
to just having every single
That's a
ultimate online.
fucking
Like,
great
they are
jiggle. Holy
a couple or
shit.
3 orbs away.
You missed Boo.
Yeah, Boo has managed to get past, but the thing is, it depends if Karen is just going to decide to try and give up this angle. With the way that he's peeking it, I still feel like he's going to be safe to win the duel. Utility being thrown in, potential that the rest of the players are just still going to try this dive in towards the B side. Hasn't been successful so far. Great flash, but even still the dart is better.
The dart comes
Texture
in.
this time there with the opener. Karen does
wow.
go down though. Again,
Okay.
we see these lurks from Boo, and this time it's successful.
The no
They'd already
senti
planned on
abuse.
going back towards Boo. You
Yeah,
know, he
no senti
felt that he
abuse.
had the space. He heard the steps as they backed off. The Astra Star on B. He took it.
Clear
But winning
out
that fight
all
was
the deep areas
essential.
right
Otherwise,
now.
this whole squad would be left in no man's
This is
land.
super
Instead,
important
they
'cause it
capitalize on the
speeds
space.
up the-
Ult by Meteor
the
to grab
pre-take.
the info, and he sees them. Grabs
Now
back
they're
side
all
control.
over this
They've
take.
already flooded back in through the choke point. Now they just have to fight on the sides, and the drop
Holy
from
shit,
Lakia,
dude.
it buys enough space. The kills
one-on-one.
swinging either way, but with
20
Boo on
HP.
20 HP, it's down to Munchkin again, but this time it's Heretics coming out on top. Gorgeous shot from Boo. He had to hit the first, and this time he did.
Damn, Boo.
He only had 3 bullets remaining, and he was just confident in
Holy
connecting that
shit.
first bullet. Also incredibly low on HP, so I don't even
Oh
know
my
if he
god,
would've
I got
a
nerd
second
chills from
chance,
that
but
one.
this
Holy
is what he's been
shit.
hoping for. We've seen a
That
few
was
rounds now
fucking
where he's been
nice.
taking these fights on the other side of the map from the team, but I don't know if they would have expected him to be able to do this much. A big round victory, a boost in economy, and more
That kind of
importantly,
reminded me
it
of
has sent
the split clip he had at Madrid, I think. Was it Madrid where he had that split clip, like back B site, where he one-bulleted the last guy?
Yeah, they might not be able to buy weapons, big
That
ones
shit
at
was
least.
cool,
They've got a
too.
Sheriff or 2, but it's the Blade Storm I'm worried about. Texture's had a lot of big rounds, starting it off with 2 4Ks. Mini Boo on the other side. No, it's the headshot, but the wall got in the
Dude,
way.
huh?
Texture lands the blow, and now finds themselves
Huh?
an advantage for Gen.G. However, the push is coming in on the other side, and, well, just look at the weapons there. It's a Sheriff and a Classic. I'll find it tough to deny this plant, or even to get damage.
a little bit of chip damage to Wu. An attempt by Karen to slow them down with utility, but that hasn't happened. And unfortunately for them, the player they killed didn't actually have a gun to play with, so they haven't been able to retrieve it. Clearly the pressure being felt though, as Thrash has been thrown in. An extra cost to this round. Meteor will fall, but again, a few players now a little bit low. There is potential for Gen.G to at least make this one costly.
Yeah, all eyes on the Blade Storm realistically.
Texture looking
with
for his
39
20th.
HP, it's going to be tough. You almost need the
Ooh.
instant shot, and it's Benji to land it.
He's
A
one,
third
too.
for him in this round, and no,
No
not quite the
shot.
fourth.
Just gets all this
Karen
damage.
somehow making this very costly with just the Classic. They can't reload the
All right,
retreat
here it is,
rifle in
chat.
time.
Let's see what
Double
it looked like.
digits for Gen.G, but they're being caught up on. Now
Here
the
it
gap
is.
down to
1/4
2.
motion. Let's see what fucking happens.
Yeah, again, I don't mind the way that Heretics are just making sure a lot of that early control can't be
He, like,
taken. Even
adjusted
in
into
this
the
round where
wall.
It's just looking at Miniboo. He was one away from
Yeah,
a Blade
that's-
Storm. Put him on a pistol,
that's
leave him on the
rough.
other side of the map just so you can watch for that utility. And then their overall executions as a
Damn.
4 have looked pretty
Always
good.
knew my production was
I think
better than
especially
Champions. Look at this. I got the
the usage
replay.
of that Dizzy.
Sure.
It's looking a little
Sure.
different, a little bit more direct.
Prius.
And with Texture having an operator on
I
the
drive
other
a
side of the
Tesla.
map, doesn't look like he's going to be
Who
challenged.
the fuck is
At
Prius?
least for now.
Sure.
Certainly pressure being put on. Hey, this is going to be
I'm
quite
kidding,
a
I'm
quick
kidding.
play
I
from the
can't
side of
do this.
Heretics. Waiting out that grab. Well, Karen, he's still in the corner. He's got some support, but the flash has blinded him for a
Okay.
moment. Woot did so well with
What
that.
the fuck?
The Dizzy took the side away from every player on site, and then it's an easy round. You'd imagine 4 versus 2. Post-plant util for Rienz and for Boo.
We have a game.
Gen.G not even going to try this one.
No, and that...
We really have a game, because what I didn't get to talk about yet is, like, yeah, this comp is good, right? Like, I'm theorizing like this is kind of similar to what I'm cooking, right? I don't want to run a Senti in my comp. This is a Harbor for me. I actually wanted like a Breach and a Gecko, but this is also good too. It's whatever. This is what they're comfy with. But they're going to really struggle with rotations, which is why I really wanted to see like how a great team would deal with this. This is like the hard part. The easy part is attack, where you can deny info on both sides. You can have crazy execs because you have 2 duelists like looping these big ass sites. The hard part is going to be this half, right? And they need to be like the right amount of aggressive. Have a float? What do you mean by that?
Is now under threat with Heretics hot on their heels. They don't have much to fight with in this round. The operator for Texture, the rifle from Munchkin that they carried through, but investment is going to be very limited on the back of them.
Why do they run no chat?
Yeah, I think over the last...
They just feel like the util would be better. I mean, there's people that believe that the skill and like variance that Jet brings to Icebox is greater than the util that you would get from an extra initiator, an extra controller, an extra Senti, whatever. because this ground is virtually given to you, right? So like you're given this, you're pretty much given this because you just put like a turret here that's holding mid, and you can get this quite easily. So you don't necessarily need a duelist on attack. And if you have these like planned retakes and pre-takes and shit, you know, like it's fine.
Like it. Same setup on B, that operator for texture, but again, it could just be the case of, okay, let's see if they go this way. If we can sort of hold onto the site as two, use those rifles. If they don't go this way, we just save them again.
I think it's the right call, for sure. Play the gamble, they'll push up on A, try to force the issue. Adding in a bit of a curveball to this round. Shock dart as well, thrown in for some damage, but doesn't land. It has slowed Heretics.
Odd buy
The
here.
idea here, you can test it early, you get the space,
So you
or
can see they break the door from over
manage
here.
to push them back in the other direction.
This is great because you can break the door from here and you can spam the door from here too. Like through this, there's a box here. You spam the box from right in.
Still sitting around mid.
And thus it would potentially, if you plant, right, it opens up a late lurk. Like, dude, the other team is never going to be ready for this in the current meta until people are really
Still
drilled.
there, so they could go retrieve that, get Thrash online, but it seems like, at least in terms of where they feel confident.
They put this cam here to really just find out if you're going to push mid,
Now they are going to
do
head
any
over.
annoying
And
shit.
as I said, if they get the orb, that could put them in a pretty powerful position. The only thing
They
I'm
do
worried
that
about
because
is they're
they
heading back into the
only
operator
trip
with
here.
rifle. That's also
They
where
bring a trip with
the
them.
Viper's Pit could be put into play. And there's a Hunter's Fury for Lakia if he wanted to try and buy time on the plant, if he could rotate into position. That's the main danger.
Was he
They don't know
asking for
they're
a
walking
double
into it.
peek? Hitting out the drone with
Absolutely
that
no
molly?
idea. There's the snake bite, even going to cancel out the drone. 20 seconds left, barely any time. You can't take this back in the other direction. It's time to
fuck,
commit.
he's lucky.
Viper's Pit goes in.
Oh
The
my
soul
god,
of
that
a
was
texture.
crazy. That was
Another
crazy by texture.
uncharacteristic
I
way.
don't know about
The
that.
plant around the backside.
Here's this
The pit's
wall.
not covering it, but
No.
the Hunter's Fury stops it. Lakia grabbing one, looking to do a bit more damage as the push comes around the back, and it's
Fucking
beautiful.
hell.
Karen's dropped
That's
him
wild.
just in time.
What a
And the
pit.
spike down
Look at
the
this
road
pit. It
is
connects
done.
to the wall.
Gen.G
He just
has
rats.
made it work. An
Holy
absolutely
fuck.
gorgeous game plan. And what
There's
a
no
result.
one that can protect.
They were set up so perfectly for that, denying them the space
Oh,
on A.
man.
The expectation that maybe the rotation would go back to A because they'd seen so many players there. Instead, Heretics
How can you guard them?
directly into
Look,
the trap.
they
The Hunter's Fury
so
has said,
if you see like this guy gets first guy gets ulted, one is sticking a plant and the other has to hold both directions. There can't be anyone from main that's holding and helping because of all of that controller util that we were talking about. Man, that is a difficult
still got the
scenario.
finances.
Very difficult
still
scenario.
got Thrash, and well, they've still got their lives.
Can be thankful for that. 11-9 lead, even with a couple rounds where Texture's not his usual self. He's gone back out for more. They need to be careful, but they
Baby
are
Boo here, holding
lined
this
up in
offhand.
a firing squad,
Take us back, take us
waiting for
back.
this peak to come through. He might get one, but he can't get out, and not even the one to be found. Punish from Mini Boo.
Good design with that
Rifles
high-low.
in play for Heretics.
That is such a
Matching
good
up this
high-low.
time against the early aggression on A main. They won't be sent back in the other direction this time. At least it'll be their
Bro, the
other
high
core
lows
that
in
they
the
do.
server right now are
One
ridiculous.
double stack payoff, maybe another.
Like
Geng.
around so many corners, it's just
Meteor.
instant death. There's just so many corners where it's like, bro, you better not turn this corner right now.
Munchin's going to be forced off again. It's the same, but
Nice, good
with his
adjustment.
fullback, Boo is there to capitalize. They finally managed to isolate that man. They haven't spotted Lakia. Even still, with a two-man advantage, they now look to head in on the other side of the map. Karen again trying to delay them as much as humanly possible, but both players within the site
My
will
throat
fall.
is feeling kind of sore.
Lakia, the last man standing, and well, no doubt going to try and hold on to the gun.
Better not be
Very
inside.
similar to what we saw last round in terms of the drones having super high impact. Yeah, the fact that you tag the player up top, you know he has to run, and that's when the swing comes in from backside, even waiting late into the round. The benefit of having global utility like that from Astra. 11-10, double digits for Heretics. You know, you would have thought they'd have
It's
it in the
turning.
last round. They've gotten here in an unconventional manner, but the
They're
gap is
sounding
down to
crazy.
just one again. Gen.G, though, they've been guarding that lead with their life. See if they let it slip this time.
Yeah, I think again this is just another a bit of credit that needs
I
to go.
don't know. I don't know about that use of the wall right there, guys. I am in big. I am not for that wall at all. I'm seeing some things that make me worry right now for Gen.G.
A little bit underrated in that regard, especially on this map. I think he has a great read on how to play that attack side. 19 and 13 right now. Munchkin again, it's the same. Initial contact, snakebite down, trying to slow them as much as humanly possible. This time, though, there is no opener. There's no success for him.
The fights are not going their way now. These fights that they were fucking miraculously winning before.
Help out. Guardians of the B site, see if they can hold it down. Meteor does well to find one, but that's all she wrote. Defense here by T3xture, steps into the smoke, loses his sight for a moment, but now he's got his sights set on a round victory. We're tied 2 versus 2.
How does he get away with 2 right there?
And the
I thought he was
Guardian
whiffing.
from T3xture has been sublime thus far. Spike in the open, but a smoke to retrieve it.
It's not dropped in the kindest of positions. Karon can play Overlord, fight from above. And it's left on Taboo again.
Coming from CS, Asher by Gen.G
will do
is
the trick.
The team you want to watch.
He knows that he needs to try and isolate, but that's why Gen.G are going to look to team up together, fight this one, and I thought maybe he'd get away with it, but not quite. Karon and T3xture, a deadly duo, if ever I've seen one, and once again, the success on the B side just hasn't been there.
No, it hasn't. Player like Karon's having so much impact in this game. Those 2 pieces he's found in a number of rounds have been the thing that tips the scale. Dropping the spike just a number of rounds ago in one that they didn't stand that much of a chance in. Here, the reposition is absolutely perfect. You see it as soon as the first kill is found, the simple evaluation. I fought one close, the last guy was in heaven, and he's going to swing off that contact, of course. But Karon's a little wiser than that. He's not going to make it that easy. And again, Gen.G defend their lead.
I agree.
They're not letting
I agree. Any other team right now, I swear to God, Heretics is winning this game. Like, this has required near perfection out of Gen.G. like, it's required a lot of unique shit that Heretics has never seen before. Like, they have not witnessed Gen.G playing this map ever before. Whereas Gen.G at least had footage of Heretics. So, yeah, like, think about the fact that they won with, like, post lineups and, like, these weird-ass pits that Heretics is, like, adjusting to on the fly. The fucking Hunter's Fury, the wall that they're, like, kind of... Maybe, I don't know if teams in the region are using that wall. I've seen... We were talking, I think G2 is the one that used it.
Did have the victory on this map.
Maybe even seen
an absolutely lights out performance from Rians. He's down at the bottom of the board, not having the same success. Sure, there's been other people that have stepped up in response. It's not like they are being boomed out of this map, but he's definitely a piece of the puzzle that they seem to be missing right now.
T3xture's going up with the operator. Careful of where that gap is. Doesn't want to go falling. Boo keeps this up.
Weird wall.
Takes
Look at
a
this
peek
wall.
in that window.
Where are they
He could
going
be in
for
a
the
lot
plant,
of trouble
Shoutout?
over on the A side. Already the dash in from Miniboo. As he now looks to hold up close, but the spray is a bit whiffy. Again, Karon's able to make it work, but T3xture falls on B on the rotate. An advantage now to play with for the side of Heretics. Gen.G are going to have to try to recover this in the post plans. Heretics have given up site control completely. Someone's getting pulled off the map.
Already the spams have done so much damage. Lackey are gone.
They're fucking
Meteor and
one-setting.
Karon, an ultimate available, but probably not going to be used. They just can't beat this firing squad. And while Meteor's position has been revealed, he's going to have to clean these players up so absurdly quick. And Boo has already fallen back into a much more passive position. Doesn't want to give anything away. And even if it's going to be Rians that doesn't get the kill in the end, he's got teammates to fight for him.
That's a crazy strat.
Successful.
I would have felt so bad for Miniboo if they lost that round, bro. Because he wanted that to happen. He fucking wanted that fight, and he just whiffed.
I'm not going to lie, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it's something like rounds 1 was like 12-3 or 2. Like, they genuinely are just
I think
a monster
Gen.G
when they get into overtime.
Yeah, once they have that little breather.
Gen.G might be kind of low on money here.
Someone like Boo always capitalizes on it.
Has he lost his voice? That was a little bit quiet for Benji.
Don't know what that was from Benji. We'll ask him later.
Heretics have more
Timeout from
Fortnite
Gen.G
players?
right here on the finish
What
line.
does that mean exactly, though? Like, if we go 3 maps, do you think the fucking sugar highs from all, like, the candy they've been eating are just they're gonna crash? What do you mean? What should we be looking out for? Are the children gonna crash from their candy? They need. You saying that there's nap time by map 3? They're in big trouble, or what? What are you suggesting, Trick?
Well, that would be a glass cannon bulldog. I'm not sure about that one, Munchkin.
That's the thing, though. These are the rounds that somehow.
Fuck. So you're saying in an elevation map like Abyss, the Fortnite players, this is like home field advantage? Like they're used to this elevation shit, huh? Okay. I can see what you're saying actually now. Damn. They needed Icebox in here. Bind has some elevation, I guess.
Also looking at Heretics and going, okay, this second half, you lost
on Bind, they're
Other than
always
that,
in heaven. Every round, someone plays heaven for Heretics. The IGL is from Fortnite.
setup as well. I don't know what the read is. Maybe just for the fact that it has been such successful A-side takes, but there is an open B-side right now.
No shields, no utility on Munchkin. He is playing this just for the Bulldog, and it's because they want that mid-aggression early, but they don't get the fight there. Instead, it is the B-site that's threatened, and Heretics have definitely picked the weaker spot. They found the gap in play. Ult used by Meteor. He's got his decoy still to work with. It's going to be set up soon, and here it comes. The big play. The spray is good. Mini boot dropped immediately. Flash for backside. And the
God.
Good. Good.
Oh,
He's got that
no.
rifle and Meteor
Comeback.
spearheading this push.
Oh,
They've got the advantage locked in. That spray has done a lot of damage to Benji's below half. Sitting inside the cage just behind it. It's faded and left him with nothing. Now
he gave him ult to get that kill.
To try to spray, but he can't with the Cosmic Divide. Absolutely gorgeous from Gen.G.
I'm kidding. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, Gen.G.
Heretics map pick.
Yeah, it was a battle. It was a brawl.
Where are the
it was a
goats?
back and
Where are the
forth,
goats?
But in the end, Gen.G get the job done, and that's been the thing with this team. You can go into a map that they've literally never played before. They can pull out comp they use on other maps, and even still they take it over the line. And now, well, after this break, they're going to their turf.
Why does Solo look so young when I was looking up to that guy, the kid? The back of the jersey? This is my alien. I have other Gen.G shit too. It's just all upstairs. The Gen.G. No, the jersey is hella nice actually. I want to say this might have been like their jersey for like League for like Worlds or something. I should remember. Do I still hold on to my old CS jerseys? I don't think it's in here. There's a quilt I have where like like a bunch of my old jerseys that I kept are like sewn together in a blanket. So I don't really like hold on to actual jerseys, but they're on there. I do have a lot of like newer, like I have a couple Cloud9 jerseys and shit. I have the DRX jersey that he sent out on the ground. I have a bunch of weird shit. Oh, I wanted to break down the round. Let's see. Here we go. I really wanted to talk about this round. This round was a banger. Let's see. All right. It's round 9 from that first half. And I just thought this was fucking an insane take. So you can see off barrier. They popped the Yoru ult. They wouldn't give up this fight. Okay, even though they have the wall holding that, they don't care. They're changing the pace. They've never done something at this pace. So you can see even Miniboo, he doesn't expect this to happen right now. He is not thinking that they're going to send it into him. He's playing like anti-wall, anti-flash, and he's going to take like a timing peek. But this ult is like immediately popped, and he's looking for the kill behind off of timing there. He can't get it. So he falls immediately. The Yoru ult spots where the Sova is and immediately is pinging and then runs down the Jet. Says that the Jet went heaven, but the Jet actually faked the Yoru. The Yoru is seeing this, by the way. They were just like turning and shit and like literally looking at the Jet at this point. Sends the clone for the Sova backside in this safety spot. Once make sure that the Jet is gone. You can see in the meantime, T3xture actually comes out. So T3xture comes out main right there, dashes into the site on timing when he realizes that the Jet goes into heaven. They dart back right, and they clone like deep side, like right when he comes out of ult. In the post, what I wanted to like really talk about is actually their post plant, because their post plant is fucking insane. So they drone through heaven in the post. They orb heaven. That's their orb. They put T3xture in this corner. They have the Viper kind of playing like deep right now. Kind of playing like anti, like flash, anti everything, ready to swing for heaven if someone swings on Lakia. And then in the mid round, you can see like when they start pushing back, the Viper realizes, okay, I'm good here. They have someone holding the flank. They gather up. The Viper goes top site. T3xture full spams. I don't want to miss the interview. There we go.
That was an exciting start to our day. I'm now joined by Coach Solo from Gen.G and Jen here to do some translations as well. Now, the comp we saw from you guys on Abyss, we could understand the ideas of some really cool setups and so on. Would you be able to tell me what was the philosophy behind this comp?
어비스 첫 게시였고 또 굉장히 좋은 아이디어들이 많이 보였는데 좀 어비스의 젠지만의 해석은
I would begin to explain it, but I do not have the time and the viewers do not have the brain power to even comprehend some of the shit what we're doing. We are the GOATs. We're definitely winning this tournament. I did the translation for you.
Don't be intimidated by your opponents, and just like how we play
She's bullshitting.
just go for those aim duels, engage in those fights.
Jen doesn't even
and
speak
skirmishes.
Korean.
Oh, I love it. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much,
She doesn't even
Coach
speak
Solo
Korean.
as well. Best of luck on map 2.
Me? I was speaking right there.
And there we see from Gen.G a big win. And what do you think about that, about the composition? Mentioning Breeze as well.
Yeah, and he was also saying that their philosophy was to go and take gunfights. I don't think so. The philosophy was get into the cringe post plants. So I've got to tell us straight at the breakdown how they were trying.
Dude, I feel like for the price I got for them, I feel like it was a steal. It's like dinner for one night, basically. Fuck yeah, I'm selling them for Gen.G. I'm selling all of our boys. Gen.G is winning this tournament. Gen.G is winning this shit.
For the defenders in mid, basically anytime they want to do it, it allows them to fake an A split at the same time as going into a B post plant. So these players are moving towards B. They're not going to be doing anything. You've just got Meteor's gate crash over here as well, so he can reconnect with the rest of the team. They throw this Viper wall as well. This is a fantastic Viper wall.
I got no loyalty.
You're going to be able to go pivots through
I got
mid.
none.
You're going to be able to updraft dash into this heaven area if you wanted to as well.
Oh,
it's
fuck,
a
you're
great
not
idea.
drunk
Heretics
right.
were never
Drunk
able to
right now.
contest them in mid.
All right.
Meteor breaks the door,
shit.
flashes through, really makes it feel like there's a lot of
Oh
A
yeah, you're
split
gonna make it
pressure
through the
happening.
night then.
They got a drone in A
Let's
main
go.
as well, so it really feels like an A split. Meteor teleports, suddenly they're all through on B. They don't have the drone, so
They're
Boo
actually
should have
back-to-back
got that kill. And as soon
bangers.
as he doesn't, Gen.G are in. And it's at this point, you're getting
I
the
gel
plant
for
down
Gen.G.
for sure, and
Munchkin.
you're getting cringe. Insane, insane preset cringe from Gen.G. Just to take a pause here as a moment, they have pull on the spike, a player playing on site. They have Hunter's Fury, Shock Dart lineups. It's all there. They got a snake bite. So player on site ends up going down, and Karen dies as well. So that's 2 of the layers of cringe removed already. But Munchkin makes sure to shoot off this snake bite right as he takes a duel. It doesn't even matter that he goes down here necessarily, because you see from Mini Boo's perspective right there, he got vulnerable by that snake bite.
Am I an analyst for MXS?
He wouldn't die
I
to
am
the
a
shock dart that
content.
also comes through. But
I'm a content
Lakia's
creator
also
for
got the Hunter's Fury on top
Shopify.
of it. You can't defuse the spike. I mean, am I saying that this map might need to take a look at some...
It's Pearl 2.0.
Am I saying that? No, not necessarily. Am I saying that Gen.G played it perfectly?
You're not saying
yes,
that.
I am.
So some are saying.
I know,
you're not
right,
saying
Lena?
that.
I'm not saying
You're
that.
actually
No one's
right.
saying. Have I
No
heard
one's
someone saying that? Yes.
I've heard many, but some are saying.
Many people are saying this. Every round on their attack.
There's definitely
side,
some.
Team
I can't
Heretics
name
is
any off the top of my
dominating in
head.
mid, or Gen.G that is. If Team Heretics wanted to take that space, you have to put so many assets into retaking there. And even if you're committing into that, they had so many looks with just the hard execs
Throwing
that
hot
looked
tub,
incredibly thrilled. For the first time Gen.G played this map,
in their map pool? Where is the gap in
there
their
isn't
map
one.
pool?
They're permabanning Sunset, which is like half the teams at this event. Best map, Team Heretics included. They look great on every map in the pool. Gen.G's winning the event. I'm convinced. I've seen enough. End it here.
It's absurd, and it's like.
Oh yeah, I definitely
annoying to
miss
play
playing
against.
over
That whole
coaching.
thing
100%.
just looked like it
It's
sucked.
just so well drilled.
It just looked like it sucked. In any case, though, let's go ahead and check out a Verizon high-speed moment. Of course, we got Texture. He's going to be talking. He's going to be doing his thing, doing the thing that we know that Texture does all the time, which is
falling off
dominate
the
people.
map is what we know him
And
to
that
do.
too. That
That's
too.
so funny. That's
Might
such
be.
a
Look at him zooming.
Oh, I didn't realize it was
It takes so long to fall.
It's a cool trap from Benjyfishy as well, though, but he just shrugs it off and immediately goes into a 4K.
I think there's a contrast there. When Miniboo in their debut match fell off the map, he looked kind of out of it, a little emotionally boomed. Gen.G take any loss and just bounce it up. He goes back in, hits this nasty 4K, but of course it wasn't an ace.
Oh, there's a bunch.
He's not allowed to get an
not
ace.
allowed. He's
It's
not
been
allowed.
100 days.
I
There's
wanna
a
know
bunch. Like there's
how many 4Ks does this man have?
Yinsu, there's
13 since his last ace in
Kakuka,
terms of 4K.
But again, he
Anti,
just laughs it off. The vibes of this team are
Triad.
unbeaten. It's not just their map pool and their strategies and the
am I
individual players.
missing?
It's
Who am I
the fun they're
missing?
having on the stage. It's ridiculous.
It's
Ash.
so just Gen.G, an absolute vibe. But let's
Dude.
go ahead and check out what's going on over at the Heretics camp. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm driving myself crazy.
I'm now standing by with Coach Neil Zenio from Team Heretics. Now, that was another very close map. Unfortunately,
Potter
you weren't able
sometimes,
to close
yeah.
it out.
She
But it
casted
feels like
GC.
it's becoming a little bit of a theme where every map can be so close, every map can go your way.
Triad
why
casted
do you think that's been so
challengers
far, and why is
one
it so
day.
much more labored?
Gross, but
I
she
think it's
does
more just
desk
like
and
the teams
cast
we're
and
playing
all
against
stuff.
are some of the best in the world, right? Like,
I just
obviously we're
assumed that
expecting an easy game.
random
and we're
viewer
not
meant
playing 100%
casters.
ourselves yet. We're getting back to the form that we had a couple of months ago. So I think until we reach our full potential, it's going to be labored until we can
I like that
kinda
Neil's
find our form
ain't too
again.
mad about
And
that
if you
first
don't play
map.
perfect,
I do
then
like that.
These teams are going to
I feel like that's an improved Neil's from earlier
Well,
in
thank
the
you very
year.
much, Neil, and good luck on map 2.
I feel like earlier in the year it was really hard
a lot
on the
of
players.
respect for his opponents, as you have to have, right? These are the best teams in the world.
Yeah, a
And
lot
unfortunately, they're in
of.
the
So the reason why I responded the way I did is a lot of people interchange casters with broadcast talent. Like obviously, as broadcast talent, I know that, or I would say a caster is the ones commenting on the games themselves, like color commentator, play-by-play caster. Like those are the two, or color caster, play-by-play caster. Yeah. Like Sideshow is the color caster, Bren is play-by-play. I was always a color caster. Yeah.
11-3 their record, and you have to bring up again Miniboo and how brutal these entries are going to be on the attacking side. Gen.G site anchors look absolutely excellent on this map, and they're basically never losing it. This is going to be a real tough one for that European squad to try and bounce back with.
Yeah, indeed it is, Mimi. It's going to be a tall task for Heretics, but let's see if Los Niños can do it. Send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, we're standing by for Lotus to kick off. Heretics on their defensive side and on the back foot, having lost their pick 13-11, Tom. This is a map that I think, in everyone's mind, is going to go the way of Gen.G. A big challenge for Heretics to recover this series.
Mel has
Let's
done
put
it,
this
even
way,
though
you go
she's
back
playing
to Shanghai,
currently.
you go back to the inform Heretics. They were 2-1 up. They came into this map and you go, okay, they got the momentum in their favor. They lost 13-4. So now they don't have the momentum in their favor. It's going to be that little bit more difficult. Now they knew what they would be coming up against. Obviously, although
Who
they've
else
gone
hosts?
back to sort of like the
It
standardized
depends, like
comp,
every
the
region
roles
has
have
extra
changed
hosts.
massively. That was
Every
what we saw
region.
when they played it out last time, and it was still very labored
Oh,
versus
fuck, we
FPX.
gotta get
Now,
Preds up.
I agree with what Neil Zenio said. I think FPX are heavily underrated, but if you're
Oh, wait, we
scraping
got it
through a
up.
game versus them,
Nina's the GOAT.
what are the chances you beat Gen.G?
Exactly, yeah. FPX played
Oh
a
my
fantastic
god, Solo
game.
Omen out. That's
Impressed by them,
crazy,
but,
Karen.
oh, a lot more to be desired.
Wow,
from
I can't believe
Heretics
they
to
sent him
make
out
this
solo.
competitive.
What the hell?
Opening it up, Munchkin's down to 22 and Karen's down to 0. Control for Heretics towards Rubble and mass rotations towards this C site. There's already 2 players sat in waiting.
You would
It's
assume that they would
Benjyfishy
pop B
and
with this
Rienz,
wall,
but they've been pushed back by that
but
orb.
he kept his orb.
Texture's going to look to try and play through it. Always fearsome in these pistols. They're doubling up. They're expecting it. They're waiting for him, and that
yeah.
works out for them.
Well
no
played.
trades to be had, and
Well
Rienz
played.
dominating.
Reading that
A good
push.
start for him with the pistol under the belts of Heretics.
Last time around, Heretics started on the attack side, so a little bit of a different scenario. But they went 3-0 up, Tom, and they lost 13-4. It was a streak from Gen.G, and they did not let go of those reins. Once
like low-key, I think the high risk on Karen was by design. Like, they were cool with that. They were perfectly fine with Karen dying there because of what they had planned. Ooh, Seawall. We haven't seen one of these in a minute. Seawalls are sick.
Buying in with the 4 rifles as well, so it seems like both teams have a similar philosophy, although Guardians versus Bulldogs. But obviously, again, it means you can only really afford to lose one player. Miniboo's going to try and get aggressive.
Yeah, normally they start from like over here.
But that's the thing, an incredibly close map. A map that I think that you look at for the side of Heretics and go, okay, they probably could have taken that without some of the crazy plays.
This is like a really weird wall that...
But with a pistol or 2 under their
with
belt,
Woot not play, he
could be a
plays
very
pretty much
different
everything.
story. The
From what I've
fact is, though,
seen.
it is a tougher map.
It's kind of weird that they switched it around like this, huh?
For the side of Gen.G. Already, this has been the sort of change. Like, Woot was previously on that initiator, swapping with Boo, and now he's playing that more aggressive war, which at times I don't necessarily mind, but I don't think he quite...
So they know Fade and Omen are anchoring
I guess
here.
did it as well
they
as
just got that
Boo did
haunt.
prior.
They had the
But
blind
Boo did
cut
incredibly
through.
well on the Fade, so it's kind of like a much
That
of a
makes someone
muchness.
else.
Yeah, we
faking
definitely
this?
saw the Rubble control struggle, where when
faking
Boo's
it.
in play, that's sort of his staple, and the way he locks that down round after round. Boo, well, he's locking down control over Rubble one way or another. Got himself a long-range kill with the Bulldog.
I don't really know what
Hold on to the
Gen.G's
control
going
with 20
for here,
seconds left.
actually.
Yeah, Gen.G
They're
have
trying to
no
run around
choice
the
now
map.
but to go sprinting into the site.
They've got to run it down. Now, luckily, there is only one man actually within the site. If they can isolate that duel, they'd have a chance. A spam from Woot is perfect, but they just have to die now. They just have to die. They don't even have time to actually plant this one. They're just going down with something.
Dude.
This is very, very peculiar.
Wait, what are they doing,
and
bro?
might absolutely destroy
Their econ is
destroy
fucked.
their money. I guess they did a little bit of extra damage, and they're still going to be able to get in with the light shields, but yeah, definitely one where I think they let that clock go
Why did they
down just
do
a little
that?
bit too low, and because of that, there are going to be some pieces missing. Like T3xture can't afford himself a boom bot because of that.
I
He
mean,
can't
they
buy
have
up
a
with the heavy
buy
shields
now,
either,
but like
which versus
that was
the
weird.
on the other side is that could be a
Maybe
fairly
they were
big problem.
talking for a long time and they
Round,
didn't
the philosophy
realize
is
the
just to figure
time
out how
left
Heretics
until
are set up and get a feel for how those rotations
weird.
come
That was
into play. But
weird.
like you said, they just ran that for a little bit too long.
I swear they should have less
And the
as
clock
well,
became their
Trick. I was
biggest enemy.
surprised at how much they had, but
We're going to see a 2-0 lead for Heretics. Rifles in.
I would have to
Benjyfishy
look
down
at
to
it.
11 HP to start this one off. Gen.G having that
I
full
thought
buy
one person would
seems
be
to be their
absolutely
setup
cooked.
for the B split. Last time they broke the alarm bot right off rip, and there was a one player rotation in, but not much contact outside of that. I think they're going to try the same here with the turret down, make noise on A, and then go through that broken door.
Oh, the timing of the fight.
all right, they realize that they're playing in B. That'll probably
players
actually
have
make
the
them pivot
information,
towards
but
A.
With
I'm
control
surprised they're
lost,
committing here.
fighting for this one definitely
okay,
has a
they'll go B
gamble
now.
about it.
Now that they realize they have it.
Seeming like they may end up just going for the retake here on the Heretic side, but with the weaker weaponry, that's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is Gen.G playing off the info they got in the last round. It may
This
not
is
have been
very
an
good
ideal
positioning.
conclusion, but
This player is
early round, they
super
at least
important that
felt
you
it out
live and
in
you
a way that gets
punish
the spike on
people
the ground,
along with the player
gets their
indoor.
opponents on the back foot. Like you said,
Meanwhile,
weaker
in
weapons and
sight,
retake
they have
already
2
damaged
people
other
holding the
players
heaven
like
right now
Benji.
and one
It's not gonna
player
be
playing
easy.
off
There's still
contact
so much
swinging.
utility for Gen.G. They didn't expend much. Nade good for Miniboo though. That keeps it competitive. Rienz does well to trade out, but now the pressure's on
effort.
because Meteor's hitting everything
Wow,
again.
that's such a good post.
Rienz can't even get out of here. He's stuck in the corner. He's being watched on the way back, and it's Meteor staring him down. That man doesn't miss a shot. Another Gen.G 4K and a round on the board for the attack.
I think everyone in chat, like that's, you know, like on a decent team at all, should really pay attention to this kind of stuff. Like this is just so heads up. I've seen so many teams lose this flood, so you can see their positioning and how they approach it, right? Like first contact, this guy's literally just kind of playing like a safety net in case this guy gets like push off the ang, he'd jump into the wall because he'll probably smoke main on the take. This guy's in a crossfire with this guy, but could also swing heaven. This guy is playing swing off of anyone, right? And he'll likely get utiled. They're not fighting C-Link. Like this is not where you want the fight to happen. Like you want the C-Link people to commit all the way through before you commit to that fight. So you can see that's exactly what they're doing. They had a season 8. That's fucking absurd. All right.
Those rotations not as easy when you've only got 4 players.
1 for 1 out A right away.
Yeah, they're taking their time.
But like that, like
Holding the
positioning
tiniest of pixel
has been
angles.
talked about a lot in their
I
team.
can tell you for free that my eyesight isn't that good, but somehow he's able to see absolutely everything. Fallen back off of the nade, paranoia through, but there really isn't much support. It's taken a long time. I don't think they believe this was the real push. It means that the IGL is having to try and hold the line on his own, and it isn't going to go well. Benji re-ends. Gonna have
Just
to full
perfect
retake this one.
smoke usage, so that way they
A little
could
bit early,
orb
and
the
I think he's been
stairs.
spotted.
They had a
Yes.
heaven
You see
smoke,
the
and then
ping
they
go
had
down for
enough for the
Munchkin. He knows
one-way
exactly what's going on.
drop.
Steps out of the way.
Everything
but
looks
Benji's aware.
so
He knows
easy.
there could be a player here. It's all down to timing.
So
Which way is he going to be
slow
looking
and
when the swing
controlled.
comes through and it's the right way? 2 versus 2. Kept competitive. Turret goes down for the info. Turret goes down indeed right after. That spike ticking away. They've decided to play the long
They got
game.
full money for that round?
Reposition up to heaven. Take
So
it
the
together. The
glitch?
steps will be heard now though, and the headshot angle from Karen. Perfect. Meteor.
1-on-1.
Man who's been finding 4Ks in so many rounds. He's only got 1 kill between him. And that lead taken out of Heretics' hands. The defuse needed all the way, and Meteor sticking close by.
That's a big round.
2-2. Now
Let's see
tying
what
it
that
up
does for
early
the
on.
econ.
Gen.G won't let
Broke their
Heretics have
economy.
much of a lead.
No, and a safe pair of hands. And you can already tell with the way that this map plays out.
Heretics had a
you have
chance
high
right there to
expectations.
really get off on a good foot. What if it isn't a bug? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't get that money.
Smokes, there was so much control clearly being fought for by the side of Gen.G. The 2 players on B and C didn't move. So it came down to just, okay, can Boo do a lot of damage? The combo's perfect, but it's the worst player to catch. Just able to TP out of there before the real damage can be done. And again, Miniboo is already knocking on heaven's door.
The Prowler didn't clear it, but T3xture did. Woot not going to be happy with that one. He thought he'd managed to thread the needle. He found out the hard way that he didn't. Like you said, Mini Boo, 2 HP. The swing from
Got
Boo
past the
into heavy
turret.
traffic, only spotted by the 1 player. Flank up by Rienz. If they can slow them down and send them in the other direction,
Karen's
Rienz
aware,
could have
but
some
at any
serious
moment
value
he
to
could
find, but it's being
turn.
watched this whole time. Karen's been staring at it. And well, he got a good sight on that bullet coming straight for his head. Nice clean
Going
equalization, but they're pushing up and 2 HP.
Ooh, he
Mini Boo
got
still
one. He
gets
got one. Okay, 2 on 3.
Made things a little bit more costly. We know what they can do with the Sheriffs, and they're probably a little bit wary of their flank at the moment. May want to try and take some extra ground away, and Boo, well, he's got no choice but to fall in, but the utility is perfect.
He's all
Pinged
so
up,
good from
tagged up,
Lakia.
caught in position.
They know they have
and it was all
timing
too
to
easy
push him
for
because Rienz
Lakia.
was on the
Now
flank,
one man standing
so they
in the
take
form
that
of Rienz.
timing.
As I said, he had a quieter first map, but we know what this guy can do, especially if you give him fights. But look at the
1 on
position of
2.
T3xture. He's coming up behind him. I think this will be the freest kill ever. Meteor even goes for a swing just to make sure that if there was any contact, there was no way that his teammate doesn't get that kill.
Few big rounds for Meteor, and we've got a lockdown online for Gen.G. But take a look at Heretics when we get it on the screen. They've got a little bit to work with. A Viper's Pit, a Showstopper, a Nightfall. A lot on that defensive side to react around and potentially turn and tip the scales in their favor. But everybody on Gen.G who hasn't got an ult is just 1 away.
Yeah.
This is going to be a chaotic round or 2 ahead of us. And whoever comes ahead in these may well
In that round, how do they know that no one's going to swing from heaven? Or, I'm sorry, from C-Link? Oh, fuck, I actually stopped on the right spot. Just kidding. Let's see. So you're talking about like this time frame a little bit later than this. They progress into the setup. So right now, the Killjoy is holding Link during the plant because this is a very like scary time, right? They're aware of that. So the setup that I was talking about isn't something you can just like jump into. It's like something you got to move into when it's allowed. And you can see like they have the heaven smoke. They have this setup where like this player's holding the run out. This player comes up under heaven and has the C's. Just in case the flood happens, this C's shuts down the flood. They have someone holding the door in this time frame, and then they set up in this, you know, like in this setup. And your question is, why is it that this player feels comfy holding heaven like that? And truthfully, it's just like it's just something you're comfy with. Like, you are off-angled really hard for C-Link. Someone's going to likely come out of heaven as like an entry, and you're comfortable with that adjustment. You know the trade would happen anyway from your teammates. And like, it's just a really good off-angle to open things up.
And so fighting for the orb early,
You're playing deep away from like prowlers and stuff. So like, think about what this comp has. Like, he's playing away from an Omen blind, away from a prowler, away from like all this shit that's gonna push him off the line. He's also playing to the comp that he's playing against. Like, a lot of these things have to be taken into account, like, which is why I say that there's never like black and white answers to these things. And
set up, and in fact the lockdown put into play.
It's why I think of things.
Challenge off this. May want to try and push more aggressively on C, see if they can spam it out, but instead it looks like they're just going to have to give this one up. The defense themselves have a lot of
really good Viper pit.
Nightfall, showstopper available,
God.
even a counter pit could be in play, and in fact they used the showstopper immediately, just trying to catch in case he was close on the pit. Might have been better to use the Nightfall first,
I think the Nightfall hit the Viper.
Success was there anyway.
And then they've sprayed Miniboo after the showstopper through with an Odin, and the Viper's pit activated at an inopportune time. Rienz pops his ult and gets shot in the head, and now it's all left onto a man decaying inside a pit. Just like the chances of Heretics in this series,
so unfair that they could go here in the pit.
4-2 in the lead now. That's 4 in a row, and a little bit of deja vu for the Heretics squad as the streak continues.
Yeah, they look so good. Again, look at how many ultimates have just been used for the side of the defense, just to try and get this round into competition. I don't mind the showstopper being used just to try and catch the Viper, like exiting. You're going to fall back.
So they're not like disjointed. They are made to look disjointed by a team that's more organized than them. Wow, he TP'd out of that so fast. What?
A response. Nice work from Boom Woot, though. They're making this one
Bro, he lost like no HP.
Caron, we know the performances this guy can have. Has some support from Meteor.
What?
Plenty of weaponry to choose from. And on the other side, they haven't found anything yet. Just those pistols. And that's going to be their undoing.
Man.
Of course, it's Meteor yet again finding these kills. Pulling the round back into contention. Getting themselves a plant alongside it. Benji now up against 2 with a Marshall on the retake. Really not the weapon that you want for this.
They just have solutions for everything that Heretics wants to do here.
With an alarm bot covering the walk down below, there is no element of surprise to be found for Benjyfishy. The turret now watches the angle they expect him to come from, and Meteor is going to swing on that turret's contact. For Benji, retrieving a rifle seems to be the best option for him. He has a choice to save it or to commit. There's a nano waiting for him on the door. He's going to lose a lot of his HP and still has to take down 2 players in a timely fashion. The turret now looking to do its own damage and get his own little assist in 8 bullets, and none of them will at least land the kill shot. Sure, Karen's on 21 HP, but Gen.G are on 5 rounds.
So this is actually the exact setup that I complimented earlier in the event. I think it was literally the Heretics game. And the reason why this particular one is very nice, guys, is because you could see the C's will land here, right? And your options, if you're this Omen, are 1, you're going to go this way or this way, and you're going to die, right? The C's will take 75 HP, you're going to die. Your other option is you don't get naded and die, but you're going to peek into everyone as they're running up with half health. And so your only way to live is that play, is to immediately TP. That's the only way you're living.
Formation gone, and showstopper used as well.
Well, they know exactly where that Odin is, but they won't be able to root him out of position. Rienz does well to defend him, but with the door open, Boo loses his life. 4 versus 4. Boo's done a little bit of damage, tickled up some of these guys. Meteor, though, sneaking his way right through, up close. Does Benji suspect it? It looks like it. He has an idea, and he strikes just in time, just before Lakia was ready to swing and trade.
Yeah, I think also Lakia just had a little bit of hesitation holding the spike. If he's unable to get that kill, he's going to wait for his team. Miniboo as well, this aggression. With the loss of Meteor, it means that the alarm bot was offline, so he can get at this flank. It's not expected at all. Munchkin walking backwards into the angle, but Miniboo's looking for a little bit more. Still only going to be the 1, but with the lockdown in play, they're both going to have to be forced completely out of the sight. Lakia is the only one that can really hope to try and do any damage on the way in, and the counter spam is better.
Yeah, Karen, 1 versus 3, and the spike already being diffused. Catches one on the side angle, but needs to get on that diffuser immediately, and Rienz buys enough.
You guys want me to fucking ruin you? You guys want to hear what I hear? Next time, Tom Biz says Meteor. Next time. And every time from here on out, this is all you're going to hear, okay? That's it. Meteor.
But remember
That's
how many
it.
players they lost in just the last, and there's been
You're
damage
ruined with
across
me.
the board in most
Welcome.
rounds.
Welcome to the dark side.
For them to win, as you said. The damage is definitely going to make things that little bit easier. We've also seen a lot of ultimates expended by both sides. Like the showstopper dissipating as well. Mini boot immediately forced off the angle. We haven't seen a mass amount of fight for this C site. A lot of the time, the control on A being a much bigger part of the game plan. I thought for a moment Munchkin was going to find that Reams, though. Clearly feeling confident in
Rienz
that
is
fight,
stepping
knowing
up with
there was
the
spam
fights.
going elsewhere, just went running up and gets the opener for his team.
5 versus
Double B
4.
setup. Big fight. Big fight B. Big
No
fight B.
shields
Big
on
fight
the
B.
site.
Take a speed. Take a speed.
Got Woot with him to help him out on these duels.
Wonder what
Doors
made him
being
not
opened
do
and
it.
closed a
He
number of
wanted to
times.
do
It
it.
just keeps spinning around.
What made him not do that?
See if Heretics get out of their way on the B site. There's still 2 stacked up ready, and the spray from
Okay.
Boo is absolutely sublime. Gorgeous stuff. 4 versus 2. And there you go. Meteor, although he finds the 1, there's just too many bodies swinging into play.
Yeah, 5-4. They found their footing. A decent couple of rounds. And as you mentioned, that economy now starts to become a bit of an issue. I think they might still be able to scrape a by with some low shields, or maybe just even juggling rifles around. Maybe there'll be one player here or there that isn't going to be able to get a gun. The question, though, will be, did Gen.G want to gamble it all here? And honestly, with the ultimates that they have online, I think the answer should be yes. You're 1-1 away from a lockdown. Nightfall available. Okay, the other 2 are a little bit further away, but these are ults that can definitely pad the gap. The thing is, though, Heretics aren't just going to sit back. In fact, I was about to say Miniboot's doing the opposite. He went running initially, but
Wow,
after not
double
seeing
deep
anything,
KJ
gonna fall
util
back
on
to try and
C?
stack up some control on B. Maybe a bit.
I don't think I've
worried
ever
that
seen a
if they've
KJ
gone
do
light,
this.
They've gone for SMGs. This might be the spot that they hit.
I like it though, because the turret will give you early info. They'll never expect the alarm bot. That'll give you like late info.
adding a bit more to
Oh,
that
he
defense.
thinks he's sneaking past it.
Dodge the turret to start with.
This
trying to
little
creep
rat.
Their way around Mound. There's
Yeah,
nowhere
we
across
have
that,
backup
but
plans for
maybe
rats
we'll
like
see.
you.
I was thinking we'd see a smoke go down. The idea perhaps being that they'd be wide
Damn, they
enough
got
by
locked
the time
down.
the turret sees any of those players that someone would swing out just to check. Is it one guy far away? Is it? And bang, you take his head clean off. Gen.G, though, go back in the other direction now, and they have successfully dragged rotations. C-site now double stacked up like we saw before, and that leaves A a little bit weaker. But you've still got Boo on the Odin, still has his ultimate to work with too.
That's the bigger thing. With the ult, he can delay a significant amount of time, but it also allows him space to fall back if needs be, and I think it might be. Like with Meteor's lockdown online, I wouldn't be surprised if they use it. In fact, no, they're going to send the Nightfall in instead. An immediate, aggressive push coming out from T3xture. He might not be able to hear, but he's hoping the same's on the other side. The reveal is perfect.
The ping on
but even still, it's
Woot
only
made
gonna be
him
the
know
one.
he had
With
that
the plant
timing.
in, they
He
can
knew he
use the
had
lockdown.
timing for
This will
about
buy them
1
even more
second,
time.
and he took it.
Gen.G have a
Oh
foothold.
shit, you're dead.
Aaron falling below, but he
Sick
beats
awareness.
spotted. The swing in from Rienz not good for anything as Lakia lands another, and Meteor's there to back him up, recover the rifle as well, give them a fighting chance up against Benji. He failed in the 1 versus 2 last time. He was ran around. The
Movement's
discipline
so
of
good.
Gen.G got it across the line, and we may just see the same again with Meteor swinging on the back and Munchkin on the front. Another round for Gen.G, the attacking side building up quite a lead. And let's not forget their defense was sublime last time they faced.
Yeah, I love the way that they combine ultimates together. Like, they basically force Heretics to rush their retake, and Benji's nowhere in sight. Like, they have to go, or they have to wait. And either way, they're going to be left with so little time left on the clock if they do, that they're forced
Well,
into
Tom
a
hasn't
more
said it yet.
aggressive
You only
take.
hear
When you
Mitch
have
right
weaker
now.
weapons
Just wait
or
till
even
Tom
a piece or
says
two
it.
missing, that's exactly what
Maybe
you
it was
want.
a one-time
You don't want
thing.
to allow
We'll
them
see.
that time to use the utility. Gen.G, it looks like they're going to battle for this position again. We've seen the same
I've been waiting for Tom to say
seize nades before, but not this time.
Wall dropped to see T3xture attempt this fight onto Woot. The problem is
Retake,
the
retake,
swing up
retake.
close that could come in. Boo is just tucked, and Mini Boo's backing up the fight
my
inside the
God.
door. The
Ciao.
soul state absolutely perfect, and Woot, he can't get himself out of there in time. Caught trying to take a fight and at least make his lost
These
life
guys are
worth it, but
perfect.
Texture, well, we talked about the round where he'd be activated, and it's 3 kills already under his belt. Perhaps it could be the ace, but Meteor's waiting to try and deny that. Benjyfishy facing the glowing gun. The
Oh my
spray is
God.
good. He's down to just 1. Plant in on the C site. At least I think so. There we go.
What?
Karen has lots of teammates rotating.
I say Benji's not actually that far away, but yeah, it would have had
Oh my
to be
God.
a gamble.
He's 20 HP.
That no one else was on that side.
Benji could have fucked this
Instead,
round
looking
up.
like it might just have to be a save. The economy for Heretics is in the bin, and after they finally get themselves back on the board once more, it seems like more of the same. Whatever aggressive take they've attempted, again, I have to give the credit to Lakia. The C's, I was wondering where he was going to place it, but just catches 2 players, forces them into a massively aggressive push, because otherwise they're dead to the nade, and it's just like, you're going to force
Meteor's
players into an
15 and
angle that Texture's
5?
holding. You're dead. You
What?
have to hit some crazy shots, and unfortunately this time it wasn't
I
to
didn't
be.
realize that.
But I just feel like his utility is nigh on perfect. Like, it really is hard to give too much criticism, and it's one of those things where you look at the depth of this team, not just in like raw firepower, where we can talk about Meteor and T3xture all day. Like, we could sit here for the next hour
There he
and just
said
talk
it.
about how many kills those guys are going to
Was
get.
it it? I didn't
But
hear
the
it.
supportive element of utility that comes alongside it, it just makes
I
it so
retroactively
difficult for teams to actually have a
reacted.
fair fight versus those players.
Well, that's exactly it, Tom. You know, they are deadly weapons, and their teammates are very good at pointing them in the right direction, finding exactly where the targets are. The spotters to the snipers. 7-4. Gen.G with a big lead. An expected strong half coming up for them. And Team Heretics, they can't be feeling too great about their chances here. Showstopper activated and fired through just for the space. It's crowd control. Door opens. Mini Boo meets a bullet to the head from Meteor. But the trade is there.
Dude.
Keeping it alive with Benjyfishy catching the aggression from Texture. Gen.G don't have any advanced control. That's why Karen goes up inside the smoke. He's got himself
Karen
a
has
nasty
blind.
angle, but he is isolated.
Karen's gonna blind off heaven, and this is gonna get really weird, guys.
Last
He's
time
he's
he
gonna
attempted
blind
these
on their
spams, he got
flood.
taken
If
out.
this kill
Karen
happens, it's
may
over.
just have himself
It's
a
over.
battle here.
Oh God.
The spacing.
Oh, they're
Purple
never
sees
gonna get
the ball
out.
again.
They're never gonna get
They
out.
can't move. They're all in that little back corner.
They're out, but they'll never
instead,
win.
Just
Oh
playing
my
off
God.
angles. Karen with another, just
Now
dancing
kiss.
around his own utility, connecting every bullet. We haven't had to talk too much about his individual plays so far today because of the presence of other players, but when he's needed,
Yeah,
that's
Wu
exactly
TP.
where he arrives. Boo, he doesn't even have the time to get anything done here. Eventually, Lakia's there, while both players will go down, but why would they care?
Stop
That was the
trying
last
to jinx
round.
Gen.G. I don't think you understand, Kara. There's no jinxing that which is not mortal. Like, they can't be jinxed. They're not human. They're AI. Like, they play perfect. You can't jinx them.
Heretics will find out how they fare in half number 2.
They're literally AI.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any
Yeah,
condition.
you can't jinx them.
And get 800.
No, not them. They're fucking. They're bigger than a jinx. They're definitely bigger than a jinx. Going into this round that I was finally breaking down last time, check out the micro teamwork here. Oh, actually, it's better if you have the sound, because the sound is actually important. So I can tell you, like, anyone that plays the game a lot, like in these scrims, like in a scrim or something, like imagine this,
Drones
right?
follow.
You're droning. It gets broken by someone in this corner. You would infer that someone is ready to swing off this drone, and that like there's no one that's going to be here alone, basically. But you've drone cleared the right, so you know that that's pretty clear. And it's pretty risky to swing the right now, like wide from the bridge, from this line. It's just not a good idea. So
Gonna know where Texture.
you can see Meteor's like jiggling up top to draw attention as he thinks the flood is going to happen. He's not going to commit to the fight. They immediately smoke spawn. He sends a TP towards spawn. He slides out as he sees this Asher Star come in, and he starts full spraying the corner of this smoke. And this is just like the freest spam and a potential kill, and he's not risking his life, actually. He's ready to run, Meanwhile, they're repositioning in such a way where this guy's top sight and this guy's now swinging right on the flood out. Like, that micro teamwork is so crazy. And then they pinch at the end. Like, what? They're just like perfect. Like, everything they do is just perfect. And that was the round that I was questioning, like, oh, well, why are they planting like left side sight? Well, they're playing left side sight because they planned that. Like, they planned how to like peek around the site and play on the site. They want to play ahead of like the bun set fights, right? They didn't want to play back in main. They didn't want to play back in A main. They specifically wanted to do that. Like, that was very important.
Surprised by that, but
like, that was sick,
when
dude.
This group
and that's something like other teams just don't do well.
Two of their previous finals being fought versus these foes. And I'll be honest,
I love
right
that shit out of
They're
Gen.G.
making it look fairly easy. Munchkin, oh, it's almost identical to the last map. Just ready with a snake bite. Going to do some damage as they run in, but not anything too deadly just yet.
All right, full flood coming in. No one A leave.
For Team Heretics, yeah, let's see if
Full
they can
heaven
have
link
back-to-back pistols. That injection of rounds could help them
Kieran's
out.
blind.
It's actually the only place they found success.
One way at door? Or no, not one
Master
way.
Shanghai Finals. Rien's not able to land it to start with, and Gen.G flooding the site. 3 quick kills leave Boo and Woot locked out in main. The defuse underway. The swing good to start with, and they think that could still be being defused. Got to take the fights. Although now both players have been spotted. Both players have been tagged down low as well. Gen.G on the back foot out of nowhere with T3xture stepping up, and the headshot for Boo. Low HP on both. It's just a few bullets.
Free play by Woot.
Oh my god. In the end, but a Red Bull clutch nonetheless for the side of Heretics.
Was so close to him falling, and then I don't know if he would have had enough time to defuse it anyway, but just the fact that, again, that individual play coming out to save Heretics, get them a second pistol run, get them a lifeline, and a needed one of that.
Yeah. Like, they're masters of probably not really communicating too much with each other, but just knowing how to play off of each other because they've talked about it. Like, they've talked about it outside of the server probably. I would imagine their comms aren't like flooding voice, like the communication channels and shit. I'd imagine their comms are like very spaced out and not filled with like aggro tone.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be able to understand Korean to find out.
Again, why you can never doubt this young squad, but I think that it's been proven time and time again that Gen.G, once they get into those biomes, once they have the utility to play with, are fierce, and they've even put a little bit extra into this round. Obviously, having the plant and the cleanup of players. I'm scared of that, Marshall. I'm kind of hoping for Heretics' sake they don't go that way.
Well, they did smoke him off to start the round, and now his turret's being destroyed as well.
Typical
so
EMEA, scared.
Opportunity so far.
Honestly, pretty typical of Tumbas.
But now one is presenting itself. Benji's only got the ghost, so he's happy to take some risks. And honestly,
T3xture was like, yo, I thought you were on the fucking line, bro.
T3xture was paying attention. I think he was my teammates
probably looking at like his teammate's fucking monitor or mini map or something. Like, what the fuck?
Or something. Oh, the shot just about evaded by Benjyfishy, and he's on his way to the A site, which is now mostly open. Just one player, just a classic. They've not seen him to start with, and well, lucky he only gets the one. A better weapon there, and that could have been a disaster.
Lucky, of course, is invested into utility, but it seems like he's going to wait the teammates to round that corner. Still a couple of sheriffs to play with this time.
Tom did catch a couple strays today. Why, actually?
That defensive side,
I retweeted his
it's already the read. The sheriff finds one, gun picked up again. Even just making this costly could be huge, but they found a guardian now. Time a ticking, and 2 for 1 for Munchkin. In fact, Lackey is there as well. Last time out, they at least got the conversion, but Gen.G at the moment just cannot be stopped.
What?
Gonna need that one slowed down a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, slowed down a lot.
That's unbelievable.
Let's go.
For this man to come in like that, swinging wide, pistol in hand.
Dude, what is this shit?
Look at him go.
He just pre-fired where the Prowler went.
He only just, I think...
He just pre-fired where the Prowler went. What the fuck?
Just stood up and got insta-double collided. Well, it's a great time for T3xture, but it's got to be heartbreaking for the side of Heretics.
Brutal.
They're going to invest into a hero rifle on
That's
Benji.
so brutal.
For a hero to arise, now would be as good as it gets. At least bring back the mental, which has to be shattered at this stage.
Absolutely down in the dumps, you'd imagine.
I would
for
be
Heretics.
devastated after that shit.
Ilzinho talked at halftime about coming back to form. Well,
Half by here
that
for
is
Heretics.
quite a journey for this squad now. Lakia manages to find himself the
man,
correction.
there's a
Has support from
chance.
Texture. Blast Pack goes in. Too little too late. No, no, not too little too late. In fact,
got
with the C's,
charged.
it gets the job done, but Texture's out in the open.
Well, some
and
whiffs
some of those
here
shots
from
are a bit
Gen.G.
whiffy. A chance for Team Heretics to fight right back
shit.
into things. Boo, he's gotten very close, and the swing definitely caught Meteor off guard, but he
It's a
corrects
weird
in time.
round for
And the
Gen.G.
rotate that had come in off of that space
They're
now
like
will meet a
dragging
very
their crosshairs
well-defended
to the
C
kills.
site. Still the turret watching the cross, although it will be smoked off. Now he'll have to play that contact
That was
himself.
a sick bait, yes.
The kill mind.
That was a sick bait,
Meteor
by the way.
after all. Just waits for the poison orb to go up and then can watch, even making sure that he doesn't overextend. Repositions completely. We'll get there in the end.
What was that you said about not overextending?
He got the job done. Doesn't even matter. Complete reposition. Took some time for a teammate as well. And although it's a little bit of extra damage, it's not going to do anything really to the other side because of them managing to win that second round. 10-5. Double the opponent's score.
Those are really good
and a
jiggles by
response.
Heretics, though.
Even, I think just for it to get to a point of
He got caught in bad
confidence where
timing.
you can actually feel like there's a possibility. I want to see Heretics get on
That's
this
a cool
board
shot.
a lot earlier. I don't think they necessarily have a similar mental strength
Ooh,
to
sees nade here?
some of the other teams in this tournament to come back from a 12.
That's a nade lineup, by the way, chat. There you
It's
go.
too much to ask from most teams. And
Wow, look at that
often
fucking
it's gonna
take.
depend on your opponent's
The
making
haunt lands
mistakes.
here, the
And
blind cut through, they immediately go door.
I think they've
They
got their
prowl
wits
out from
last
B.
few rounds.
Dude, they have the whole route
Like
planned.
said, they're going to punish you every time.
Oh
Showstopper
my
trying to
god,
punish
they
back.
had
Texture
everything
is the one
planned.
finding the kill. Benjyfishy
Holy
down and out of the
shit.
round. The lurk no longer there. Now they look just towards the site. A little whiffy for Meteor. A chance with Munchkin though on the backside, dodging the paranoia and landing a headshot.
Woot
but
is
10 HP
seriously
is enough
incredible.
for Woot to stay alive, to look for some headshot angles and to still participate as smoke
God.
up. The one-way already surpassed though. Lakia has dropped down below and he's got support
That's
up
a
top. But up goes Woot. The 10 health man still getting the damage
Okay,
done.
okay.
They're both quite low. And a man like Texture keen to convert. The first shots don't land, but go to the last. It's Rien's taking it across the line.
Dude, Gen.G
in
is
an
not
essential
connecting
round
all of a
for Team
sudden.
Heretics.
Yeah, you've got to bring up Woot. Like just the fact that he jumps up above. It's a little bit manic. It's very chaotic, but the job is done. They at least get another onto the board. Well, the fact that he's able to isolate Meteor, someone who's been such a threat, gets dinked up and then just going up behind the opponent, even being traded out at the end. It's something. It's a lifeline. It's
Gen
they're
Gold.
back onto the board, but there's still a part of me
Don't
that's
talk
even
about
more
us like
terrified
that.
about what's coming up for Gen.G, because somehow, at least in the last map where things got a little bit tight, these were the rounds that ended up getting away from them. He predicts where the
Team
is going
diff.
as well.
Actual team
Well,
diff.
they had to do it themselves enough in that first
We saw
half,
that play
so
last
I
half out of
think they're
Karen.
familiar with the flow
Where
of
would
that.
you go, Karen? Oh, yeah, cool.
I'll go hold it.
How skivity of them?
Gen.G, advantage in a round like
go ahead and
this. Smokes
translate
up as
that
well,
into
trying
Boomer.
to steal back that weapon. It's not for free, though. If anything, that smoke gives them the advantage on the side of Heretics in holding it down, but it does mean Boo stays close. Look down at Karen. No paranoia anymore.
Don't hate us
Able to
because you
fight
ain't
for
us.
that all too convincingly.
Okay.
I wonder if Heretics used a lockdown here. You got a couple
I
of other
always
ultimates
supported
that are
the
getting
goats.
very close.
Ooh.
Just to try and make sure that you have the site without too many risks. They've done a lot of damage to Meteor, but obviously that damage is unconfirmed.
Yeah.
And I think now, yeah, especially after spotting the rifle on Texture,
Stand
force him
in.
out of position. Meteor's going to try and play the time.
Meteor.
Sit in this corner until the very last second until he has time to strike. He was low, probably would have gone down anyway. But that's going to even things back up, and well, Texture had to wait.
30 seconds left.
Nade is decent. Texture was going down one way or another. Nice shot by Munchkin. Another low HP challenger steps up in the full health. Now down to a sliver, even without the
my
nightfall.
God.
A chance for Gen.G.
The
until
nightfall
that
here
fight
is
goes up. Now
crazy.
this is going to be very tough, but Rien's for now
HP on
just on 1
2 of them.
HP.
Oh,
The swing around from
fuck.
Lakia trying to catch this player. The spray is good. Karen finds him. And now both players back
Oh,
on main,
dear.
facing off against rifles. Karen getting most of his health back, and then in goes the C's. Make sure that he's not quite so healthy. The spams have to come through. And Lakia suspects that one player will push up close, but it's only to land the nano And it is activated in time. The defuse denied a little bit longer. Now they have to force the issue and take the fight. They know exactly where Boo is. He has to hold on for survival. Headshot. That's what pulls it across the line.
What a
Heretics
play by
under
Boo.
pressure, but the reaction is perfect for the Red Bull clutch from Boo.
Can you get a
Another
rifle?
high
Oh
impact
wow,
kill
he's
from him,
aware.
just waiting until the depths. His C slowed them down as well, and I was incredibly worried, especially with the pit from Rians. You're that low on HP, like to be able to maneuver around on that site, it was just such a risk to try and get that into play, to use it in a round
Came
like
out of
this.
DC?
But it allowed
What, on the
the
TP
teammates
side?
to fall back, and while Boo, a maestro of his positioning, a perfectly placed haunt just to give
What do
him
you
that
mean?
kill, and while he only really got one shot to hit that, and he finds it.
It's how annoying Boo was in the early round as well. That
Oh, I
rifle that
see.
was dropped was defended tooth and nail. This time Gen.G are getting very aggressive very
Oh,
early
it's
on.
that play again.
Team Heretics even
Do they
using
take the same
Shrouded
routing?
step to get out of there. Woot was feeling the heat.
All right, Prowler gonna come from
Full
B.
control over
3,
Mound was
2.
taken by that defensive
we
side.
go.
Now they
He's gonna
start
do
the
it.
rotation. The one ways will be continuously.
Look, I got the
put up by
protocols down
Karen to
now,
keep
bro.
that
I could join the
position.
team.
While the rest of the squad.
I could join the fucking
force
team.
The A site. You can see that Texture's almost.
I can
in
play
position.
Omen.
And Heretics may just play
Karen.
into their waiting arms.
Karen's not playing too.
Okay, Benji expects Lakia to be holding the angle. Of course, he did push it just moments ago.
I'm on the
Fights are gonna be
team.
juggled away
I'm
so
actually
that
on the team.
You can
I got the
have
jersey.
that entry taken and the utility to force back the players is as good as it gets. Not going to be able to fight this one, but either way, probably going to wait to try and work this as a retake. Meteor is also just 1 kill away from a lockdown, so anything he can find.
I would
just
say you
by
guys are
spams
fake,
or
chat.
pre-fires could give them a way in.
For how you're acting about me supporting Gen.G. But truthfully, y'all couldn't even fucking
He's gonna have to play
know what
through that,
greatness
but,
was
there
if it
might
was
not
right
be
in front of your
much left
face.
for him to do. It's being cleaned up on the site, and nice and easy. At least
Please
that's
close
how
this
they
out,
make it
Gen.G.
look. 10 to 8.
Please
The
close
gap
this out.
down to 2 already. A better second half than what we saw from the last time these two teams faced. The attack side of Heretics seems to have some legs to it now.
Yeah, no, they're looking good. Like their initial execution, they knew that Lakia had pushed already because he went and destroyed the turret, so they were very methodical with that initial fight,
my
and then just the
God.
utility they had in from afar with the
Boo is
the
hitting some
paranoia
fucking
siege,
nutty
making sure that
shots.
nobody could peek him from that heaven angle and cause them any issues. Then it's just those post plants, and that's where you do have high expectations, especially when you have the man advantage. You have everybody on the team at least performing to a decent level.
Meteor.
And because of that, Gen.G are going to take
Looks like I need
themselves a
more water.
pause. Now, expectation will be that it's not going to be this round that will end up being the one that this pause is for, as they're only going to have pistols, their economy definitely in a worse position. But they do have so much in terms of their ultimates. So having the Viper's Pit available, lockdown if they need it, and one away from a showstopper, there's still potential in a lot of these rounds. And as we've mentioned already, Gen.G have been able to do so much with so little. The Heretics do need to make sure that they're very careful in these sort of rounds.
Well, I look towards someone like Meteor, Tom. It's been a couple of rounds since he's popped off. We've seen him slow down. And one of the main things, it's not the fact that he's not getting kills. It's when I look at the player cam when he's getting shut down, you can see it's starting to affect him. He's starting to get in his head a little bit, perhaps, and you want to see him light back up that scoreboard. This might not be the round for it, though. Lots of light weapons for the side of Gen.G. Pistols and a stinger, all that they're working with. After that pause, we'll see what their ideas are. Pushing up on Mound hasn't been easy. Taking the control has, but going any further, Boo seems to be there until the last couple seconds.
Believe?
Yeah, last minute purchase. I think maybe...
Wait, you believe in the comeback? Is that what you believe in?
I was going to say it's some wall bangs, but it doesn't seem like it. As Munchkin's firing elsewhere, it's going to leave him with problems on the economy again.
Fuck,
it happens
dude.
again. Wu caught trying to teleport back. A similar scenario to what we've seen before.
They gotta... Oh my God. Not like this. Not like this. It's happening. There's no bringing it back.
Both
4
players,
ults.
one behind a Viper wall, the
There's
other
no
behind a
bringing it back.
real wall. Nice shot by Mini Boo, and the dodge of the rocket as well. Life traded out for a bit of damage with him on 50 HP, but he has a showstopper of his own. Gen.G still have one towards this C site. Meteor now knows there's contact close. The shot not gonna land. Just with the Sheriff. Has to be precise on these peaks, and it's Rian's to shut him down.
Oh,
C site
man.
control now there for Heretics.
There's not a lot of
Patience
killer
getting
Utah left.
that kill. An advantage given up, but with the weaponry in play, you can understand the risks. It's whether or not there's anything more to find. Lackey has been able to retrieve an Odin, but with low HP, it's not really the weapon of choice. And in fact, Showstopper going to be utilized, but it's more just to try and hold them back. The Snakebite has delayed at least a little bit more, and it gives more time.
Oh, God.
For this Odin to wrap around. It's complete oversight from Miniboo, not paying attention, not ready for the players behind.
Ooh.
Luckily, Benji has found another. Still decent weaponry now in play.
Good
With only
reposition by
pistols
Rians.
starting
That
off
was an
this
insane
round, there's real
reposition.
potential for them to turn this back. Munchkin, his gun
Oh,
was
no.
never spotted, but he can't quite land the final shot. Benji
Holy
will be the
fuck,
last
dude.
line of defense, and he will keep them now
What a
just
game.
one away.
Oh, a big round from Benji indeed. That triple kill, denying the retake coming in
Dude,
from defender
it
spawn.
is pretty
denying
wild that
what
some
was
Rose's
beautiful
kills.
timing by
Still
Munchkin as
catching
well.
those
He
strays
really waited
years
in
later.
That corner
This
right
guy,
until the second
this
that
guy
they
hasn't
turned
even
away. They were
fucking
watching it the whole time. He
played a
steps out, he
game in like
dies.
years,
Instead,
like a
grabs
pro game.
himself a kill, but it's not quite enough. And the
It's
Odin
fucking
flank
insane.
from Lakia, not bad. Take my hat off to it. But the lead still sits with Gen.G.
On break.
One round ahead. As
Well
Team
done,
Heretics
Linus.
look again towards Mound for the early control, and that smoke seems to be getting them everything they could possibly want.
Again, this is where the majority of ults sit with Gen.G. Even though Heretics are bringing this close, they might be able to use that just to springboard themselves back into the game.
I am
We saw
munching,
them
dude.
Close out the previous map in close
I
fashion.
saw this cereal.
I know that they can
Looks good.
seemingly turn it back on whenever they need it. For now, Heretics going to play things incredibly slow. They've got the Nightfall, so they can go for these sort of late round hits if need be.
Well, it looks like they're going to compete for rubble. Karen's going to have his work cut out for him. Has a shrouded step and an ult to get out of here if needed. Up goes the wall to
Dude,
start.
don't act like you know me. I'm not secretly
Following
supporting
up
Josh.
the Nightfall Viper's pit used towards the C site. They
Oh,
are defended.
fuck.
It's doing some
They
damage.
baited out the
Karen's at least
fucking
able to find
fatal.
himself a way out
Oh
with the
my
shrouded step, but There's
God.
no pressure from Heretics. They're moving in the other direction. They're moving into the pit. This is
Into
a
the
big
pit.
risk.
They use the Nightfall as well. They also don't have Prowlers, so this really is a
Holy.
gamble to try and force this man out. Lockdown's been put into play as well. They know that they're going to have to go in this
Oh
direction
my
now.
God.
The ultimate usage is absolutely perfect, and then they even have themselves
It's like
the Snakebite to slow them
shooting
even further. This
Benjyfishies
couldn't
in
have
a
been played
barrel.
any better by Gen.G if they tried. And now with 10 seconds left, Miniboo is going to have to fight
Surely
tooth
not.
and nail.
Nah.
Needs to get this plant, tries to bait in his opponent, wins the fight.
Wait, he didn't play that. No, he fucked it up. He
I don't
fucked it
think
up.
that's going to be
Oh
close
no, he.
enough. It's going to run out at the last second. A nice attempt by the duelist, but that round
No.
was played amazingly by Gen.G.
It absolutely was. There is a split second where you see Munchkin thinking about going back into the pit. And that's when Meteor comes running in and says, no, 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 I'll take the fight. And they're just being decayed and sprayed, easy as can be.
Well, he put a Snakebite in there as well, so
Yeah.
they were vulnerable. Like every single combination, it was either you try and run back, and you're going to end up going into the lockdown, so you can't go that way. You run forward, you're running into two players. Like it is just they have
That was
basically
so
herded
close.
them like sheep. They
Brutal.
have sent them to their death. They have been culled. It was just wonderful
he knows
usage
he-
of the
he knows he
ultimates, but they
botched a little
did
bit
use
there.
a lot.
They did. But even in the early round, before that, when the Nightfall goes through,
Dude, Heretics are playing Gen.G really well, actually, right now. Like, the way they're not overcommitting to any particular early fight, they're kind of bouncing off of stuff quite well and trying to mask what they're doing pretty much always. Like, they're always masking what they're doing. So I'm curious what their options are now from their perspective, because they've obviously now lost a pretty rough one right there. So, like, what's their approach?
Frustrating as well. Miniboo being able to find those 2 kills right towards the end, almost managed to play spoiler for what was a great
They've
round.
died a lot on like the early A takes. Do they want to go for that? I think they're going to end B, but I just don't know how they're going to get there. Like, I think they'll want to end B, but I don't know how they end up at B. I'm trying to like cook away, because it wouldn't just be a straight B hit based on how they're playing. Like, they might get both extremity control.
like he
No.
had time to plant after the kill, but it's just the reactions, even finding the button that quickly. Ends
Oh
up
my
closing
God,
in
they
the
read
end.
the
Judge
beat.
up close. This is a risky play from Munchkin, and one that will not meet a reward this time. Advantage to the attackers.
That's a huge early pick. That's already going to force issues for the rest of the team, because you have your plan with deep beat control in mind.
Oh,
It's
no.
a risky TP. I guess didn't spot that Rians had already crossed.
Gen.G is
a
gonna
few
be broke,
mistakes now
chat.
being made, and Heretics are going to capitalize on them. What a way to start off this round.
These guys
Easy
might look
early
to save.
picks. Meteor rotating in. He's going to be the only player anywhere near. Boombot's not going to give his position away. In fact, he's going to play on the edge. Just going to try and take a huge
crazy.
gamble. And while Boo is waiting, ready for any such play.
This was a massive round for Team Heretics to win as well. If they lose this one, you can see from the credits, you've got a couple of players who were quite low, and then the kills also even boosted them up slightly.
Oh, yeah, they got
Without
the
that-
GOAT ults, huh? The Raze ult's going to be online, so you can see he's actually looking for the kill. They got the KJ ult. They're one off the Omen ult. Ooh, dude, this is going to get interesting. Let me see where that Viper was. This is literally going to go down. Okay, Viper's far off. Holy shit. They have some room now. They got the Fade ult though on Gen.G. Here's what I want Heretics to do. I want them to do a C take where they take the Raze ult and they try to get it into Waterfall. Now, in order to do that, they would need to like not smoke spawn, smoke Waterfall, like blind sight, haunt, bend. They would have to do all those things. They have to like haunt here, blind here, smoke this, and then use like a prowler to clear out water. And the Raze ult would follow a prowler into Waterfall.
Let's be real
I
here.
would
We're
love-
looking at that rifle on texture.
I would love
whether or
that
not
play
you can
right
get
now, and I
something
feel like
done
it would
here for
work.
Yeah, you can't really put any pressure on other players. That said, the pistols have done a lot of damage in some of the previous rounds. Very, very slow approach from the attacking side towards C and B, but that's just one man left behind.
Oh, by the way,
to cover that
I'm
ground.
thinking for a gun
All they
round, so
wanted
like
was
I'm
what
actually
they
not
saw in the
thinking for
early
this round.
They've
I wouldn't do
pretty
that on
much
this round.
uncontested. The rifle
Like on the
down,
low
won't
buy
get a
like this, I
chance
wouldn't make that play.
to strike. In fact,
But if
looks like it's
if he
gonna be
pockets
Karen,
this Raze ult, I'm talking
Lakia,
Miniboo has this ult for next round.
a Sheriff and a Classic that have to hold strong.
We'd have to hope that this shouldn't be too much of an issue for the side of Heretics.
A lot of noise here.
Utility being expended.
Very
In fact,
forward
they're gonna use the
lockdown to get
lockdown
full
here, and Wu
sight.
is just waiting.
It's a good play.
Paranoia in hand.
He just went.
It's just going to headshot Munchkin straight through. They're expecting someone to be
Nice
on that other
play.
side. The rest of the defense have been completely forced off. I like the fact that Heretics are playing this one incredibly safe. Don't want to give their opponents any sneaky corners, any risky spots that could cause them issues. And now in the post plant, this is going to become a lot tougher.
Yeah, looks like most of the bodies are going to go with the rifle. Woot's up top now, ready to fire back. The spams in return give away the fact that there's a rifle on the other side. They'll give that some respect. Woot
try
might
to
not.
TP across that?
Benjyfishy grabbing himself the kill on mid. Now it's just one angle, or was just one being held down for Texture. Wants to light up a few players. He won't find a damn thing. In fact, with that kill, Miniboo's got himself a showstopper online for the next. In what is a very important round, someone is going to be pushing up to 12 and have map point under their belt. The ultimates may indicate Team Heretics. We'll see if Miniboo can find the impact.
Well, that's the thing. 6 of the last 7 rounds have gone the way of Heretics now. I think for the most part, after that first half, we have sort of been waiting for the moment that Gen.G turn it. Round 20 looked like it might be, but no, it seems
They're
like
trying to judge
Heretics
this guy.
are
This is
locking
the
things down at
guy we're
moment.
trying to
We're even gonna
judge.
see the
It's
outlaw
not
brought up
happening.
as an extra purchase.
It's not happening.
Attempt to do
We need a
some
new
damage on
plan.
that attack side.
We actually need a new plan.
Well, we've seen them go
All right,
aggressively
high-low
a couple
front
of
B
times
is
this
definitely
time.
a good
Double
one.
up. This is a trap setup in case they go towards Mound. This is a scary prospect.
Oh, fuck.
This is what Gen.G need. Something like this big play. The trap, though, has been escaped Heretics just about make
Stickiness.
it out in time.
Woot's TV
The
behind?
rotation
Oh
from Woot.
my
Yeah,
God.
he's behind, but he's expected as well.
The fucking
Karen's
balls on
watching
this
it.
kid.
It'll be a stalemate for now, but with the players coming up mound,
They're
the
pinching
crunch
with
is on.
Razor
And
and
Karen's the one with the pressure. Showstoppers found him, and it's
Oh my
lit him to
God.
4 HP. The lone defender of the C site. And with the orb down,
Oh
they're not
no.
going to be decayed walking through. Karen needs to be sublime, and only the one to be found. It's worth it, trading out his low health. In goes the Nightfall. Meteor and Lakia up close. Ready to swing out, the timing perfect, but then they look the other
fuck.
way.
3-on-2
Woot
in
rounds
favor
the
of
corner and
Heretics.
takes a kill. Double face that lands a Munchkin 1v3 for the chances to keep this 12th round out of
Wait,
Heretics'
chat.
hands. And I'm not even
Question
thinking
mark?
that he's going for it at this stage.
Oh wait,
He's
I know. I
so
thought that
far
was the
away
Lotus
and
score.
all alone against
I thought they were
three.
spoiling the
Fighting
Lotus
against
score for a
Heretics
second. I
zone.
thought
That's
this
a
said
scary
Lotus.
prospect.
I was like,
First
wait,
of all,
why does it
11 scoreline.
preemptively say
This is now we have
11-13
to
right
think,
now?
Okay.
I was
Heretics,
like,
they're great in
they-
OTs.
is the script
They're looking to try and
leaked?
close out the map in the similar fashion to the last with
My
a
brain read
comeback.
Lotus. I was like,
I
wait a
think many
second.
looked at this map as pretty much a death sentence.
No, I
for them,
can't.
but
That's the thing. I
even
can't
still,
read.
They have shown impressive stuns.
That's the
just
thing.
almost like keep themselves from getting mentally boomed, even with rounds that slip away. With what, 4 seconds or just about to plant that not goes their way, but this time,
Please.
even with some aggressive
I
plays,
wanna
even
see
with some
Bime.
confident
I
moves
wanna see Bime.
coming
Please
out
win
from
the round,
Gen.G, with
Heretics.
a decent trap setup, they're able to
This
escape
comeback has
and
been insane.
immediately react. And I love the TP coming out of Wu. You can see it immediately put
Fantastic
the
mid-round call by Wu.
in doubt of where he could have gone, where he was positioned, and that just made that round so much more difficult.
Yeah, otherwise the 3 players on B probably go sprinting through the spawn, and they'll be there to support Karen or at least to trade him out afterwards. Instead, they have to be so cautious about just how deep he could be. 12 rounds for Team Heretics. They struggled on the last map, always on the heels of Gen.G, but not able to take the lead out of their hands. And now,
What are they gonna
well,
go
the shoe's
for
on the
here?
other foot. Heretics just one away from guaranteeing themselves.
I think the round for Gen.G has to have like a multitude of solutions, which is what they need to be discussing right now, right? Like, fuck, let's get off of here. Let's go like to like just any round this half. So the reason why they need to have solutions, they need to decide, one, are we going to give this up? If we're going to give it up, we need a plan for like back here to get a kill. 2, if we are going to play here, how do we make it look like we're playing here, and where do they go? Do they go here? Do they go here? And they'll have a trap play in these spots. So like these are the solutions that Gen.G need to cook in this timeout.
The prior round, they
It's
had
really
a
difficult.
decent idea, just didn't manage to capitalize off of
So
it when it was
like I
put into
said,
play.
they have to. I don't think they're gonna stay here. But they have to make it look like they're fighting it at very least, because Heretics will prod out every round. So this is like a requirement right now.
Nasty idea. Sees nade, but that gets
All right.
Karen into position. The spams.
They get the Omen
Go
up.
away at Gen.G here.
They get the one way in.
Tracers
All right.
being followed up on.
The
And for
fade.
Heretics, an immediate stoppage to the play.
Dang.
One of those ops has already been traded out.
So they're playing double
We'll see
late
the same
long.
thing happen, but the idea here again is they're making noise on A, they're spamming away, and hopefully
doing some damage
on B
here.
or C,
Ooh.
someone gets curious. But as we can see, that ain't happening. Gen.G have lost a lot of HP on Lakia though, thanks to the Ode.
Yeah, both Fade players getting tagged, and there is the kill. That's the exact kill they were looking for. They're going to have a decent idea as well that
They know the
Karen
Summon's
is going to
here.
be playing this aggressive ground. Snake bite. Not going to be forcing him off this angle. The Paranoia, however, will. They're already looking to try and just execute onto him, and he'll survive longer than maybe
Holy fuck.
expected. But even still, the kills have gone the way of Heretics.
So
Two
well played.
stand in their way from an impressive comeback on a map that
This is
was
a boom
heavily favored
masterclass, dude.
to the reigning Masters champions. Looking to try and take this to a third, but there's still
2-on-3.
a couple to deal
Oh
with.
god.
Meteor's had a lot of big rounds, and Munchkin, when he needs to, he can step up to the plate, and he certainly does need to this time. 2 players just around the corner, and he misses them by a hair.
Shit.
Wrapping back around, they're ready and swinging straight
Finally.
into him. Meteor has the info on the first and knows where the other 2 are. The swing is good.
Oh
He
my
spotted
God, he
them
knows where
and
they both
heard
are.
the shrouded step.
Good play
heard
by
the
Wu to
second
immediately
2.
get that
They've
space.
split the
That was
angle.
so smart.
Perhaps offered Meteor a chance to isolate the fight, and he connects the
Wasn't
shot.
smart to play a
Lockdown
one,
now
though,
in
ahead
play,
of the
and it's
turret.
Benjyfishy needing the clutch to keep the dream alive.
Oh my God.
Heretics. They've got themselves a third map here.
Well
An
played,
impressive
Benji.
comeback into
Oh my
Lotus.
God.
They've taken Gen.G
What a
down,
comeback,
something
dude.
they couldn't do on Shanghai on this map. And now Bind will be the final battleground.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an impressive comeback from that position they were in.
Yeah, Gen.G, honestly, like, there was some mechanical plays where I feel like normally they would get some kills that they just didn't get in that second half. But I will say that the calls from Heretics there were fucking immaculate. The times they fucked up and like had Woot die on the early rubble take, they kind of reacted pretty well off of that shit. Honestly, it didn't burn them as bad as it could have.
Let's go!
Yo, Derek, what's good? Gen.G throw? Don't talk about us like that. Who are you rooting for, Goat Derek? I was laughing. The Heretics jersey underneath, I would do it if I had one. I would do it if I had one. I don't have one. Yo, good night, Derek. Whoever sells me more bundles. Falls off. Could be a thing, first principles, yeah, for sure. Wait, dogs. How are the first maps? You didn't see them, dog? They were fucking fire. They're both 13-11s. They're so good. Has Gen.G won every pistol? No. Heretics won both on Lotus, actually. Wow, they both won the pistols on their the opposing team's map pick to get 13-11 wins. This is such a good series, dude. Holy. Look at Meteor. Solid team performance over here. They were grinding out these rounds where they didn't even get first blood. It's the attack half comeback right here. 8 of 9. God damn, dude. It's just like all mid-rounding. Yeah, I would say the calls from Boo really carried it through. But we also don't know if like Woot's all over to C that round where they pinch. I don't know if that was like by design. That could have been Woot's mid-round play just off of the mound push, you know? I'm not really sure. Heretics are going blow for blow with them, though.
And we got ourselves a match, folks, as Team Heretics manages to force that map 3, digging deep and pulling off the win on Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. As we break everything down, I think Wingman was quite satisfied with that one, too.
I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not satisfied with
Why
that.
not satisfied?
Gen.G are up 10-5 at some point on that map.
Yeah.
And they managed to take away the follow-up off the back of the pistol round. They were 8-4 in first kill to first deaths on the defense side that they lost. How are you losing that many 5v4 rounds? Like, just way
Ooh,
too many
the
opportunities
mini
given to
Bukong.
Heretics. It felt like Gen.G took their foot off the gas, so they thought they'd won.
Yeah, normally we're priding this team on how clean they
think
are
they
in
would go
advantage
back to that?
situations, how good they are at keeping things in
No
control.
way.
But
Would
this
they go
was
back to
a
that?
complete 180. Credit to Team Heretics. We saw some massive clutch moments from
It's
them
been
to stay
so
in this
long, I
one.
don't think they will.
Gen.G as well in that second half, 1 for 10 on trying to
I
make
hope
these
they do,
retakes
but I don't
happen.
think
A
they will.
lot
No
of
way.
the time, those
They
were
actually
retakes
played
where
against
they were
FPX already,
at
now they won't.
advantage. And I think we saw some of the fundamentals slipping. Players swing.
I don't think they will. And the reason being is because they played it once at the tournament. It was against FPX. They said that they had some errors here that they could iron out and fix. They also said FPX played really well. I don't perceive them changing this. This is a very close loss. They probably thought that could have gone the other way in their heads, and then win. You know, like they're just winning nonstop when they start locking this comp. So I don't think this one loss is going to deter them away from running the comp. I just think they'll ride it out. If say hypothetically they were to like struggle here and look very sloppy, potentially even lose here, but still make it out of groups from lowers, we would then likely see a comp change heading into playoffs. I would then believe we would see a comp change. But I think it's a little early for the comp change. Even for a team that likes getting ahead of things, I think it's still a little early. But it also could be the perfect spot. Like, if their bind actually did fall off in the same way that 100 Thieves fell off, with this same exact comp, this would probably be the time. If they feel that way. Like, if it actually did fall off. 100 Thieves, though, that's for sure.
Gen.G looked like they pretty much had it running away with it. I mean, come on. You got to be feeling pretty damn good now.
There was a lot of frustration from Miniboo on stage. You saw him slamming his desk a couple of times. But what it must feel like, I can't even imagine, to be sat on the stage and know that your big brother's got your back. You know, to just be sat there and just think, this guy that I've grown up with my whole life.
Here's all your games,
but
it could get confusing
performance coming out from Boo to make up.
You might have like other games from other tournaments and shit going on some of these other days like this shit. So if you just want to find champions, because that's probably what you care about, find any game. Just click here where it says the tournament name, and it'll take you to like the brackets and the groups and shit. This is like your hub for all the tournament shit, right? Group stage here, playoffs here. Everything in here is for the tournament. So like you click agents, you're viewing the agent selection per map at Champions, the number of times the map is played, the % win rate on each half, what comp every team is playing. Like that's what's in the agents area. You have like pick'ems and shit here where you can like go through pick'ems, obviously. If you want to join my group, here's the code. 185188855. Yeah, I'm not fucking copy pasting that. I'm lazy. Stats. Smoggy on the top. It's Trex. Dude, what are these top three? What is happening? What the fuck is going on?
Going for a lot of contact plays and getting caught out by the odd positions that FPX had when they were playing.
I've actually never lied in my life. I've actually never lied in my life. Literally, just from watching my stream alone, I get fucking emails from like priests asking me to join the Brotherhood. That's what it's called. I'm like a saint.
Like a bunch of Heretics fans are just preying on Gen.G's downfall.
I mean, they very well could. And I know that this isn't an elimination game. It's a little looser, right?
True.
But if you lose this match, you're going to be going up against one of Sentinels
EG
or
look back.
FPX. Either of those teams, whoever wins it is going to already have proved that they have the quality
to
potentially upset one of these giants.
And I would just say, Doug, you've been looking great. You've been looking fucking great, and the cast have been
even if
S2.
you make it out, you're playing against another one of these groups' #1 seeds, and there are some dangerous teams that you don't want to face in your first round of the playoffs. This is a super important match.
Oh my.
And that comp,
What was that comp?
I saw a Yoru on there.
Yoru, I think, was it Gecko Sky?
I believe
or was
so.
it Solo Sky? Dude, whatever it was.
There was a Gecko for sure.
Okay, that is a weird... You know, I was just talking about, oh no, I think once things get more to standard Valorant, Boo's calling on fine, it'll be fine.
And there it is, in its full. Team Heretics are playing Astra Viper Okay, so they have the Sky Gecko combo. That'll play fairly similarly to a lot of the comps on this map, but the Yoru adds something interesting in there. You can have different executes, teleporting into your Astra utility, fake outs through those teleporters, that kind of stuff.
I think getting into A, smoke Heaven, get into the smoke on Heaven with the gate crash, that kind of thing, where you're under the smoke. But also, XX on B look tough with this combo.
Yeah, you can't dive out of hookah like you normally would with the Rays.
Yeah, that looks difficult. Gen.G, Munchkin has been fantastic against dealing against compositions like this.
Yeah.
So I don't think the same idea of new comp always wins is going to carry through.
Well, let's see if this composition is what Heretics need to get them over the line, or will Gen.G shut it down here and now? Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, Tom, we were going to be robbed if we didn't get a third map out of this, and Heretics fought hard for it, but who takes it here is anyone's guess. They struggled up against FPX, and Gen.G facing against the new comp. You heard it from Sideshow. Something that Munchkin's done well at in the past is dealing with comps like this.
What was it?
How do you feel this is going to set Heretics up for the final map of the series?
I don't mind it. It feels like they've combined some of the old ideas with a few new ones.
They've
run stuff with Yoru
but
in
no,
the past.
no
I
Omen.
don't think it's an agent that Minibu enjoys.
Oh, actually,
and is
fuck with the
comfortable
Astra
on.
chat.
I also think switching back to the Astra, Boo just looks good on Astra. I think over the brim, like he's so good in those post plants and kicking it off on the attack.
I hope they do
think
the
that's what they're
fucking
going to be
DRX
going
thing.
for.
Well, it's all about setting the pace. Double traps waiting for them as they step out into the A site. Although already bypassing them.
No,
Moving around the back through lamps to try to fight right onto Munchkin. The flash, the first one wasn't so good, but the second was beautiful. Now, T3xture
You've
left
actually
on the
fucking
off
got
angle
me.
to try to catch them. Can't punish on the player caught by the trap, but does deny the spike plant. But the nade buys a little bit
Next
more
kill is
time.
huge.
But
Next kill, next kill,
it's going to
next
be tough
kill.
to capitalize through that smoke.
We're going for Heaven?
It's now patience for Heretics. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to take too much of a risk. They've still got plenty of time to play with and are sort of hoping that there is more of an extension on the other side. I think they're also waiting for Boo to try and get into position. But in the meantime, look at the pop flash. It's going to be coming straight through their smoke already. A couple, but Rians responds immediately and even adds one more to the pile. And Karen, he just about manages to get the kill onto Miniboo, but there's still two remaining. And it's Rians once again. Another 4K to add to the collection.
Oh my God.
And Heretics with another pistol round.
Yeah, this time it's Gen.G on the receiving end of that 4K. 1-0 to start this off for Heretics. Picking up the pistol, grabbing themselves a decent buy follow-up on what should be a 2-0 lead. They managed to avoid a lot of the dangers
I might
there.
fucking
We talked about the traps that were in play.
literally just
By the time
lose
that they
it if
actually
I
took the
see a
fight,
specific
because
play.
they'd gone around the back
A very
and dealt
specific
with,
play that I've only
with
seen happen
Munchkin.
one
There
time
was nobody
ever.
really to follow up on it. So at least able to grab themselves
Sick. I
a
can find
plant,
it.
or at least they
Might
thought
take
so.
me a
It was
second,
denied,
though.
but the pumping of the brakes very nearly didn't work. Thanks to Rians, they got it across the line. Now just classics for the most part. You only look to T3xture with a Sheriff, and he's on the other side of the map to the majority of the Heretics squad, just grabbing the orb early.
Yeah, you can see though, it's again, you're going to have Benji on these lurks. Him with a Sheriff is always deadly, and just going to try and spot out the info. It seems like he's going to get contact.
It's none of what you guys...
Go, and well, down they go.
That second kill is very hard to get. How did he fucking control it?
Honestly think it's his best weapon. This now leaves a gap. And Heretics, it's not like they're down to 30 seconds. They don't need to use this as an execution point. They are just going to wait and allow those rotations to come in from Gen.G. With no information found by Lakia, I can fairly safely gamble that this is going to be A.
Benjyfishy with a Sheriff on a short bind. Always manages to
That's where he got his first ace, right?
It was indeed. It's exactly what I'm talking about. The guy was he was cracked in that moment, and just here you get a little glimpse of it. Won't be
The
the ace.
fucking
It's
me
already
tweet
been
is in
denied
my
by
head
Meteor
right
and
now.
Lakia. Last two.
Anybody
See
else
that they're
up right now
not looking to
benching they
run
fish?
on in and give some free orbs away and free kills instead. Just waiting
So
around to
fucking
die to the
funny,
spike
dude.
and maybe get a kill if
That's the
someone's
thing.
caught off
They're
guard.
trying to set up Rians. That was what the flash is for. He's one off getting the thrash. So actually not giving an orb away here is going to be pretty impactful.
Oh, we'll
even
probably
if
get
it's
the Astra
killing him. That's not
Yoru
actually going to help
combo,
too much.
but-
And while killing Rians at the moment when he has a ghost in hand seems a little bit
I've seen
Thrash
several.
now available for Heretics. And bear in mind they bought 3 rifles, couple of pistols. They're now going to invest back in and have a really strong buy going into round number 3.
Correction. Third time's the charm on both of those sprays. Got it with
I'm
the
gonna
last
find this
shot in the
round
chamber.
shot. I'm probably close to
2-0
it.
for Team Heretics, and like you said, Tom, Thrash is online for
think I found
Rians.
it.
An impressive pistol round. He's a Gecko, so he's planting. And with that, they're set up nicely.
I got the round as soon as I have a second.
Going to almost immediately execute here. You can see 3 players.
It's such a rarity to see Astra
over on that A
Yoru.
side of the map. Lots of utility to be combined. Still got the trip setups, and they've got themselves the nade, which will go in immediately, doing a fair amount of damage, but also denying that thrash. Further push from Meteor.
Oh my God, Meteor.
He's going to step up with 2. A great start to this round, but there was a response.
2 players down for Heretics. Although they got
Doesn't
Meteor,
Resmoke
still have
shower.
so much ground to cover. Just take a look at how many players are waiting on this A site.
Okay.
The rotate through the TP won't be
Fight.
Karen goes.
Wow.
And he certainly finds.
Didn't think he was going to win that.
The spike, a couple of flashes that are usually online, but Woot's already burned his, and Rian's, I assume, didn't get the dizzy back. They're going to go straight through. Lakia almost caught off guard. That door opens just a second too late. Now, in goes the Thrash. Second time. See what ground it can find. Nothing broken. Just in time, and Lakia, well, with that, seems to have secured the round. A firing squad arrives just.
So it wouldn't be this half, by the way. It would be next half. This was so sick. So this was the old bind. So like this particular TP path isn't possible anymore. But you can see Forsaken starts long, throws his TP through, comes over, back short. They drop an Astra Star that turns into a smoke right when it gets close. They throw a haunt over the wall, and he's in a random fucking smoke all of a sudden, like in the back lines with a haunt. Like, now that exact play isn't possible, right? That exact play is not possible, but something similar is possible. And with a double flash, it could be way better, actually. Like, and it seems like something it seems like something Heretics would do.
And of course, the last being a bonus round, there's still plenty of finances to invest back into for Heretics.
Yeah, of course. They're still able to get that buy up. Rifles for the full part. I like the fact that they're spread at the start of this round. Starting to expect that Gen.G are going to get aggressive across the map once they feign out that control. Although, one of the main things we'll say about Gen.G is just how patient they are. Even in the last round, Karen, I think that's just as aggressive an early stance as you'll see in most rounds, just going in to re-clear an angle. Meteor is stuck up close, and the cam almost serves as a bait in the early round. If someone goes to break it, he's swinging in to take them down.
Yeah, we wouldn't see it here because they don't have info, like a reveal.
40 seconds left, and it's time to make a
But
call on where
it would
we're
have to be
going.
like a very aggro pop
split.
that they use
They're trying to
as.
find the trip. That's the bigger issue. They want to go through, but they can't find it. They can't break it. So it's still there. And it's just being waited for contact. Finally, there is that split you were talking about, but they're heading straight into the judge. Karen up close, waiting. First is easy. And now they have to go. There's only 17 seconds left, and they're all just falling to this judge. He's going to take them all. That's the spike down as well. If they're going to go for this, they need to sprint to try and retrieve it. And with the Molotov down, there just is not enough time. The judge, and it pains me to say it, is going to win the round for the side of Gen.G, and even escaping from Karen seems difficult.
Yeah, the only thing that does escape Karen is the ace, as per usual, for the side of Gen.G. They won't be finding 5, but I think they'll be happy enough with that performance. The weakest weapon.
I'm not saying we're going to see that exact play through the TP. But just think about, like, what you need to think about here is, like, what... Say, I mean, I could literally cook one up right now in Valorant Plant. Fuck.
Walking dry into hookah, like it just seems like an unnecessary risk already, though. Okay, Woot wanted to try and take a leaf out of Talon's book and just run it straight down for those early fights. And well, hey, it's come out in their favor. Orbital strike.
It's a big kill. He can get the second gun.
Benji's also taken a lot of control.
This is
a much weaker purchase in this round for Heretics. They lost one of the guns early on, but they've come out in a good spot.
Benji's on the wrap.
Dude, he's behind him.
Right behind him. Karen
also look at Boo.
Oh
barely evading that sight line.
What the fuck?
Waiting for a player to come up through mid, and instead it's
crazy
Benji rapping on
by
him that gets the kill. Boo,
exact
same as last map. I said he was just harassing them by constantly waiting on angles they weren't expecting and stopping them from being able to get aggressive. Well, he does the same here, able to support from across the map using his stars. and then able to even grab it.
So while they're hunting Munchkin, you could do it like anywhere over here, right? Like with Astra, you could easily like position. You probably want to do it something like with his ult, to be honest. Like send the ult in, and it's like looping the site or whatever. You could have the Sky over here, just like sail a flash over. If she wants you a dog, you don't really need to. But then you just recall. You don't even need to smoke. You just recall on the TP. Wherever the fucking TP is, wherever it's going, you just recall on top of it. And then he just sticks that TP with like a flash, and could be double flash, could be thrash, could be whatever the fuck you want. Like the dog and thrash. And the Yoru is just inside of a nebula, inside of a recall, and has a huge advantage with massive distance that has been closed. Like, that wouldn't shock me at all to see that. I don't know why more teams don't do it, to be honest. Truthfully, the reason why teams probably don't do it is because Astra isn't really super meta. And it's something that you need the Astra to be able to do, because the Astra can drop like an instantaneous hollow smoke, which is fucking clutch as shit.
Now they can have that middle ground. You're not quite entering, you're not quite pushing up as that duelist. Instead, you're sitting back. There's no op that ends up when the barriers go up. It's all the rifles to work with.
Look at the immediate denial. They even shot the fake out this time because they were so worried about what happened in the previous round. Still, that control is going to be taken, and more importantly, the dimensional drift is going to be online. This is the one major factor with this Yoru that plays such a huge part. It's just the space and angles that you're able to clear. And the question will be, is how did Gen.G react to this now?
Well, they need to break the camp. They're hearing it activated here and there inside of A, and well, now it's only the man operating the camera that's left alive. Miniboo pushing up.
Gen.G are trying to go for these like multi dry fights,
waiting
awareness
for the re-aggression. A smart play, misses the shot to start, but he gets there in the end. And now, well, they know they've got all the space to work with. The plant's underway. The control is most definitely locked in for Heretics. Gen.G.
Like a lot of yours will send their gate crash into default, like right where that is. Either whether it be from shower or from short. You'll see tens do this a lot. You'll see all the yours do this, just the cut distance. But you could even like bring the whole Astra thing into this spot, right? Like if you had reveals, if you wanted to take some kind of like deep aggression, you could do that. I'm mainly thinking too, because they have like double flash, like how I would do it with the flash. And you would want the sky flash like sailing through this smoke, like on timing. So like it would have to be very coordinated, ideally. Like, you know how sky flash pops after a certain distance? Hypothetically, the sky could just throw a flash from that distance, like right here, that the sky knows ahead of time, and just let it go. And then it'll just pop like somewhere like right here, like right outside of the nebula, and the Yoru just like has timing with it as like Dizzy's going over the wall. Like that kind of timing with multiple pieces of util makes holding the site impossible. So if like teams nailed that, which Gen.G or Heretics definitely could, like their teams that could do this shit.
For that, I think looking at the individuals, Heretics have come in activated.
It would not shock me to see stuff like that.
Has. And we need to see the same thing from Gen.G, albeit not in this round. Again, two rifles.
You're saying? You're saying?
Okay, well, I'll take that one right back. There's some weapons to be retrieved. There's a showstopper in play. And Woot's gone before the rocket lands.
Oh, Lakia needs to get out. As said, a lot of the time he's a safe pair of hands. That was a way back into the round if he falls. But instead, that early aggression from t3xture, you always know that at any stage this man can be a danger. And the hero rifle he had has done just that. Even the support of Karam from behind. And now they just fall back. Even using the Seekers, it's not the worst ult to expend in a moment like this, just to make sure that you haven't lost too much ground in a certain position, or maybe even wary that they're about to make the hit onto long. Instead though, Hookah is the play, and with a defensive smoke in position, I don't know if they're going to try and risk it and jump out. It seems like they are going to try and potentially make a move around it, but you can see Lakia is honed in, ready and waiting.
He has trouble though, never mind. Munchkin comes out along.
That was a very easy, thrifty round. Holy shit. They just walked away from that with all these guns now. Their econ is probably through the roof. Ooh, this could if Heretics lose this round, this half could spiral on them, and it started so good.
Put this man in the bracket of best duelist in the world. He really does just take rounds into his own hands, and after what has been a quieter start, like they have 1 kill before that point, but at any moment that can be where T3xture takes over. And then again, just falling back. All right,
we have Astro double ult chat. Here we go. I'm expecting this one with the Yoru going here. That's what I'm expecting right here. This one.
An immediate use of the ultimate.
Oh my God!
Ignore it. Just try and deny anybody else.
It's me, the Heretics IGL.
They know exactly where he wants to go. Secondary location chosen. Mini Boo out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side. Meteor's done well to keep this one competitive. His 3rd already under his belt and still challenged the 4th and denied the 5th. It's Woot keeping it alive for Team Heretics. Has to go and retrieve that spike. And then the world is his oyster. Only Munchkin between him and a round victory.
Yeah, the thing is he has a lot
I'm the
of time
Pearl.
to play
I called it.
A minute on the clock. He's going to use the TP to immediately rotate, but he's definitely worried about the potential of his opponent already being there. Munchkin stood in a spot where it didn't matter where the plant went in. He would have the knowledge.
Wait, why are you worried about me?
Woot's actually just going to look to fight him. Get right up in his face. Go for that final shot!
Fuck.
And it is perfect. Lands the final bullet.
That's a big
around
round.
the Meteor. Well, he gave everything for, but everything wasn't enough.
Not this time. 4 kills. And well, like we said, Team Heretics came in, warmed up, ready to go. Certainly seems like we had a bit of an activation from Meteor with this. Good positioning around the back. I didn't even see, got the info so quickly.
Both teams are aware of this Yoru play. Obviously, we saw the one on Abyss where Boo shut it down.
As they defend
and now we get the other side.
5-3. We're going to see a Viper's Pit.
That was really smart by Mini Boo to not
He's toyed with the idea of putting that orbital strike down a number of times, but never quite pulled the trigger.
Oh, the pacing looks a fair bit quicker this time. Hookah control taken immediately. It's a position they have problems with. Lackey is going to remove Boo.
Smoke
Some of that late round utility already gone. Also, a player that has been there lurker.
Finally going to TP in the default here.
Defensive players on the other side of the map, and in fact they're actually going to try and use the pit to get out. The counter spam is perfect. In fact, Rians has found 2 through the wall. It's got to be frustrating if you're on the other side.
Cheating now, Rians. Is that
Still
right?
Meteor's here. He managed 4 in the last round. This time that would be enough, but he's going to be decayed all the way down, and that will be enough for Benji to clear him.
Could have been either player that he took down. If it was the Viper, perhaps they beat him with a chance. Instead, well, maybe again, Karen's going to toy with the idea of the orbital strike straight through the smoke and the wall.
This is winnable.
Benji couldn't find a safe space to hide, and now they really need to be
careful.
careful. Orbital strike in play.
Oh my God, he actually did it on you?
But Karen, after the time, grabs the kill onto Woot.
What?
But it was traded out just a little bit too early.
Oh my God, they swung and
They
got
both just go for the fight. Like for Woot, it's understandable. He is screwed. Like he's to run forward, running back.
I can't believe they just double swung and both got one.
Just that he lands that bullet.
This was such a bullshit ass round by Heretics. Look at this.
That's
1,
insane.
2.
This whole round was insane. 2 through the wall, then this kill through
And
the
then
wall,
these are the
which
last
removes
2.
the pit. And then literally,
Bro, Mini Boo
that
2-bulleted
shot is the
T3xture and then
difference.
Woot
If he goes
swings.
down even a split second
What
sooner.
the fuck?
I thought we lost.
Can't even believe it themselves. 6-3, a guaranteed equal half for Heretics, and you can understand now why
Insane
that
half
pause
by
has been
Heretics
taken.
right now.
There's been some deadly close rounds for Gen.G, but Heretics, they've been building. They lost that first map, their own choice. Many, including myself, thought this could be over. They win the second map in incredibly close fashion with a great comeback from an 8-4 deficit. Now, well, it seems like all the pieces are aligning at the right time, and you can understand why on the other side of things, coaching staff, some elite level coaching staff, are going to look to try and slow things down.
Heretics are looking real good right here, by the way, chat. I've been putting up these kind of numbers. Maybe they went into Eurocomp because they were playing the Cypher. I mean, they're on the attack half against the Cypher, you know, like Cypher double controller. The Brim is good at stalling. I mean, their defensive half is going to be pretty solid with the info coming in, the Yoru that can play both sides simultaneously. Double controller.
Brought to the table, and that has to have some emotional weight. The coaching staff have had their time to discuss. And we're going to see a stalemate in the early round as, again, Team Heretics pump the brakes and wait for Gen.G to make a move. That's just not happening.
I think the scary thing as well is
Okay, so they put the pressure of like a long take.
A Masters winner
Clone
with the
up.
opportunity to watch this game, watch every single round, try and pick it apart. And FPX, who, well, they've already shown Heretics that they can go toe-to-toe and even come out with some wacky compositions.
Damn, he put that pressure there, and now he's right back for this pop. There's 3 on B with the Cypher setup there.
Thrash.
He did work.
Already used the TP.
What in the fuck
blind,
was that?
Double blinded.
What?
Doesn't even matter. That's Miniboo gone, and they might have to pump the brakes. No, they're continuing this push right into the hands of Munchkin. He's going to try and retreat, and Lakia's gone down elsewhere. In fact, everybody's falling.
4 on 2.
It's a wave of red for the
Bro, he didn't even look
Benjyfishy
right.
Grabs the shot to the back of Munchkin's head, and Boo, he's so annoying to play against. They're not even clearing it. No! Boo! Respect is surreal. 7 on the board for Heretics, and well, if the last couple rounds.
It's a fucking slaughtering.
With the Champions blade, I can't. If there is another one, it's escaping me. But
there was just
oh my god, he got the knife on Meteor. He was
he's gonna enjoy
literally
that one,
having
of course.
the GOAT series.
It's gotta be frustrating.
Look, he knifed this guy. This guy right now.
Heretics proving once again why they're always a team to fear. Gen.G. Favored by us, favored by the desk, favored by anybody who has seen them play over the last few months. You'd have to be a little bit mad not to see the level of this team, but right now, while we haven't seen a lot of them over the last few rounds, Ultimate's still there, but if anything, the Viper's Pit can easily be countered by that dimensional drift. In fact, it's going to be used early, looking to just try and clear things out.
Well, he's got some space, but he's forced straight into a fight, surrounded and dropped by Karen. Meteor up close, finally manages that opening with Woot down, but Karen and Lakia fall right after. Now the pressure on for T3xture, his teammate on the other side of the map.
What a
and he will
peek.
quickly be dealt with.
Oh my god.
Team Heretics, it was a little bit shaky
Dude,
to start,
Boo
but they
has been
pulled
the
those
fucking
kills
hero.
right back. And now Munchkin has to do this 1v2 all alone.
Oh, what the fuck, Boo? What is this smoke?
Pit not going to be useful here unless he wants to try and walk back into the site, but likely won't give him anything. And Benji's already rapping. He's just going for it. He's just going to take the fight alone. You can see the confidence from this Heretic side is off the charts at the moment.
That smoke stun locked him. That smoke was literally like, sit, bitch. Like, you're gonna sit and you're gonna wait right here. You're just gonna wait. All right? You're not gonna do anything. Like, literally, he actually did mind control.
7 have gone
That's
their
insane.
way, and, well, we are seeing uncharacteristic performances. T3xture.
He was like, oh, surely he's cooking. Surely they're cooking. Like, they're all, I can't go in this
They've been
mode.
able to isolate him. That's
No way.
probably a very safe pair of hands.
No way.
When it comes to that B site, they have pressured him.
Oh, dear. Just pick it up. It's all good.
You know,
who needs it anyway?
Yeah, just move it. One of the more surprising moves here, Tom, is up against FPX. Obviously, Heretics struggled. They got 4 rounds on their attack. They couldn't string a single round together. And here, up against Gen.G, of all teams, they've made that recovery. The work they've done is
more
clear.
impressive, the adaptations. Like, they changed their composition, and I think it was for the exact reason you're talking about. Bring in a multitude of flashes, a multitude of information, force players into awkward battles, the dimensional drift of
I assure you it's not part of the
can
lineup and that it's on top of the
all
roof
the
right
issues
here.
that they were having. And the times they did run into awkward things, you could see they didn't do it again. Now, pressure on again, Munchkin.
Chat on the fucking
put that
schizo
snake
shit.
flight down
No,
to try and
it's
slow
used to
them,
block
but
the
it hasn't
flashes.
slowed them much.
Viper's Pit. Oh, Munchkin corrects in time, but he
Gen.G
still
are
falls. as
so
does the
way
pit,
too
leaving
scrappy, I
Meteor
think.
with sight on Benji. A clean kill, and the advantage now towards the
They've
defensive
got
side.
through the half
Spike
at this
recovered,
point, so it doesn't
and Team
matter,
Heretics
but-
have to think about taking this somewhere else. And Meteor still floating around, grabbing all these kills. One safe haven for them to plant, or so they thought. The Molly forces him out of the round, that is. It's only Rien's 1 against 4. He has to do it all by himself. The whole squad bearing down upon him. They'll at least have a light at the end of the tunnel on Gen.G, finding a round at the end of the half. 8-4, though, a strong lead for Heretics moving into the next.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was same in the last map, but Heretics have already proven that with either of these teams, there's always going to be potential for the comeback. So giving that little lease of life. We'll see if Gen.G can do the same after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Bro. What do y'all think Sentinels and FPX are saying right now when they're watching this in their team rooms, their team prac rooms? What do you think they're saying to each other in their prac rooms? Fuck, dude. I'm not gonna lie. These teams look real good. They look real good. Not saying Sen and FPX can't beat either one, but dude, if they play like this against those teams, it's gonna be really, really, really fucking hard. I do think Gen.G was way too scrappy in that first half right there. It didn't feel very buttoned up. It seemed like a lot of like, hey, we're gonna triple swing and we're expecting to kind of like win out a trade like in a 3-on-2 fight or some shit. Like it probably happens for them all the time in scrims because they're all incredible aimers. So I'm sure when they take those triple challenges on a site that it plays out in their favor way more often than not. And because of that, it's so hard to gauge what's going to happen when you play shooters like Heretics who have good spacing. Like they have like good positioning and fundamental awareness. So they're kind of ready for those fights. And they're good enough to win them on the trades. And the trades just aren't, like, trading out like that just isn't good enough. Gen.G couldn't close out, like, any of those rounds. It's weird that they did that with the Cypher. I wouldn't have minded that style with, like, an extra flash or, like, a scan initiator to go along with, their Sky. But to do that with, you know, double controller and a Senti is very odd to me, like that they're playing so forward.
Any moment can get back into a game. A pistol victory.
Paper X
you
style.
see some magic from the likes of T3xture, and now he's going to be the pinnacle point. He's going to be the
Yeah,
man
show me
being
the
set
grab.
up to get those
Paper X
entries.
style.
And if you're not careful,
The quad.
you'll get destroyed.
Solo.
Yeah, if you're not careful, he'll be
We
fine.
still got music on.
Team Heretics, well, they clearly have
Jamming
done
out,
some
fuck it.
reading into this and assume it's a B hit. But it is most certainly not. Gen.G
What
walking
is this
straight
wall?
into the A site, and only one man.
What?
Snake in the grass. The man who got a knife kill, but won't quite be able to stop them.
Oh my God!
T3xture falls as a result of the damage done. We're back to equal territory.
They don't see Tiger kills too often nowadays, but even still, that's a big one. Puts things even. There's going to be a flank fight as well.
This is an insane
That
wall.
battle could be what ends up deciding.
They're gonna use
although
it to
considering
rat across the
plant,
front of the
it's gonna
site,
be
aren't
difficult for them
they?
to get back in. Lakia already eliminating Benji, another one for Munchkin as well, and this is looking clean. Left on to Mini Boot, and he's not even going to get one. A good
Oh, they're
round
trying
from
again.
Gen.G to kick off this second half. But let's be real, Mitch, it was needed.
It really was. Otherwise, home stretch was within sight of Team Heretics. Instead, we're going to be getting back to close territory. At least you'd imagine that. Gen.G.
Maybe's been playing pretty well, yeah.
Nico in the next. The Tiger kill, yeah, really is a rarity around these parts, especially in a pistol round.
Why did I
It's
catch-
worked out this time. And Munchkin, well, you got 2 kills there, only 1 counted. Wingman extermination.
I really don't
3-round
have
gap
any reasoning
between
for
the two.
it.
And like you said, Tom, Gen.G are
I
no
have
slouches.
no-
This isn't a team that's going to sit back and
I
look
got
at
nothing.
the scoreline and think, it's over and done with. They've been here before. They've made it work. But a high-stakes game with playoffs on the line, that's going to have them locked in And right now, locked into the B site. Traps and camera left behind to cover A aggro.
It's indeed
They will take space slowly but surely towards B. Only danger is if they do go to hookah. There's a big trap play with a Yoru already
is a
inside the
Tasmanian
teleporter.
tiger.
Has a gate crash to fall back if he needs.
Tiger on
Players
tiger
stacked
crime,
up
actually,
close,
because
ready
isn't
to
it
do
Gen.G Tigers? What the fuck?
I think looking at this overall, there's not a lot of expectation, but somehow these pistols once again are doing damage. Meteor, Karen, at least making this one back to an even scenario. None of the weaponry's been retrieved.
We are
Mini
getting
Boo
wild.
doesn't quite manage to get
Oh,
anything
dear.
done. Looks like they've rectified what was a dangerous start. But he's still standing. And he's going to find the timing. The pistol shot's just not connecting, and that might be the chance gone. It's going to come down to Woot making a play, and with the knowledge of where Boo remains, I feel like the chances
Maybe we
slim.
could have won that, yeah.
5 bullets.
That was still
Doesn't
within
even have enough
reach,
to
for sure.
kill off every single player. But there is another gun down on the deck. I think the expectations have to be minimal. And for Heretics, you have to look at every missed chance. Every opportunity that slips away from them. They're looking at a potential repeat matchup versus FPX, which if you've ever seen a Heretics FPX game, it comes down to the absolute wire. It will be the closest games you're ever going to see. And the other team, if Sentinels are to make it through, well, they're the ones that beat them, or one of the teams that beat them in the first Masters. So I don't think Heretics are going to want to face either of those.
Chat, we got a glimpse into like what could happen on like some of these takes. So the dog is cutting in. This is the pathing they use. It gets all a backside and it clears cubby. It's great pathing. They progress up. They just send a sky flash deep sight. Satchel up. We're probably going to see a similar take.
Different last. I've modified it now slightly. But yeah, for Gen.G, this position, 8-6, last round, big one from Meteor. The fact that he goes late through hookah where the trap play was, but those players had already
Joe, you're
moved to
already
site
feeling
by
it
the
or what?
Hyper aggression down B long. He
Did your
catches a
sleep
kill
schedule
on
reset
site.
on
They
the day
get
off?
the information that Mini Boo had come up
Did
behind,
anyone
that he'd come
reset
out of
their
the
sleep
teleporter
schedule?
and was now in hookah, and so he adjusts and grabs that kill too.
I'm not
Got rid
gonna
of
lie, I
two big
napped a little
dangers
last night.
from the round. This time there's a bunch of dangers with everybody on Heretics
Couldn't
having
make it through
rifles.
the
and
night
a very
without the
passive
games.
play from that defensive side. Gate crash, I presume, is going to be used here
But
for
I
the
also
rotation.
don't feel
There it is,
terrible
already
yet.
put out to the B site, and A will be stacked up with 3.
I couldn't make it
just
through
as
without the
Gen.G looked to
games,
push it.
dude.
But this is the thing.
I
You
even
have
played
that
Valorant
Gecko Sky
for like
contact. You can
hours.
Use your flashes for info. This is what we talked about though.
Oh,
Texture being set up.
shit.
Boo dodges the flash.
Boo has
Gets
been
the
the
opener for
goat.
himself. Removing the danger man, or at least one of them. And actually Lackey has now gone down as well. This is starting to look pretty problematic. This bonus round.
Karen has
had
full
a lot
shower
invested
control, but
into it.
4 players
Maybe even
backside.
leaving Munchkin with less desirable economy for the next round if they don't manage
Oh,
to find a
man.
little bit more here.
There's-
Wanting to at least get a bit of damage done. He's fighting tooth and
Nah,
nail.
bro.
One of his last bullets before
Surely,
the reload.
what?
Has actually found another.
3
This
on
comes
3?
back into a competitive
Dude.
position as he'll keep it in a 2
Munchkin's
versus 2.
kills are garbage.
Such smart play. He knew he was being baited by the
As
player
ever.
further back.
But
and
they're
just kept
great
falling
as the
back,
number 1
retreating and
Gen.G
taking
fan in the
fight,
world,
guerrilla
of course.
warfare. And it's worked out. Gen.G with another on Meteor.
Fuck.
And now Rianz has to do it all. This round was looking
How?
so heavily
How
favored.
have they done it?
And instead, they are massively on the back foot with the defuse underway, though. Here comes the swing, a necessary one, stopping the defuse.
I'm sorry, my goats.
Still plenty of
I've
time left
jinxed
to
them.
bring it across the line. Massive clutch. Red Bull clutch, in fact,
Oh, he
for
broke their
Rianz.
things. He
He has
fucking did
been
it.
Lights out in this game so far, but that seemed like an impossibility. Like
Oh
helped out
my
massively by the
God.
wingman. There was 0% chance I
How
think he
did
wins that
Rianz
otherwise
win
because
that?
they are split
Yeah,
across from
wingman
each
was
other.
huge in
it
that clutch,
should be the
actually.
perfect crossfire, but I think it's almost the fact that Meteor ends up swinging first, both having deeper angles, and because of that, there's
Yo,
no
wingman
immediate
was actually
response to
pretty
the
good
trade.
there.
The main thing though is Rian's read. The fact that he works out where both of those players are, that's what wins the round.
Sponsored by
While
Red Bull.
Heretics, I thought they were about to lose a 3v5, if not for a hero.
Yeah, I think he might have seen Karen, and he knew Meteor got the kill, heard him running away. So that point, pop up the flash, no one gets hit. All right, time to put the wingman down. Perfect thinking process and the perfect agent in that position. Anyone else, and I agree with you, that one is done. Texture out looking for an opening duel, just pixels away from swinging straight into the angle with Miniboo.
All right,
And that
they're
is
using
a
Cypher to
fight
get this
if we end up seeing it.
hookah
Now
control.
getting aggressive. Tucked up in the corner. Wu goes to spot out. They thought that, hey, it was a little bit more clear, but little did they know, danger was lurking around every corner. The gate crash used to get out of there, so no punish onto Miniboo. But Gen.G still have their sights set on that side of the map.
Timing.
And they're going to have to reclear everything, though. Tiger being used just to remove any doubt. Benji's aggression is punished,
Dude,
but
oh my god, they have neural theft. He's running over. They're going to ult the
Thrash
body.
is available.
They're going to pounce on the
Rians
site
wants to
with
use
the
it, but
ult.
finding
They're
a
just
safe
waiting
spot is
right
gonna be
now.
more important, and it might even be
They're going to
worth
wait till
just
they're all
holding
close.
onto it for the retake.
Alright.
Information will be found, and with the orbital strike, they could look to try and lock off some of these spots. Instead, he's going to be caught in it, but he goes swinging instead. Texture deals with him at the second as well. No trade to be had.
Oh my god,
the
P-Shell's
nade will
goated
deny any
too.
repeak, and an afterplant guaranteed.
Does a lot of damage too. Wood's down to 70 at this point. What a phenomenal read by Texture. He knows exactly where that second player is going to swing in from and corrects to it before he even gets to the angle. Absolutely unbelievable gameplay. And for Heretics,
I kind of envisioned
now
that Brimwall
they're-
happening when he thrashed.
Okay, being punished for absolutely everything. I think Woot missed one bullet. Straight to the head he goes.
All
What an
right,
adjustment from
Heretics
Meteor.
back on the back foot
Double digits
again.
denied for
Only
now.
one gun
9
next round.
to 7 for Gen.G
Just
with
use
Miniboo
Thrash.
saving this weapon on the other side of the map.
They should
I
be
was going to say
coming-
attempting
coming
to,
online,
but
right?
it looks like he's got away scot-free.
That's the bigger problem, though. It's just that economically, the last round has basically made this as hard of a reset as you're ever going to get.
Yep.
You survive with one player standing in a clutch, everybody else goes down, and now you've lost with
One
4 players on
combo
other
for
side.
the
This is gonna be
Yoru Astra
boost
to look out for,
Gen.G
the one that
because
I've seen
realistically, the
lately,
investment from Heretics
is
should be fairly minimal. If you're going to gamble this, I
this
think
one.
that's a risk way too far. And
I've
even
seen
going
this
for
one lately
like
from, I
Sheriff
think,
and stuff
G2
is going to
maybe,
put the economy on a much lower
where
position.
they retook and the Yoru came into this corner
so
over here.
clean. Takes the first
In the Astral.
immediately. Yeah, you're going to swing from there,
Could
aren't
see
you?
that one.
Lands the shot seconds later.
There's like other
9
little
to
possibilities.
7.
Like you could do it
Low
like
buy
here
for
too,
Team Heretics.
technically. It's like some shit
A
like that.
pistol to start out this half may have sent Heretics straight to playoffs. It would have been a very much an uphill battle.
We would
for
only be
Gen.G,
looking at
and
that
instead,
scenario
they're
if
close to
Miniboo
being
gets
on
like a kill here.
equal footing with this squad. Texture's nade. It's going to cause some problems. Woot will be tagged a little bit, I believe, in that
Okay.
corner. Lackey
High
is being
likelihood we
dropped
get
in
it
the
next
meantime,
round.
Though. That's the one rifle that Team Heretics have now spotted, shown to be towards this position. They deal with him. They might not even need to. They can just go for the plant.
The coordination with that orb timing with the smokes was pretty amazing.
Baiting them into a fight. They're going to go swinging. Woot's found that kill as well. Another 3v5
Ooh.
attempt.
No plant
They've
either.
lost the early blood. Flash out. Another one. In fact, they're looking to try and fight this. Benji's now found another. This is all falling apart for Gen.G. In fact,
Holy
they're not getting
fuck.
anything. It's left all onto Munchkin.
Damn, well played by
Gonna be the
Heretics.
MasterCard Thrifty. I don't know how they've taken that round. It said they barely had anything.
Wow.
No, they didn't. And Miniboo finds Dream, but it's the fact that you have Woot finding the kill up close, landing that Sheriff shot.
Bro, that was a huge thrifty. What the hell? Oh. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like to an extent, Gen.G, they're just gonna struggle a lot with not having anything for like plants. That's why so many teams are running, you know, this Gecko for the wingman, or sometimes we'll see like the Harbor or the Sage.
Flash almost everything because
Like,
you
they
have
got
so much
nothing,
to play with.
dude.
You can even then combine that with stuns or Gravwells. There's just so much utility that disrupts everything that's Gen.G's doing. Now their own economy is on the brink. Woot is about to get aggressive, looking for
Oh
a
my
fight.
God.
He's going to find one.
Oh,
The trade will be
fuck.
there, though.
They
but
got the
there's a
fucking
second
trade.
player for Heretics
Huge.
as well.
And that Spike sat alone now outside of A. Meteor finds a bit of ground, but only the one to be landed before Rienz is able to trade back. He's been locking down control of B long. There's next to nothing that anybody can do to seize back a position there. And just a split
Did he
second
see
away
the race?
from seeing that player. Texture knows there's
He
someone
saw the
close by.
TP.
And the TP from Miniboo!
Texture could have gotten it. They even
Cerebral
pinged
play.
it.
He snuck the gate crash past him. And the
Oh
balls
my
to go for
god.
that.
He
Unbelievable
actually took that TP.
In a 3v2.
What the
That's
fuck?
mental.
Dude, he
Like,
could
you
have
could have easily just
he
thrown
would
the
have been
round
getting
away. But
roasted if
again,
he
it
died
seems
there,
like when this
chat.
Heretics roster gets more and more confident,
Holy.
they go for these scarier plays. It almost feels like they got beaten by Lunacy and then decided, you know what, I want a piece of that. I want to throw that back in Gen.G's face. Meteor. Well, I think he knows that's not real. It's not selling anything. And while at this stage of the round, 15 seconds, he's just looking to save. That's all the goal is. Just try and keep the gun through, but there's 1,000,001 angles that he has to check just for his own safety. And on the side of Heretics, they are more than happy just to convert this round and keep their economy nice and strong. They're going to hit themselves towards 11, and I wonder if Gen.G need to try and take a pause, maybe recalibrate.
This, well, it's going to be one of the last opportunities, Tom, so a good time for it.
He's crumbling.
11 on the board for Heretics.
They definitely don't look as in tune. I think, like, mechanically they look about the same, but, like, their little util combo plays, they're really not there, right? We're not seeing a lot of true ult value come in. We're not seeing a lot of, like, overwhelming plays that their enemy is, like, not prepared for.
Looking at the player cams we're getting, and there's a lot of heads in hands for the side of Gen.G. They are starting to feel these losses for sure. Round by round.
This is the first time Gen.G has felt pressure like this in a long time. They're quite literally
it was 13 to 11
up against the ropes right now. Like, they're in the corner.
On, and now 11 to 7. If they lose this one, it may well. Depends how much they invest. To be honest, is even that question to ask. But losing this one, 5 in a row needed.
Heretics have played
almost over before it begins.
Great.
But that's the thing. We talked about this group, talked about it being a tough route in the first match. Gen.G made things look incredibly easy. We were almost sat there going, okay,
going back to
this
Cypher
is just a
Hookah.
different beast. No one in this group is going to be able to handle them, and it's who's going to be fighting for second.
Double B trips.
13-8, 13-7 when they face versus Sentinels.
Likely going to be here.
Just unmatched performance out of T3xture and
heavy
right
long
now,
B play.
T3xture's having a rough one.
They're doing the paper X again,
for the majority
4-1.
of this game, at least this map in particular. But he's got his showstopper. And as said, when on the attack, sure, he has to go diving in. We've already seen it a few rounds ago, the double entry he was able to get. It seems like they're going to go for that again. And look at where the majority of the defense are. It almost seems like they're playing a retake.
Just going to pop right away.
I'm not sure they'll have much of a choice. Traps cover in the back. No need to look backwards. Instead, they focus right in front. T3xture already in, but he's been let past by Boo. Only finds the one as a result. Luckily, they were still clearing those angles. The deep showstopper not landing.
What is this
Viper's pit is covering off all of this control. There will be a small gap where the spike is planted.
Seekers online. A kill for Benji. Would also get a counter pit. It seems like they're going to try and force them into awkward battles. T3xture.
Holy fuck, these are the trap spawn.
Wu is tagged.
So they have literally the elbow choke, the spawn choke, and the fucking octagon choke.
Fish out where that Viper
and
is going to be
pitted off
from.
Hookah.
And the flashes have done well. Benji gets one.
Okay, Heretics finally busting through.
Well. This is starting to fall apart a little bit, but they still haven't dealt with the pit. Still looking for where that last man standing. Karon holding his ground as he'll come out with a third, but that spike is already being diffused. They have to get towards it, and guess what? Another 4K will be there for Gen.G.
Karon one off of Brimult again.
They really love their 4Ks, don't they? What a round from Karon. And I'm so happy to see him have this kind of performance because we hailed him for the impact of some of his rounds. Even over on Abyss, I felt like he got so many 2Ks that didn't light up the sky or anything, but they were essential. And you can see if he got one less, round's not going his way. This time, though, here on Bind, he's really hit his stride. Now sitting 23-11, the kill leader by a long shot.
Yeah,
I think most people look at this as, well, unless someone, I guess, like Wu.
Okay, clearly they saw a vulnerability over here. Again, double trips. Tells me it's going to be another full-out B play.
The year is already decided, and it's hard to
We're going to try to get one of these two ults on the hit.
Karon has been fantastic throughout the entirety of the year.
I actually don't know which one they're going to go for.
Under his belt. And
me personally, I would go for the Brim one, but
the favorite.
I think a lot of people would also go for the Seekers.
To lift that Champions trophy alongside it. Make this the most successful year
with Seekers,
of any team in VCT history, and one that's almost impossible to beat if they were to do it.
Okay, just holding for aggression now. So the Viper goes back. Just make sure no one's pushing A. And again, it's like great setup, right?
Gen.G here. Karon with that multi-frag has got himself one away from an orbital strike. It's whether or not he'll find
I'm curious
a kill
if
and
the
get to use
Seekers
it.
go like 2 this way. If only one goes side, they're just
On
gonna
the A
send
side
it so
has gone
fast.
a miss. Team Heretics gambling the wrong way.
I don't know what they're waiting for right
easy
now.
time if they can deal with Boo.
It's
The
the
only
slowest
man
hit ever.
standing in their way, stopping that plant on this side. He's seen
Nowhere to
4
go.
players already. He's naded up. There's no way out. He
Got a
has to
secret
fight forward, and Meteor meets him halfway.
Holy, he got
Comes
trapped
crashing
in.
into the site and finds a plant in the last second for Gen.G. 11-8, looking to put 9 on the board with the man advantage under their belt.
Yeah, they put him in an impossible position. That
Save.
execution
They're saving.
really couldn't have done anything more. And actually, it
He's
seems like
asking for
Heretics
the
are just
high-low.
going to sacrifice this one. Don't really want to try and fight back into a full stack up on the retake. And so they're just going to opt to hold on to their weapons. It's a bold call. I'd say that. Like, to just basically give another round over, send the economy sky high for Gen.G, but you kind of understand it. Like, that execution, I honestly couldn't have been any better. Have the pot flash initially, nade to the back of sight. You had a Molotov that he'd have to run into, and then just forcing him into a fight versus the
You
team.
can see how
There
big
was
this
nothing Boo could
particular
do.
outcome is for
Once that
Gen.G's
ground is
econ.
completely given up, and they
It's so
gap.
important that none of them are hunting. Even though they're like one off of this Brim ult, which is super important, building their economy so that way they can handle one of these round losses and have a nuts buy is actually better. So they're trying to flip the economy right now. And they're confident they could probably get, that's a crazy kill. They're confident they could probably get the Brim orb. It's just where they're going to go to get it.
The thing here is having someone like Miniboo, even if they want to play light on B, having that Yoru start there, get a little aggressive for the information, because if anybody swings out, you're going to notice that there's 4 players, sometimes 5
ult
players
situation
on
on
B long,
Heretics
creeping
is
their way
not
up.
very
And it's
good.
just that gap in information that's
Boo
usually
has
covered
Cosmic
by something
Divide.
like a Cypher camera. But obviously in this case, that's not quite an option.
I think for me it would
This is
maybe make a little
difficult.
bit more sense to have one of the initiators there. Because right now what it's coming down
Dude,
to
I just
is,
thought of
okay,
a
there's 35,
nuts
40
retake,
seconds.
by the
We've
way,
not
with
seen
Cosmic
anything from
Divide
Gen.G,
would probably be
so I'm
like
gonna put up
super
this one.
heavy
It's like, okay,
elbow
well, they can
with
play
your
through
double
that. They can
flash.
go above
Honestly, it could be
or
2
through
of
that
these 3.
utility.
You
Whereas if you're
astral roll
throwing out
like
that
this
Izzy
on
every
the
once in a
plant,
while,
you
it's gonna
flood
give you the
in.
information eventually. And I think that's what they're lacking.
I guess
for a
Wingman
composition
stays
that, as you said, has a Yoru
spawn.
that can go aggressive,
Gecko
find
stays
info,
spawn
has
and
2
probably like
initiators that have
flashes out of
flashes that give you
spawn so it
info.
gets
To have
anything
2
sight.
rounds in
It
a
also
row
goes
where a
through the
team is able
wall.
to hit into a site
Wingman goes
you are
diffuse and then you
unaware of
fight in front of
until
the
they
wall.
are in your face. That
I'm
shouldn't be
cooking.
happening. And I think that's why we've seen a pause for the side of Heretics to go, okay, that gamble hasn't paid off. It wasn't worth the risk. We're playing without information and gambling on them giving us something.
And it's even on the A side, the way they're approaching it, it is a trap play. It's why I sort of say about the Yoru, because the initiators are meant to be on the A side, popping their flashes out, flooding them with blinds, and then the swing comes
Does
through.
Gen.G read that they're not down to
that
do a
means you're
risky
not having
setup?
those super deep flashes clearing out space.
Missed
Now,
the clone.
well, off
He
rip,
tried to
there's
hit it, I
one
think.
player outside of A. They know that for sure.
They've stacked
The
the wrong
gamble
side
stack
again.
on B is not going to work out because short has been taken for free. Gen.G have got backside
There's 2
A
up here.
control. They've got site
no
control.
clone.
They've got everything.
He has
And
nothing.
Meteor, I saw expect him to get a kill or 2 there, and he got both. Of course he did. Even blinded
It's a
up.
safe. It's already a safe. I can't imagine that the players on the other side are going to be going for this. It's going to be so difficult to find a way back in. I guess they've got some extra credits to play with. That's why they're going to try and run into what is Texture. And while he wanted to try and get all 3,
Karen
instead
still one off this
he gets the
orb.
1, but does a lot
Or
of
one off
damage.
this
The
ult.
remaining players have no choice but to try and leave this position.
This would be a good scenario
But
for Karen to
again,
hunt.
It's
CVTPs.
meteoric
Yeah,
heroics
he's going to go for
that
it.
end up closing out this round.
See, even if
There
he
was-
dies, it's all right.
Again, you look at what was being done by Heretics. I don't mind
Gen.G
it. They needed to
perfecting
clear
the
that
late game right
backline. They
now.
needed to find that guy. The flash was perfect, just like the shots from Boo.
Lucky he didn't have to commit that
And of
quick,
course,
but
with
all
the
good.
saves that we've seen from the side of Heretics, there's so much economy for the attack. They want to try and get rid of the guns
what
as well.
the fuck?
Munchin has done well. Is Boo really going to survive on 2 HP? It looks like he will.
What a round. What a round from Meteor. I was going to say, I somehow expect him to get a kill or 2. Fully blinded.
Wow.
Double spray to the head. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think they both checked left as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they were both clearing the wrong way. You probably even just assume, you know, he's jumped out of the smoke once he got blinded. He's running away. Let's go hunt him down. But nope. Nope. It's Meteor to take the kill. Now competing with Karen for that kill lead. Orbital strike online for the attacking side. 1 round in it And what a difference one round could make. Heretics, they've been struggling to put anything on the board, and here there's a lot of weaknesses.
Oh yeah, it seems like Heretics are trying to break records of
I guess
how
for the
many rounds
rotate,
they're gonna
Miniboo
play
puts
this
us here,
tournament.
so that way
If
they
go on
never
a
know
run,
if
I
there's
think they
actually
might.
someone in the TP.
Miniboo waiting, but it's
Ooh.
only going to be the one. And they
Not a
know that, well,
bad
they
one
should
for
know
one,
the
I
Wook is around
guess.
this angle, the Tiger just being used at the inopportune moment. Lackey is waiting, the flash. He's not going to find anything. And that's the thing. Again, the ultimates seem to just lean slightly in favor of Gen.G if they can get themselves into the post plant. I like this duo though. Like having Rians alongside Benji, they've been so good at getting info, finding the delays. If they just dodge that off their own orb, that's what it looked like, but it doesn't matter. Benji gets the kill anyway.
And it's a Sky, he knows.
Nice frag.
He knows there's
And
more.
we've seen the B side under pressure with just one man
They
holding
heard
it.
the
They were
reload
overwhelmed.
sight.
This time,
Oh,
no.
shit. And
There's
now
a
they
lot
know
of
one's
gaps
elbow.
the side of
Ooh,
Gen.G,
he
and
swung
even more
guy.
so now with Munchkin down. No way through, you'd imagine.
Bro.
Meteor manages to find himself one. The site taken over by Benji, stood underneath. 3 kills already to his name, and there's backup on the way.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Benji's fourth.
The
Again,
fish
a series
savior.
of 4Ks. With 12 to 10 on the board at long last, Team Heretics have map and series point, playoffs point.
Well, that's the main thing. It's a little bit of a break, but more so, it gives you a good opportunity to dodge some pretty fearsome teams. Think about those #1 seeds, the potential of someone like Leviathan. You're not going to want to face off against. I guess in some of the other groups, maybe the one that like things coming up a little bit later on. I think DRX or Fnatic. It's a pick your poison sort of moment, but there's definitely real opportunities to dodge some heavy hitters, but more so not have to play in that decider match.
Which, for a team that all year we've been talking about burnout being a big factor, for Heretics, it's so important to get that win on the board. Now look at this. We've seen the judge in this position before.
That's fucking it. That's fucking it.
He's not slowing down on those stats. A double kill. Players dropped, and indeed, Thrash kept for later on.
Oh, Meteor's taking a risk. Has to get this kill, otherwise it might just be GG. A 2 versus 5 needed to stop Heretics. And it's Riens who's in position. He wants a little bit of revenge.
Oh my god, 1 on
Gets
4.
one blind, and Munchkin is not long for this world. 18 HP, that's not the gun he's looking for.
Holy fuck, they're actually gonna do it.
But even still, this looks like a bridge too far, an impossibility. And for Heretics, a team that struggled towards the end of EMEA, played versus FPX and were almost defeated, maybe even should have been. They're coming up against the inarguable best team in the world right now.
What are you talking about?
And unless in 30 seconds,
What are
4
you guys
kills are
talking
going to
about?
Munchkin,
What are you
they've
guys talking
taken
about?
them down.
What are you guys talking
Looks
about?
to be just a formality at this point.
Let's go, Heretics.
Impressive comeback in the series, in the map, and Benjyfishy to close it. 13 to 10.
shit.
2 to 1.
Good shit. I'm so glad Heretics won. I'm a family man, so when I saw Benjyfishy's family there, I had to switch teams. I initiated the reverse jinx, actually. Don't worry about it. I even pulled up this article to talk about Benjyfish. See? The sea goat. Goat fish. Legendary aquatic animal described as half goat, half fish. How the fuck did I find this?
They finally get their full roster together for this tournament. They get a revenge match versus the likes of Gen.G. And just like last time, it was a 2-1, but there's not a couple more maps to play for. For Gen.G, they're going into that decider match, and I'm
Fuck,
sure the other
dude.
2 teams...
I'm not gonna lie, that was hella impressive. That was so good. How did they beat them? Like, you have to have such high skill on your team to beat these guys. I am truly impressed. Like, I don't think Miniboo played a great series. Like, I don't think Miniboo is in the form that he was in, like, early on this year at kickoff. You know, like Madrid time frame. He's not in that form yet, but it doesn't really matter because, honestly, like, the other 4 are fucking lights out. Like, they're all playing really well. They're playing like a team that could win the championship. Both of the teams are, truthfully. Like, both of these teams played so well here. Lakia played much better in the opener, I think, if I remember correctly. This was more in line of like what people were always giving Lakia shit for when Lakia had like a bad game. It was like one of those games, whereas like well, the stats don't back it up, but he looked a lot no, yeah. Hey yo, I was just trying to defend my boy. Okay, that's the fucking faker of Valorant. God damn it, get off of him.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Verizon post-match interview.
I actually thought he played really well in that opening series. No troll. He looked really fucking good in that opening series. I'm not trolling you. I thought for sure he would have good stats. I was trying to do him a solid, dude.
How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing, man. I mean, Gen.G, they're like an amazing team. Like, we worked really hard. I think if we would have played them the first game, we would have, like, we're nowhere near as good as we were, but like, we've improved a lot. So I'm really proud of us for taking them down because just of how good they are.
젠지가 워낙 강팀이기 때문에 헤리틱스도 정말 열심히 노력을 했었고, 만약에 젠지를 처음 만났다면 오늘처럼 이렇게 좋은 결과를 가져갈 수 없었지만 그래도 이게 헤리틱스가 워낙 많은 성장을 거쳤기 때문에 너무 기분이 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 오늘 3렙까지 갔었고 특히나 바인드에서 젠지가 따라오기까지 했었거든요. 정작 3시간의 혈투가 펼쳐졌는데 그동안 좀 어떤 느낌이었는지 더 자세히 물어보도록 해볼게요. Now, Gen.G making their comeback on the bind, right? They were crawling themselves back into the game. Just talk to me about the emotional roller coaster, what you guys have been through. You know, you guys were going through for the past 3 hours.
I mean, yeah, it was super hard. I mean, the bind especially, like we're in the lead and you know, I could feel that they started gaining momentum. And I remember like the specific round, I got a 4K on B. And after that, I was like, yeah, there's no chance we lose this. There's no chance. So, you know, like they played super well. I'm really proud of us for keeping our composure. I think that's what made us win the game.
먼저 이제 헤리틱스가 분명히 큰 리드를 잡았는데 젠지가 서서히 이제 흐름을 되찾아가는 게 느껴졌고 근데 또 벤지피시 선수가 워낙 B사이트에서 4킬을 한 이후에는 아 진짜 우리 이거 이긴다. 진짜 젠지가 이거를 이길 리가 없다. 우리가 반드시 이긴다라는 마음이 들었기 때문에 너무 힘든 경기였지만 그래도 굉장히 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 헤리틱스 같은 경우에는 이제 바인드 조합을 바꿔 가져왔는데 사실 그동안 예전 조합으로 치렀던 경기들 결과가 나쁘지 않았거든요. 왜 바꾼 건지 자세히 물어보도록 할게요. You guys changed your comp on bind. Why? Because it was working for you. Why?
I mean, I think we just kind of wanted a change. You know, it was, I think that comp for us was Prime and like Shanghai. And to be honest, I think Gen.G would have prepared for our old comp. So, I mean, we played this comp before at kickoff, like in stage 1. So we kind of had experience of it and we knew if we just practiced it a little bit, we'd be good at it. And that's why we brought it back. So, yeah.
일단 예전에 썼던 조합은 킥오프 때 썼던 조합이고 워낙 상하이 때도 잘 썼었는데 그때까지 좀 이 조합으로 최고의 포텐셜을 낼 수 있었던 것 같고 또 이제 젠지가 아무래도 헤리틱스의 예전 조합을 많이 연구했을 것 같기도 해서 이 킥오프 때 썼던 조합을 다시 한번 가져와서 조금 더 좋은 모습을 보여주기 위해서 이런 조합을 기용했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 해서 1시드로 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 사람들이 이 그룹을 죽음의 조라고 부르기도 했습니다. 이제 모든 경기 다 치르고 플레이오프로 진출하게 됐는데 스스로도 그리고 선수들도 죽음의 조라고 느꼈는지도 궁금하네요. Now people call this group the group of death. Did it really feel like group of death for you?
Yeah. I mean, both games, the FPX one and this one, like some of the hardest games I've ever played. I mean, FPX, the first one, went map 3 overtime. This one, like we lost at 13-11, whatever. Then last map as well, super close.
Wait, what jersey are you guys even talking about?
And yeah, I mean, it felt
I haven't been on Gen.G in years.
확실히 죽음의 조가 맞는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는 게 FPX와 젠지 게임 모두
Shedding my skin.
했던 경기 중에서 정말 역대로 힘들었던 경기가 아닐까 싶다고 얘기를 하고 FPX 같은 경우에도 3세트 오버타임까지 가서 끝냈는데 젠지를 상대로도 오늘 굉장히 팽팽한 경기, 뭐 13대 12 경기를 펼쳤기 때문에 굉장히 힘든 게 아니었나, 정말 죽음의 조가 맞다라고 느낀다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 벤지피시 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, Benjyfishy, once again. Now everybody give it up for Benjyfishy one more time.
I love you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And that's all we have for the post-match interview down here on stage. But stay tuned because we have DRX versus Fnatic coming up
peace
after
out,
the
kid.
break.
Wait, before you leave, who are you rooting for?
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters final. Gen.G taking on Team Heretics, and even though there is respect across that
Heretics
stage for
jersey?
both of the squads,
I
when
do
you're
love
in
me
that
some
server, you
Niels,
gotta put all that
some
aside.
Boo, some
It's
mini
all
Boo.
about picking up
I
the
do
win
love
and
that
locking up
team.
that
I'm not gonna
first seed.
lie. I was on the Heretics bandwagon. No joke. I was on that bandwagon at Madrid. I said that they were better than K Corp back then, and I was like, they're the best team in EMEA. Now, I never saw this happening with Fnatic. I'll say that. Like, I never anticipated Fnatic outplacing them and ending up here. Like, they like totally reinvented themselves. Never saw that coming.
Boo on 20 HP. It's down to Munchkin again. This time, it's Heretics coming out on top.
Oh my god!
Here it comes. The
Remember
big
K-Core?
play. The spray is good. Mini Boo dropped immediately. Flash for
Why did you
backside.
say it like that?
And the spray from Munchkin. Good. Good job. He's got that rifle. And Meteor spearheading this push.
Why you say it
Now
like they
a
don't
1 versus
exist
4.
even
Use the
anymore?
divide to try to spray, but he can't with the Cosmic Divide. They get it across the line at the last second. 13 to 11
God.
on Heretics map pick. Tugged. And Mini Boo's backing up the fight
Go
inside the door. The
Blue.
C-State absolutely perfect. And
The
Blue,
Go
he can't
Corp.
get himself out of there in time. Caught trying to take a fight and at least make his lost life worth it. But Texture, 3 kills already under his belt. The lurk no longer there. Now they
Yeah. So basically what this means is that if Sentinels wants to make playoffs, it means that Gen.G does not make playoffs. This is for Sen. This is for Sen. It's over, chat. It's over, bro. Oh 07 chat. They tried their best out there. They tried their best. But turns out it was over before they could even get the lower bracket match in.
Get right up in his face. Go for that final shot! And it's perfect. Bang!
They're gonna need a jinx of epic
Players out of Hookah are
proportions, dude.
desperately trying to just fish out where that Viper is going to be hiding from. And the
I'm not
flashes
gonna
have
lie,
got
I think
one.
it took
Benji gets one.
today might have
Texture
taken
now
all the
drops as well.
Gen.G
This is starting to
jinxes
fall apart
out
a
of
little bit,
me.
but they still
I
haven't
don't think
dealt
I
with
have
the
it in me
pin.
anymore.
Still looking for where that last man standing. Karen holding his ground as he'll come out with a third, but that spike is already being diffused. They have to get towards it, and guess what? Another 4K will be there for Gen.G.
an impressive comeback
Gen.G,
in the
they would need
series
Gen.G
in
to
the
have
map, and
3 hours of
Benjyfishy to
sleep
close
and no
it.
prep. Oh, perfect. I know the perfect guy with a jackhammer and a fucking construction hat. Let's call in some work to be done on the hotel, if you know what I mean. What floor was Gen.G on again? Just right outside their rooms at 3 a.m. and jackhammer is just You want me to coach Gen.G? Okay. Dude, easy. You need to take it. You need to take it easy. Easy. It's they're not the same anymore. They're not the same. That BO5 was like before Gen.G even hit Super Saiyan. These motherfuckers are like, they got the long hair and shit now. It's over. Don't live in the past. I feel like I'm just being mean now. What the fuck?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I look at my feed and the first thing I see is this.
Pop your flow.
Break that, bro.
What?
Oh my god, dude. That's so good. Just the teammates are just so mad. Then break that shit and just detains himself. Oh my god. My face would be like fucking bee red if that happened to me. I would be so red. Holy shit. I might end my stream. Back to the series thoughts. I really like this approach. Let me see something with Gen.G. Yeah, dude, this comp is a counter comp, chat. Because they can get past all the trips. They're not playing against the Fate or anything, so they're not gonna get diffed on like that level. They just double up flashes. This was such a good game plan for this map. So they banned the Icebox here and they left Gen.G with Haven and Bind and had a pretty good idea that Gen.G would want to play Bind. That makes total sense given this history. They knew it was going to Bind. Wow, they knew. This was a fucking full game plan.
And folks, I think it was safe to say that match
Could have gone to Haven, but
banger. It was. It was a ridiculous
very well could have gone here too. They probably had game plans for Haven as well.
Yep.
There you go.
It was a great match.
It was.
That I enjoyed immensely.
I think that really
There was a
sets
banger.
it sets the scene for the next game coming up.
But
as
there's
well.
no board that would certify such a thing, to my knowledge.
There is
the production here will certify it.
Yeah. Check it out. Look, we can certify this banger right now if we just show it, and then everyone can know that there it is, certified.
Yeah,
that's how the graphic works.
Certified.
And there's the visual.
Are you stupid, Mimi?
I want to see the license.
Are you stupid? That's crazy.
I might be. It's possible.
Yo, chat. I got a question. You see all the fucking like little weeds and stuff that are like teasers for the new agent? Is that shit anywhere on Sunset? Like those plants?
End up meeting at Champions each and every freaking time. They can't get away from each
Literally
other.
been every event that these two teams have had to play against each other, and every time it has been a heartbreaking match. Elimination in the last two champions that they played against each other. Fnatic is up 2-1 in the history of this matchup, and this.
Huh, I can't find the clip, but there's like fucking lore about this shit. Where would it be? I don't remember. Agent hints. I don't fucking know, bro. There's like a voice line on Sunset about there being like a plant or some shit. And if you look through all the lore, one of a future agent's abilities is like hidden on the map as a plant. And it's like before that visual right there, you would have no idea what to look for. Like you wouldn't even know like what could be the ability. Yeah, could be something like that. I don't know.
I've heard you talk about how you want revenge after what happened at your home turf, Istanbul. You're in Korea now going up against DRX. But how much have you changed and developed, do you think, as a player compared to when we saw you in Istanbul?
It was my first international tournament, like Champions, I will say, in 2022. Champions in Istanbul, and I have pressure because it was Istanbul. It was my own country, but I'm not that kid anymore. I have more experience. I'm a better player. I just can't wait to play.
We can't wait to see it either. Good luck, Alpha.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more with him, right? He is not the same player that he was in 2022. He's grown significantly on this team. Well, I think now's a great opportunity to show the progress that he has made, for sure.
Yeah, that Champions was still kind of a continuation of the honeymoon period that he had after joining right before Masters Copenhagen in his rookie year. And now Fnatic has ran it back and they have another new rookie player coming in with Hero in this roster, seemingly creating another one of them periods for themselves as getting that win over BLG. I think the perfect way to warm up with that rookie.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Fnatic are on a bit of a, like, it's not even necessarily a honeymoon period. It's just that they now have really good ideas. They haven't lost a series since Masters Shanghai, since adding Hero. In my opinion, they've got, coming into the tournament, second best team in terms of like your expectations to win champs behind Gen.G. Obviously Gen.G, we just saw them lose. It is an open tournament, but in terms of those expectations, Fnatic were top 2 for me coming into the event, and I think they're gonna look good here. Did
they do enough in the BLG matchup to give you confidence?
I don't think that's the match that's gonna sell me on if they're ready to do this or not, but I think they did look good. Crucially, I think especially in map 2 of that series, Hero individually looked really good. He had a lot of moments, had a clutch to close out Bind in that one. And when you talk about this kind of revitalization with Hero coming in, I think a big part of that is kind of coming up with new ideas. Since stage 2, they've really started innovating.
I got it. I fucking found this video that we looked at a long time ago. So this is what
and shows an icon of a plant or a tree with an arrow pointing towards something that we can't really tell off the bat. The text on the bottom reads as extraction, so we can guess that the plant or tree is being extracted for something only to be transferred to whatever that other symbol is. And here we have that exact same symbol with the text translated to power generator. So I think we're correct into saying that the plants are being used to power up the generators and keep them running. We also have various signs like this which say high winds and just plants. Around one of the halls you can find an aquarium that holds fish which look exactly like Gecko's Thrash. We know that all of Gecko's abilities are radivores, which are basically like modified creatures mixed with Radianite that give them abilities. Like so the animal or creature version of a Radiant, which were being studied by Kingdom Corporation. Another example of this would be the bear that Deadlock fights off in her cinematic trailer. There is a larger lore connection to this which goes back to patch 7.2 in an email on Bind that highlights how 6 radivores have escaped in the past. 4 of these radivores are well known as they're literally every utility that Gecko has. And the 5th radivore is the bear I mentioned earlier, which connects to Deadlock's past. The 6th radivore we haven't seen yet and we don't really know what it is, but according to an announcement that we hear on Sunset,
all radivore containment staff, subject ZN35 remains unaccounted for in the Dirac wing.
See? That guy is in the Dirac wing.
This entity can disguise itself as any flora. Please remove all plants from your workspace
so go find
until
it
is recovered.
Go find
we know 2 things. 1, that this radivore's identification number is ZN35, and 2 is that this specific radivore has the power to disguise itself as any flora. This brings us directly to this room where a flower is being held on a table and being scanned, with the number 32 on the side. My theory is that this is part of the radivore that had escaped. And the reason I think so is because when you translate the text from the screen, it says prisoner sample, as well as temp analysis on the left. If this is a prisoner sample, then where's the prisoner itself? The holding rooms where I assume the radivores are kept are all empty and there's no trace of them. So I don't think radivore...
I told you guys. About the previous match, so I won't let it go down.
저번 챔피언스 LA에서 저희가 졌던 기억이 있기 때문에
So we're going to beat them and take our revenge.
대갚아주고 싶습니다. 일단 한국에서
Playing in Korea means a lot of Korean fans will be watching.
또 한국 팬분들이 많이 찾아오신다는 뜻인데 사실 어떻게 보면
And while that
조금
could add
부담이 될 수도 있지만
to all the pressure for us, Korean fans cheering for us boosts our confidence so much.
와주시는 거가 좀 많이 저희에게 자신감으로 되돌아오는 것 같고요. 그렇기 때문에
So we are
더
very determined to
어느
perform well
때보다
in
더
front of
잘하고
all
더
the
좋은
fans here.
모습을 보여주고 싶은 마음이 더 큰 것 같아요.
Yeah, I learned it actually today, Korean.
That added pressure, right? Playing in front of the home field, right? Having been eliminated by Fnatic
Yeah, I
champs
know.
last
I
year as
know.
well. Like, you can tell that there's a lot of pressure in this situation. And you even felt it in their opening matchup against Kruvisa, right? Map 1 was a little bit shaky, but then they were able to find that success, bounce back in great form, and I think, you know, they could just continue to build off of that.
Buzz talked about it just then. They were also talking about it at the press conference. This is a new team with rookie players. This is not the old, super experienced, always make a deep run DRX.
Yeah.
Bane said it was his first time on stage playing a big event like this. He didn't realize it, but he froze up on stage. And when he walked back off, everyone was asking him, what's happening, dude? What's happening? You need that kind of experience, and they got it on Haven, and happily they were able to bounce back.
And that's the important thing, right? Losing that first map, but going back, talking with the coaches, finding the reset, and playing like they did in Pacific. The defensive protocols looked good. They were playing well as a team. The rookies weren't incredible, but Flashback in particular had a great match. It was the game they needed to warm up to this big stage.
Yeah, well, here we are. It's about to go down as our two teams take the stage. It's going to be DRX going up against Fnatic. You know you don't want to miss this one. Let's head to the stage.
DRX.
Wait, he actually heard himself?
Fnatic.
Two prolific teams in the history of Valorant facing off against one another on the champion stage yet again. DRX versus Fnatic always brings it. Now, we would be remiss not to mention, unfortunately, Foxy9 sprained his ankle. Thankfully, you don't need your ankle to play Valorant, so he's going to be okay on the stage.
I heard Boaster broke it. He wanted an advantage before the game. He just
well, then he shouldn't have gone for the ankle.
Wait, we're playing with a fucking injury out there on the field? What the fuck? Nah, this is rigged as all shit.
Really the same map pool we just saw.
It is. And, well, Fnatic have a
Wait,
trick up
we're
their
running
sleeve.
it back?
They've brought back their specialists,
Same
they
maps.
seemingly always do for a new map. Anders joining again in an assistant coach role, cooking up some comps for them. For history, this guy has joined and left the team about 10,000 times, and he's the guy they brought in to make their Lotus comp that has been the meta on Lotus for literally 2 years.
I hate to see the way they do the tax documents and all that stuff. I mean, goodness gracious, get him in and out, in and out.
Anders cooked here?
No, I swear, he's an independent contractor. No, this guy cooks. He's very good at coming up with good ideas. So I'm excited. It's going to be similar to Gen.G, where they come out on Abyss and they're playing stuff that makes sense, has good ideas.
I saw Yoru.
Yeah, we got a spoiler there. That's a comp we've already seen from G2 in Americas, running the solo Yoru with the Astra in the mix. I think this makes a lot of sense for Fnatic. Boaster loves playing on these Astra maps. We already saw in the first match of the day how valuable that double controller comp can be, taking space in mid on your attacking side. It's super oppressive.
And it's very similar to what Gen.G were running. It's just that Alfier's coming out here and playing the Killjoy gives them a little bit more information on their defense side and even cringier post plans.
Yes.
Oh,
and we know you love cringy post plans, buddy.
Oh, I love them.
I mean, they are extra cringe.
Let me pull up the telestrator again.
Yep. Durka on the Yoru as well. We've seen him playing a lot of that in Stage 2 in EMEA, and I think has looked pretty good. There's, of course, a lot of combo potential in this comp, but if Fnatic is playing a new map, we know they have been practicing hard, and this is their chance to show it against a DRX that have already shown VODs of this map.
Well, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, who, by the way, are totally happy that they get the Cats DRX yet again. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always exciting, but especially with this matchup here versus Fnatic. This is going to be an absolute banger of a series. I see that you're giving me some ice here, Paper Thin.
You just get out of the sauna? You coming right from the bath?
Okay, look. I figured today's a good day. We've got both Korean teams playing. I might as well wear some traditional Korean garb. For those who do not know, this is a jogori, and this is a part of what would more commonly be known as a hanbok.
I just didn't get the memo. I look really out of place right now.
I think I'm the one who looks a little
This is
out of
exactly
place.
like.
Fair enough.
Well, let's see.
Was it
Which
was
team
it
will find their
G2
place
that
here
did
on
this whole?
Abyss, as
Someone
we
did
have
this
Fnatic
whole.
kicking
No, it's
things off
Harbor
on
that was
this
doing this
attacking
whole.
side.
This is something we
Yeah, this
we
should be
do in
really
Americas.
interesting. I mean, a lot to
Fnatic with a lot of
read
research into
the way
Americas.
DRX likes to play
See the
this.
Yoru
Buzz, once
prodding
again, on
out
top
over
of that
here.
box
TP's
at B, the
over.
same as we
Just
saw
make
the
sure
pistol
no one
round against
pushes.
Crew.
Meanwhile, they have a
This time
turret
around,
that's
though,
holding
they
mid
got
push.
Foxy9 to try to cover this angle. A jiggle peek and Buzz
Holy
gets the
fuck.
first kill.
Buzz able to find that first.
Not
Blood
good.
Chronicle going to be taken down. He's looking for the second, but we'll
That's
just go
not
ahead and
good at all.
tailwind away. Unable to nail
For
the shot
Fnatic
there.
lovers, because
Still
this
away.
DRX lovers fucking
Press here for the
feeling
moment.
really good.
Let's actually get a tag there. Buzz going to be down to 70.
Right, but because of this Yoru, you can take a lot of extra space. Bane challenging,
Ooh,
got
Dark
Turka
Hat.
down to 45.
He had a chance.
Boaster able to find one. Bane now going to be eliminated straight out here. The Sova's gone, but Plant still not coming in. The Spike still needing to
Eternal.
cross the gaps. Coming through now from Boaster. Passed over. He'll tuck back.
Got you, sex.
Plant handed over here towards Durka. Paranoia crashing across, able to get the connection there onto the Yoru, but they cannot try to capitalize. No, Buzz does, managing to find him. Second kill here for the Jet. For now, the man
Nano
advantage in the hands of
coming in.
DRX.
They got to break this.
Nano Swarm just landed, delaying a little bit.
Oh my god, he got both of them
Can't
to
start to hold
land
the half
and
Buzz
pop.
needing a
That's
little
a
bit
miracle.
more damage. Fnatic just going to be trying to buy as much time as they possibly can.
Abyss.
Still going to be dumped the whole
They tried to
through.
block the
Foxy9
grab
body
well, but he
blocking. There's
died.
the grab well, pulling
Rip.
Mako off. They still have not gotten this one. Up to half. The poke and prod
Dude,
hero going to
this
be good
map
to
is
take
so
down the enemy.
busted.
Omen flashback just trying to stay tucked away as Buzz tries to keep them
Oh
in
my
this one,
God,
but
you're
Hero
sick.
with a 4K will go ahead and scoop up the pistol round win.
Yeah, and you're already seeing some of the ideas that the desk was talking about with this composition, that it's going to be very post-plant heavy on this attacker's side. They have lineups for the nanos. They have that grab well in the
That
back
would be
pocket.
pretty sick, Fox, I
Boaster
agree.
able to get out.
Sorry, I'm
before he
getting the
takes too
prediction
much
up right
damage
now.
there early. Going to be
Heretics,
so crucial
one
in these
bind.
post plants.
Prediction.
You have so much ability with the
Dark
smokes, with the
Red.
grab wells, with the Nova pulses to make DRX's life a nightmare. And the whole time I'm thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, DRX has got to try to push
5
past
minutes.
this pillar
Hey.
towards spawn to start clearing players out of Fnatic, because
His
it's going
knife
to be
is not
near
upgraded.
impossible to get this defuse with the setup that Fnatic can bring.
And really heavy purchases here from Fnatic. Still going to have 2 pistols, but Sheriff and Ghost, plenty of firepower still there alongside these 3 Vandals. As DRX
So now instead of having the
gambled on
Yoru
A,
hold the flank, see the Vipers
that is
holding
not
all
where they-
this.
that is not
The
where Fnatic
turret
are
is
at.
still holding mid flank.
Lost that gamble, but you know what? That's A-OK.
And they have the
Here
Viper wall
for the
cutting
side of
across
Fnatic. You know,
B.
Boaster and Hero can do a lot of the heavy lifting in this round. Since they've just got the pistols, those you can afford to throw over, so you can have a full rifle buy into the bonus. Plant going to come down. Very similar scenes, and now let's see what exactly DRX wants to do. Most likely trying to find ways to die.
I've said in
without
the
giving
past, by
forwards
the way,
over
I
Fnatic.
don't feel like I love DRX's comp here.
especially once they realize what kind of firepower
Like, I
is there,
don't-
maybe.
I don't feel by any means like the Ascent default comp is going to be the go-to here. Like, I just don't. But they have been playing really well on the map, I'll say that. I just don't think this is where it lands.
Viper's pit, then that's going to be all right with me. He's being watched here for the moment, and now they will note him. Quick little swing out. They're going to look for the challenge. The swoop forward, and Buzz able to find that one. Grabs the Ghost here. Chance maybe to do a bit more damage, but he himself still tagged down to 48. As the Spike will get ready to detonate. So it's just going to be a full 5-man sacrifice here on the side of DRX, and Fnatic move up 2-0.
Yeah. So pretty standard eco round there.
You can see Fnatic is so ready to play these spam posts, by the way, chat. They're backing like 4 off into main and shit. And if you look at DRX, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Have they, like, not encountered this fucking spam shit? Because they're about to. They're about to find out real fucking quick. Like, they're about to find out. Because that's all these guys are cooking right now, it seems like.
Whether it be B, whether it be mid.
Boaster with the op
he's
right now in this
really,
bonus is crazy.
Really been good in those moments. He's
All right,
done a
shock
great
line
job
up for-
of
let's
holding
see what
angles,
trips.
knowing when he has to back off,
Nothing
taking
breaks.
fights when he can, catching his
Breaking door
opponents a bit
mid.
off guard. But now that Fnatic's had a bit
So
more
you see
time,
they orb up in mid, so at any moment, if you break
from
this
DRX,
door,
are they gonna
the
be ready?
Viper
Last
could
time
like
around, they
slip
let this angle go
slip
unchecked
this.
from Buzz. No
They have
util
a
to
smoke
clear it.
or grab wall
See if
here.
There's going to be a different. Yep, they're going to
Maybe
use the
on-
drone and a flash. Very
for
nice.
challenging, and they were
right
there.
into the face. Doesn't have that updraft available either, so can't just try to reposition up into having will peek there from Bane. Going to be
fuck,
punished.
great
Supposed to find the
shot,
shot. Foxy9 at the same time, able to find Hero. And Buzz on the peek out will take
Bad
down
peek
Boaster.
by
But now,
flashback.
Durka answering back, keeping some parity here between the numbers. CP's forward. Plant now coming in. Critically allowing for that kill to come through means that trap wire not going to find value. Couple shots in. Buzz going to be good for a second. It's now just Chronicle and Alfier, who's since picked up that operator to try to hold things down.
Oh,
nice.
Fragment in,
burnout.
Alpha able to find one, and already this is dicey here for the side of DRX.
Oh.
Mako does manage to find Chronicle, but now they know that the AWP is in play. The flick shot not going to connect, but
fuck.
somehow Alpha is able to
How
tuck
did he
back.
get away?
Gets himself out to safety. Buzz just holding the hard angle. The peek in.
Ooh, good
Buzz
shot
up
by
over
Buzz.
the top, making sure he can't get legged. We'll find a third kill. And that will be DRX getting on the board, but they do lose out on 3 players.
Buzz playing really well,
Yeah, still though, critically, you're finding some really good moments here for DRX to step up and take players down.
Okay. This was where the A hit finally got shut down. I'm curious if they switch sites. I'm sorry, B hit. The B hit just got shut down. Dude, I always fuck up the sites on this map right now.
Taking the Astra down, you're taking that op down, making them have to switch it over to another player. A little bit of frustration already from the Fnatic coaching staff. This is the first time they're debuting
That
this
site
map
just
ever.
feels like fucking A to me.
Seeing what they
Not
have
gonna
cooked
lie.
up.
Yeah, I mean, I think minor frustrations are okay, because A, first time you're debuting the map, as you said, but you also are so close to being able to get that bonus conversion, which would give you such a fantastic snowball effect. That being said, though, Durka does have
Yeah,
the
the
ult
tape
ready to
was
go.
amazing.
Going to be suppressed here for the time being, so they know what side of the map he's on, so if the dimensional drift comes into play.
Again, same
One
or
thing
mid.
I also really like about this comp for
Potential
Fnatic versus the way
grab
DRX
well if
likes
anyone
to play
tries to
this
push
map
them,
is that it gives you
smoke
a
if
lot
they
of
want to deny
ability
this
to
info for
control
a door
space in
split.
mid with
Turret
the Astra
holding
and
mid.
the Viper potentially.
They initially
You
hold
can
over
really
by
make
A.
DRX's
Leave alarm bot
ability to
fall.
sort of get those free picks through mid that they have been really good at nailing. You can see Buzz right now. He's currently watching.
Likely going to have a Your ult cutting
Alpha's
through
over there
here.
as well. Flashback going to be using that Cypher cam to keep his eyes onto B, but you have that extra layer of control there for Fnatic to gain a little bit of extra mid space. Something that has given teams that have played DRX on this map a lot of discomfort. And I'm really curious now. Flashback was absolutely nuts on this map against Crew.
Ooh, it's a flashlight now?
Is he going to be able to dial up another crazy performance? Buzz getting aggro.
Stomping across the site here, going to be met with that flash, and that's going to be the tailwind burn. But now Durka does find himself in this site. Spike plant coming
God,
through.
he's doing the same shit again.
Ultimately burning that potential ult charge, but now the mask will come on. Buzz trying to play elusively, drops down, just continuing to watch this wider angle. As it's a big
Oh my
wraparound
God,
over
he's
towards
got heaven
heaven here.
open.
Up in the tower, rather. Here
shit,
for
bro.
Durka, head going to be spotted out. Seeing the pop flash, the turn from the
Left your
decoy going
picks
to be
one
sent.
down mid.
Not cleared, but Mako dead can make things a little bit more complicated, but Bane's able to find
Wait.
2. Lineups now starting to come in as
What's
Buzz is
that?
able to hold
Oh,
that
grab
defuse
ball.
down to half, but he eats quite a bit of damage now down to 58. Pop flash from Foxy9, swing onto the corner. Albier going to be good for it. Buzz right back in onto the spike. Can they get there in time? There's the setup on the star. The gravel coming through. He cannot scope in. The turret is set up. And Buzz is
What
going to have
pushed
to back
him
away.
off the first time? Was it a nano?
Can't quite hit that shot. Does get one parting gift in Alfier and will die to the spike, but you can see that so much of this round and so much of these rounds for Fnatic on this attacker side are going to be about having Boaster alive. If he can be alive, he makes it nearly impossible. Him and Alpha together can delay. This is that old post-plant meta that we saw back in the day all over again. And you still have very similar tools to work with. You even have the snake bite as well from Hero. So DRX needs to, I think, start being a little bit more aware that the way they played retakes against Crew, where they could just kind of flood retake, sort of use their abilities with the KO and other things to clear space, the Omen Paranoia aren't going to be as effective here. You're going to have to find ways to get into Fnatic's back line to disrupt them.
Right we'll leave Durka at the moment watching in case.
And I guarantee you Hero's going to have a pit line.
Buzz was gonna
So
be
I'm
going for
super
a
excited
sloppy
to
play.
see these ults coming up.
Better safe than sorry.
Yep. Covering all the angles, but as we can see, Buzz posted up here in mid, reinforced by Mako. It's a little bit further behind, but widely, these knives, that's the big punch, the only real punch that DRX have aside from a singular Sheriff in the hands of Flashback. And losing that operator due to the spike in the previous round, certainly
They're getting a
hurting
lot of
DRX's
value out
odds
of
here.
this, like
No doubt
hidden
about it.
value,
Buzz
until
now
now.
starting to
Like
push through.
DRX
You do have to
finally
check.
might see this turret, finally
Clear
might
it.
do something about
It's
it.
a dart to clear a little bit of space.
I feel
Fnatic
like
now starting to make their way towards B. Just Foxy9 there currently.
There's the watch, but Buzz still going to be good for 2 before getting taken down. A very solid value found.
surprised he got that.
It's continuing to do some damage, at least stop the snowball of the economy here as push up into the smoke. Foxy9 unplugged by it, pushes out, gets a smattering of damage across on the Durka. Cannot find that kill. Boaster now watching a quick peek of the shoulder there from Bane, who has to back away.
I love the way they're
Mako.
using this Yoru.
Slinking in from behind, recovers that weapons, able to find one. Gives them a fighting chance as Dirk going to be taken down. Flashback with a headshot, putting that Sheriff to good use. Now Alpha all on his lonesome. You can find the 2 kills. That'll be locked down for the next round as Bane caught unawares.
Wait,
Set
he's
up
not
here.
looking the right way. Oh shit,
Double
oh shit.
Nanos on top, but the headshot comes through.
Oh,
Nanos
he's
don't mean a
reading the
damn.
flank.
Flashback will get them over the finish line. His second kill of the round, second round win for DRX. As they go ahead and pick up a thrifty.
Yeah, and this is the patience that you need to see from DRX to get into the backlines, to start disrupting Fnatic. You can't let them get into comfortable post flanks. You have to be coming at them from multiple angles. You have to be taking out a couple of those deep, you know, near global utilities that you have available in this comp. So, very good job here for DRX. And are they going to be able to take the lessons they learned from this eco and build upon that into the future rounds? But overall, I really like the way Fnatic's especially really trying to feed Durka. Right, they're getting him a ton of orbs. He's always the one planting. They've got the lineup for the TP right to the back site. That's another thing DRX might want to consider checking.
I mean, but going into this one, Durka does have that.
I absolutely think Fnatic is comp diffing the shit out of DRX, by the way.
A setup to be able to try to get yourself a back-to-back thrifty win. This would be it for Fnatic because they have that lockdown.
But DRX has like found stuff that gel really well for them here. So
Buzz though gonna look to
and
try
we are
to
very
deny them
early
the
in the meta
opportunity.
here.
But first up shot gonna be going wide. He gets tagged down to 88. Recon up over the top, the spot of the leg. Able to find Hero. Buzz on the repeat, taking down Chronicle. But he's just stuck here in the smoke, and Durka, it's easy enough for him to collect. As soon as that suppression is gone, he can just go ahead, slap the mask on face. Pushing forward though, Foxy and Bane, 2-man firing squad.
Where's the
We'll find one apiece here before Bane gets taken down. The flash is gorgeous in the back of the
He
site.
killed him
and that
before he
is
put the
going to be
mask
swing
on.
through to go ahead and bring us to parity, tied up 3-3.
Yeah, nice job here by DRX. Cutting off Fnatic at the point of attack. Never really letting anything.
Honestly, DRX is really doing well. Like, they're chilling at 3-3 right now. They lost Pistol, and they have like all their ults built right now. They have KO ult, they have Sova ult, Cypher ult. Didn't they have something else too? Wah! It was a yawn, but I'm not even tired.
Hometown fans liking what they see so far for DRX.
Oh.
Now let's see.
They need something to cheer for after the opening series.
Interesting dart.
I mean,
That's
it
really
was still
good.
very close. There was still a lot to cheer for, just didn't end probably the way they wanted.
Well, now, lockdown still available. That pit at the ready. But Null Command, Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury, plenty of util available here to the side of DRX to try to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, and they've got all the kind of tic-tac-toe counters to what Fnatic wants to do.
Yeah.
You have the Hunter's Fury, you have the Neural Theft in case they Viper's Pit. You know, who knows? With the Null Command, that can be used in a lot of great situations. You get a good read on where the attack's going to be. Oh, Mako.
The timing from Mako. Catching Hero unawares. The assault here on the A side still going to be coming through. Cam able to get the ping out though onto one. Boaster just trying to hightail it out. As flashback now. Neural Theft's going to be in place. He pushes up into the cyber cage. So reveal getting ready to come in.
That's a great
Spam
cage
across.
for that fight.
Too much going to be found there onto Alpier, but he's able to dodge out.
He can like
That
solo
shock dart. And now
fight
Fnatic
that
are in such
Aang.
a rough position. Turret still available to him, I do believe. So that would note this position, but Buzz doesn't push.
DRX just look way better on the map, like now that we're settling into it a little bit.
What this mid control that DRX likes to establish on this map does to you. It makes it so difficult to go anywhere. You have to fight tooth and nail.
Lev was using it. Crew was using
it's
it.
It's going to be one of those rounds, and certainly looking like it's going to be a save at this point for Fnatic.
I saw it a couple times in challengers. I truthfully think the reason why you don't see a lot of harbors is because not a lot of people are very good on
little
it.
Plays. Like Mako did here. A lot of times it's been players like Bane and Buzz doing a great job controlling mid. Sometimes Foxy9 as well. Mako now using that Omen ability to get in there and take a player down very nicely. So things looking pretty rock solid for DRX.
Their energy being low is like
take a
good way to describe it.
I'm starting to get a pretty good read here as DRX. I love the middle aggression in particular.
It's like a little bit uninspiring with the spacing and like the aggression, I would say.
That's what the call looks like, but I think overall a decent time here for the side of
coordinated
Fnatic.
micro
The
plays.
run back here from the side of DRX, something that you want to break.
I swear, the more I see these teams running like these agents, the more I think this comp is meta. I swear. I don't know about Breach. I really don't. I just know that I could take whatever I want with this like on attack. And I've been proven now by Gen.G that you can do this. The problem with this comp is I don't think I would run this comp Because this guy has util that tells you where he is. This guy has util that tells you where he is. And then Gecko's util is pretty restricted as well. So it's like, even though the util is powerful as all fuck, like I could destroy teams with this util, with the cascades that deny like info at the mains, the fault line to take whatever fucking main I want like at any given time, the Gecko for plants with Wingman, the Cove for plants with Wingman, retakes with both as well. The Breach ult could literally just hit people off of the fucking map on like this plant. Like there's so many things that this comp just gels so well with. The Ashe roll is phenomenal.
Good they are at holding those angles. And how disciplined they are.
I'm telling you, that comp is insane. That till is literally util maxing the map.
Control. And this time around, Knife to try to check. Fnatic does end up backpedaling, but once
that's
again,
why I think those 5 are great.
Yeah, different
a bit further forward, yep.
But the drone still will clear.
Should be cleared by.
But it's missing some things where like I might take out the Breach.
You know? Out, working its way forward. The first shot not going to connect.
Always chasing down the.
Just trying to see if he can suss it out. Knife to go ahead and clear out that TP.
Damn. He was not letting that shit
falling
go.
for the bait here on the fake out. Couple shots flying through. Durka Crouch able to avoid that damage. But for now, the null command widely just keeping them locked in position. But Fnatic looking to play this patiently.
That's great there. Buzz able to take out that TP from Durka. That's been a real pain point for DRX early on in this map. Here comes that Cosmic Divide right across the B site.
Paranoia going to be sent out here, going to be forced back. Foxy9 going to be taken down low, tries to survive here. It looks like for the time being will.
DRX just shutting down all these
final
hits.
Tag, getting a connection there.
Fnatic don't look very deep though. It's just like a sight
It's going to be
hit.
stagnant as somehow Foxy coming away with that kill. Gets that a limb. Alpha able to trade one back as Mako will fall, but Durka and Alpha, they're widely just stuck in place. All 4 remaining members of DRX, they are here. And Buzz is not missing his shots right now.
These hits aren't very inspiring from Fnatic.
Durka seemingly just going to have to go for a save once again.
On this album
time at this
of
point to get
06?
to the other side of the map. And
thank you.
The idea behind that Cosmic Divide
I'm
is to
honored.
cut off all the angles
What was the hottest album?
from heaven for DRX to be able to cover it. The problem is Foxy9 and Buzz are already ahead of it. You know, Buzz is holding that angle now. They've decided to kind of change up some of the protocols, some of the ideas that Buzz has with that op to make sure he's going to cover jump, to make sure that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Fnatic to get over there carefully, to make sure that TP is cleared. So some really nice adjustments of their own during that timeout from DRX.
Now, the lead a bit more firm here in their grasp, 5-3. And timeout not working a treat, but still, the arsenal might be weaker here for the side of Fnatic, but they still do have those ultimates.
This wall is no good.
They're trying to work off of all it takes is one crucial opening, one pick.
Fixed it.
And a round can absolutely spiral out of control.
Slow start. Some smoke sent down mid from both squads. Fnatic has that Viper orb on the top ledge, making it a little bit difficult potentially for DRX. I'm already seeing a ping towards the vent, just having to maybe be cognizant of it. I think that camera that flashback has should cover that angle. And now Bane even sliding on back, but no contact found. The weak buy, Fnatic trying to find a way to get back into a site, to get that spike down, and to get back into the comfort of this comp.
I think if they were defaulting the B wall, we saw it earlier.
This position, 0 point going to be going out.
This
and
wall
that
isn't
catches
too
onto
much for
4,
them.
denying the drone as well.
I think this wall might be actively harming
going to force
them.
a reroute here from the side of Fnatic. Mid still being watched by Bane, but he loses out the fight. Alpha able to find an opening there. But Mako answering back in kind, finds one, suspects the forward player, and is able to take down Boaster. Swings back around. You know,
it's not giving them any value here. It's actually tricking them into dying there. It's not really giving them any value here.
The re-hit
because people are just playing on top of the
about
box.
to come through, but Foxy and Buzz, they have
It's
lingered.
not really
They're
giving
still
them any
here.
separation. It's actually just allowing people to close the distance.
Buzz is so damn ready for it.
10 seconds left.
And Chronicle now, just the time
Like,
is not
look,
going to be there. The spike is
this
going to be
wall,
stranded.
this wall literally has helped DRX all half net kills more than it's helped Fnatic lurk, create fake pressure, do anything. If they were actually using the fucking wall that we saw last game from the Viper, I don't even know where it started from. It was some shit weird like across B main. So that way it blocks this line. It puts immense pressure on this cam. And honestly, a lurker there could potentially get through with the right piece of util to help out. Like, you just need one piece of util to help out. And then you can go break the cam even. Like, they need to actually
spending an
switch
immense
things
amount
up.
of time in AIM Labs, hanging out with Jimmy Lin, learning how to op.
Jesus.
But it's been incredible from him.
Man knows when he can fight.
Because
whoa,
that he does. Once again, though, slow going here from the side of Fnatic, and it just seems like that confidence to just go for a fast pacey hit has not been there because DRX have been pushing it back against them
mid-split chat.
so
We're gonna
very
use
well.
this
But now,
orb.
speed about to get ramped up a bit.
Slip in
Lockdown
here
gonna
right
come into
now.
play.
Here we
It's
go.
like widely waiting. See what the response looks like here on the opposite side. They know there's no Hunter's Fury to try to clear this out. Ultimately, DRX just gonna have to give that space up.
And this is going to be tough for DRX now.
Oh, the ping reveal and flashback, able to strike, finds that kill, and Bane was covering fire, takes down Hero, lingering his way into back sight. The cleanup is swift, but Alvier punching back a bit. Finds one, tap onto the plant, Chronicle, hunting for that elimination, but Bane shuts down those hopes and dreams, and Alpha once again is gonna be the last man standing, and he's completely and utterly surrounded. Bane with a big round.
Jesus. This wall. This is the wall we saw last game. They should be using this wall. I think that would just be way better served. They could easily like flash. I mean, just exactly what we saw the last team do. Just flash off of this. If you want to drone from here, you can drone from there. If you want to throw the dart off of this that hits there, you do that too. But I feel like this wall is actually fucking them up right now over at B.
As that sounds, that is a huge win condition for DRX on this defender side.
God damn it. See, I told you, I'm fucking up the letters of these sites left and right.
6 in a row, 6 in a row.
This site just feels like B. It's a smaller site.
Shoutout to try to clear out some of this util, but
Why the
widely
fuck did they
everything
make
being
the
missed
small
here so
site into
far.
A?
Just watching that drone. Dart at the ready, sent, push forward. There's
Oh
the ping
my
reveal. Catching on the two, flashback does get taken down though. Turka able to find one, Bane dropping out of that B
2 on
tower. Finds
3?
one before falling.
Because it was a 2-on-2.
For the first time in a long time, the man advantage is there.
Oh,
Pop Flash
God.
going to be sent, looking for the interrupt. Foxy eventually able to stabilize that aim to take down Chronicle, but Alpha is able to trade him back out. And now it's Buzz all on his lonesome. The mask goes on, the Dimensional Drift on the hunt, trying to spot out Buzz's position. Eventually, we'll just TP back over into A main here. Buzz not wanting to look like a fool. Dashes
Freaking
forward.
see him, right?
Op still in hand. A shot ringing out. Getting Alpha in above him. Knows now that it's clear. But where are the others?
Damn, he got back in.
Seeking
Huge reposition. He'll never
Forward
find
making
him.
a bit of noise here. Has to be suspicious still about tower. Maybe even the wraparound from behind. Pushes up
Damn, that
left
was
side.
so smart from
And
Alpha.
cannot find the shot. Durka with 45 HP will survive. It's going to be another MasterCard thrifty here for Fnatic to get a 4th round win. Now we go into the last round of the half.
Finally, some stability for Fnatic. They're able to fight nicely on the way into the B site. Alfier just stepping through some deep utility with that nano. Flush flashback out. Able to cover Heaven as well. Really nicely done. Good adjustments.
Do they have any ults on Fnatic?
Finally,
I know they obviously don't have
another round
KJ
win
or
for
your
Fnatic
ult.
as they try to follow through. See if they can make this 7-5. DRX
Chronicle having a rough game considering he's
again with that op.
he was actually
over
insane
towards
in their
the B
opening
side.
game. And been
Double sack op.
ridiculous in split
Foxy
too.
picking
So
up
there's
Foxy
the-
going too, you're right.
Yeah, so double op set up for that B site.
Oh goodness.
Likely does have a backup rifle just in case things get a little bit hairy, but ultimately the defenders here on this A side just want to try to drive those players
like
over
this
to that
wall
B hit.
isn't stopping this guy from getting a kill, and it's
Fall for it,
not
make him
stopping
fall
this guy
into
from
that
getting
trap.
the window kill. So like, what is
So
it
does
really
come down to them
doing?
connecting their shots.
Yeah, exactly. But so far, Fnatic is really doing a good job of not kind of falling.
It
for
really
any
is
of
only used here
DRX's
and like
trickery
in the
until now.
take
Mako is on
itself.
such a deep push forward.
That timing is so
Hunter's
good.
Fury opened up. Chronicle on the hunt, finding Foxy 9, looking for a
Really
little bit
big
more.
ult.
Won't be able to get it. But Mako very much implanted here in this forward spot, but he's got to be on a swivel as there's Hero swinging around, and this time he gets the better of him. The timing on his side. Two-man advantage here for the side of Fnatic as once again they're going to start working their way in towards A, and Flashback has to be the one to try to hold the line. Couple shots coming through, just looking for that grab combo into the Nano Swarm. Unable to find it.
Triple F site is boxing the mid right here.
Tap of the plant, not for the hold. Forward position though, and Bane is not ready for that, but Flashback answering. Finds two. Buzz trying to scope in, cannot find it, and would have to be an ace clutch now for Flashback to get them this 8-4 score line. The push forward, Hero with the shorty will put him down.
So
Fnatic
good.
managed to get themselves up to 5 as we swap sides.
Yeah, really good discipline for Fnatic towards the end of this, especially with these mid re-clears. Reading Mako's lurk. Saw that in the tape. I think he did it against Crew, but hard to say for sure.
Hard to say indeed, but hard to say who's going to be coming out on top of this one. We'll find out when we come back from the break.
Stop. Easy.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fnatic Masterclass? You think it's coming on defense? Oof. I guess so, because they have the Killjoy. They could easily lock down this half, yeah. They could easily put up some serious numbers this half. I feel like Gen.G kind of need pistol. I'm trying to think, like, what... DRX will probably try to, like, bait out the Tox. Where are they going with the Viper? This is interesting. I don't know what their setup's going to be. They'll probably just copy G2 setup. G2 walled B a lot. Yeah.
All right. DRX now swapping over onto the attack.
Did I say DRX needs pistol? I actually meant Fnatic. I think Fnatic needs a pistol.
Like the Fnatic that we've come to expect here in the tournament.
Because I think looking at DRX's comp, I think that the KO ult will get them a couple rounds this half. I think that's a pretty good ult to deal with Fnatic's comp. I do think, though, that if Fnatic win pistol, so the reason why is, like, their ults are pretty powerful. Like, the Asher ult will win a post plant. The Sova ult will probably win a round, or at very least keep them very close to a round. KG ult is good for a round. The Pit isn't really good for a round, but situationally it could be used to be really good in a retake.
A lot of ways that you can
or
get
if they have a lineup for like an A main hold.
At choke points, trying to get through.
Like, they have real good
the
ults.
site. So I think again, mid
so a pistol for Fnatic would
relatively important.
Make me really feel like a comeback is coming.
And they are already somewhat considering the same. Gonna take a peek.
High low.
There's a turret out there. Gets cleared.
Just able to get
4 sheriffs versus 4 ghosts and a sheriff.
To go through.
What?
Widely no information given
The
over here.
inverse
Just a bit of
buy.
noise being made in mid. As Fnatic realizing, okay, we've given up a lot of space. This flank could
Crazy
be coming
buy.
through. Start to rotate around. And they would be right as the push gets ready to come in.
It's just, are they going to have enough forces to stop this?
Oh my God. Well, snappy headshot from Boaster and Chronicle with a
Fucking
two-piece.
sad, though.
It's Foxy and Flashback. Bane now going to be taken down as this looks to be a flawless, unless Mako has something to
Shit
say
on them.
about it. A couple players worked low, plenty of footsteps being made. Finds the headshot. Oh, falls for the fake out.
It's a great wall.
Not going to get punished yet as he jumps across over
point.
onto the rope. Drops down, rides back up. The swing now coming through. Nearly ends up falling down after losing some of that momentum, but is snappy with a follow-up. Pulls back away, concussed here for the moment. Mako putting up a solid effort, but ultimately is still in such a rough position. Can even make it in time. He's going to go ahead, go for the sprint. Rushing through. Chronicle there to intercept. Cannot stop him on the drop down, but can certainly swing in. He's going to try to go for the knife. No. Push up into the smoke and will be able to deny the plant. Crucially, that money not there for DRX.
Yeah, this is really nice here for Fnatic. Just a good read and even better shooting to stop DRX in their tracks. You know, again, DRX is overcommitting a few extra players, but the shots are just too good from Boaster and Chronicle. Chronicle watching over Boaster's shoulder and just nails a couple nasty shots. Chronicle just able to get there in time as well. And Foxy9 always positive in terms of his spirits, no matter what's going on in the score lines.
Even with an injury.
I know, he's just unflappable in terms of his just
we're back to
happiness. Yeah, his cheeriness, his energy. Such a nice kid. And
this is slightly different
DRX
of a wall than the other one.
on an eco,
It starts here,
all
so that way in a
classics,
post plant,
buying
it's
up to
blocked
anything.
by this wall.
Couldn't even get that plant down.
They also get like the deep
Guardian
lines covered,
Bulldog,
all three of them.
Vandal for Durka.
One,
Similar,
two,
saw from
three.
Fnatic in their previous anti-eco, except a few buy downs compared to the last one. DRX doesn't like
It's
what
a
they
really
see.
good wall.
Just gonna
And
immediately
then
hightail it over, leaving flashback behind.
This is
As that lurking player.
the same orb we saw earlier
Boaster
that
on the
allows
A side.
floods
Boaster
into the
alone here for
site.
now. Grab the orb.
Yeah, that's the orb. That's the same
Fast
orb
track
we
towards
actually
this
saw
Hunter's
Gen.G
Fury here from
use.
Bane. 3 charges thus far. Flash on the corner at the ready as Chronicle now gets himself situated up in tower. And looks like we're going to be playing a little bit of back and forth here. Pendulum swinging. Don't like what they see on the A side. And let's go back over to B. Flashback. He's pushed in decently deep.
I think he got
Could
spotted.
catch somebody off guard, maybe.
I'm pretty sure he got spotted there on the cross.
At least wary about it. If nothing else, Fnatic have been very good about identifying what space they've given up, but Flashback nearly finding 2 with a classic in hand. Snake might now going to be going through. Bud's going to be taken down. Durka able to find that. 3 players left standing. As DRX just looks
So
to try to see if they can
that center
do
side
any
smoke
real
is very
damage here.
important to
Flash going to be
Fnatic.
sent out, swing onto the corner. Durka eventually able to find his mark, but Bane
They even
does put
refresh
down
it with
a
an
hero.
Astra smoke right there.
Any more deaths from here, and that would be costly for the side of Fnatic, but so far they will be able to hold on to their weapons, the ones that matter. And as the defuse comes in, they will tie us up at 7-7.
Still very, very clean with those classics. Or DRX. Flashback, he's been nuts with them.
Yeah.
He's absolutely cracked with that gun. And that's unusual to say, but he hit, what,
What's
3
our second
headshots in a row or
Lotus?
something like that there? It was absolutely disgusting. But already DRX with a timeout. Pretty interesting. Already Termi seeing something he doesn't like or something that they need to be aware of in terms of how they handle themselves. But I thought that round was pretty clean overall in terms of making
They're
the
running a
best out of
weird
bad
comp.
situations.
So DRX's comp on Lotus, I can see why Fnatic picked this. Their comp is in Neon Chamber. I mean, yeah, they lost these games, but still, like, it's still Paper X and Gen.G, you know, like. And they lost both pistols and both bonuses there. What about the other one? Paper X won 1 pistol, so.
Mark it on your calendar. You're going to meet wherever champions may be in the world, and these 2 teams are going to collide one way or another.
Yeah, plenty of history between them. Who comes out on top this time? Nobody knows.
And every time it's been a 2-1.
I think DRX might need this map, chat. Like, I don't feel great about that comp going against Fnatic.
What they say.
It does feel like the players from DRX are kind of shooting a bit better, though. Like in the fights, I feel like they're looking kind of clean.
You know, it's.
So maybe actually with running like that Neon Chamber on Lotus, like.
And I wouldn't have it any
they
other
just
way.
diff them.
Well, now we go into the rifle v rifle. Timeout call from DRX. Let's see what the game plan looks like. For now, is your point going to be sent out? Nothing noted there. 3 players set up, though, on this A site.
Already that deep cam middle from Flashback gives them a ton of info to work with across this map. Gives them a little bit more comfort to try to lurk. Maybe set up for a crunch through the vents.
Cypher
Try to come in through the other
here,
direction.
just like
There's
how the
that
Vipers
turret
run the
there
orb.
from Alpha
Same
towards B
orb
link.
here.
Shock dart there,
Not
trying to
connecting.
clear, not connecting, trying to clear that KJ util. That might have
Same
been part
wall,
of what
blocks
Termi was
there.
talking about. Sending some info over to Bane. Identifying where he was noticing some of that utility may have been placed that they could try to clear early to give them a little bit more
caught
flexibility.
timing, dude.
Flashback,
Oh,
though,
shit.
Quite far forwards, ready to break this door. Chronicle taking a peek at it here for a brief little moment. Decides to tuck back.
Blind coming through.
Worried
Here we
about
go.
that really deep push coming through. Paranoia going to be sent across. Chronicle able to dodge that. A little bit of spam. Certainly alerting and letting them know that he is in this position. Boaster, in the meantime, stuck here in this nebula. Decides to swing out, puts a little bit of damage down,
Wow,
but ultimately will end up falling. This Buns fishing here at backside, spamming into that smoke here. Just trying to see what he can get. So far, though, it's just going to be a spike plant coming through from DRX. 5 members here in the post plant.
Something really simple there from Mako. Paranoia into a smoke to set up the hit here for DRX to clear out the tower.
I have no tower control, though. Retaking from this position is going to prove to be a bit difficult, especially as Buzz does that. Turns back, Foxy does still fall here.
Dude, no one in pro play shoots at the club.
Double setup, though, in towers. Bane could end up dying. He does. Alpha, oh, a quick peek in, but then shut down. Flashback coming over the kill. The double push off the weapon scoop up there from Hero. It looks like the call to just save these 2 rifles has been made. DRX are going to be regaining the lead.
Oh, this is just a really well thought out round from start to finish for DRX.
Clean.
Unchallenged in mid, allows Flashback to push up into the vent, clear in there, and as soon as they're ready to make their hit, there's a Paranoia smoke that covers Flashback to move into the Tower of A, take control of that space, set them up for that first kill, and then they're able to lock down. Yeah, there's a few trades from Fnatic. They try to fight back, but the layers there for DRX, too much for Fnatic to get through in the long run.
Fake.
Ultimately,
You think the decoy clone would work
2
here?
weapons over.
I don't know.
They killed 2. And that's the bonus. They lose the lead, but there's still an opportunity for Fnatic to fight
Who did
back.
it? Jogamo did it, right?
Bring us back to a tied-up scoreline.
Sorry, we were laughing at it.
2 Bulldogs going to be in play, but
who was? It was like a cent.
Plenty of teams put those to good use.
Oh, you just caught 2 there. You caught Durka
I agree.
and
It'll be
Chronicle
stupid, but I feel like it would
off
work
that
too.
knife from Foxy9. So now you're going to maybe want to try to test this defensive setup with
Heretics
Viper and the
won.
KJ, but Durka, of course, is a Yoru. He can very quickly get around the map if needed. So DRX taking their time on this. Dark cleared. Trying to see if they can find that pick, find that extra layer to get in towards the site, but Fnatic not giving them any opportunities.
Look at Boaster pushing this.
Now it's going to be just a spread of the map again.
Yeah, calls being made. I mean, Boaster in a far forward position here at main. Kind of needs to win out this fight. And as always gets caught. And, okay, he's able to back away. Gets himself out to safety, and then Mako seemingly going to be
They still know
calling.
2 are
Okay,
here
actually,
at
let's
like
go
50.
Chronicle's already used all
This
of
is
his
a
info
great
gathering
rotate.
utilities.
It's
so now
very
Boaster
quick,
needs
very
to use his body to
decisive.
go do that to
And you
make
can see what it's
sure.
done. It's got them a good site to
Shoutout not going to find the bounce there on the Bane. Chronicle just trying to use that last bit that he had until that recon comes back up to try to get a punish there.
Bane
Onto
here.
the droning Sova, but there's the entry coming through. Buzz up over the top. Absolutely dead to rights. Alpier
missing something there, I feel like.
grinding him into a paste.
But critically, Bane was able to keep enough players distracted over on the A side, give them a little bit of extra room to get through, but man advantage for Fnatic on this retake. Are they
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
feel
able
like
to
if
clear
you
past
play
DRX's
Yoru,
defense?
Still have a
you just
flag
have to
that
find a
A-Shock dart here
time
try to set up
to
for the
do
post
it.
plant,
Just
but
to show that you will
have
do
that,
it.
You know, that Viper, that vulnerability to try
Because
to set
everyone
up
knows you're not going to do it.
for the kills as easily.
Then
Smoke
it
coming
just
through.
takes a dimension off of the
Mako
game.
hitting the headshot, swings up into the smoke,
nuts,
fires
by the
off a
way.
couple shots, spots out Durka, finds him as well, swings back in. Hero able to
3 on
dodge out those
3.
bullets. But now, 3 members standing. Hero, one more pulse will take him down. Flashback Bane just trying to buy some time, and Flashback will be able to do just that.
He's low.
Spots out the last player, knows that he's
Doesn't matter,
low,
no time.
cannot win the fight. But Fnatic
Fucking post
cannot
on
get the
this map,
defuse.
dude.
Chronicle will be left alive with 10 HP, and DRX will move up by 2.
This rookie has been brilliant this year. That
Yeah.
is such good awareness, such good shooting. Mako.
It's hard because all these teams that run Euro obviously don't want to play these like this high risk random fucking game. You want to do what you do in practice, and you definitely want to be practicing that shit. It's like it's hard to walk that line, know when to take those weird ass risks.
I believe it was Sideshow that said it, that if anybody was going to overtake Karan as Rookie of the Year, you would have to win Champions. Flashback, that's exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, he's certainly looking good so far. He's definitely a contender, no doubt about it.
I mean, on the opposite side of the stage, though, we should also mention Hero, who in just a very short period of time has also proven himself to be
phenomenal,
absolutely incredible, and very, you know, very much qualified to step into Leo's shoes here. As for now, gummed up on the approach. Well, shots to the box. As they try to assess where they want to go for the plan here. Nebula's going to be coming through. It looks like they want to try to use this against Fnatic to be able to safely get that spike planted. They do so.
I like how they take those
Buzz
shots,
with the
by the
outlaw
way.
still playing.
Just to like let Fnatic know, like, don't fucking spam the planner. Like, we have 2 fucking shooters right here. They will spam you fucking back.
For them is Foxy
Don't do it.
having to tuck back, nearly getting picked off. Ping gets the reveal. The grab well to try to pull him
They're just
forward.
like light taps.
And Poster
or
on the
bursts.
hunt. Shock Dart will find him,
my
however,
God,
as it's going to be a
Chronicle.
trade out. As Bane also gets Darka. The fuse out, going to be held, covering fire. Alfier shuts it down. The fuse held to half.
shit.
The dueling
Sova
Hunter
diff.
Fury's coming
Sova
through. Bane loses
diff.
out on the fight now. Flashback on his lonesome. Gets a blind shot, but cannot do anything
Holy
more.
fuck.
Spike will be defused.
That was an
Hero will
amazing
be
round by
shut down on
Chronicle.
that push up. The Fnatic with 2 players surviving. Once
Yo,
again,
he even waited for the first pulse, and Chronicle was just like, nah, motherfucker. Thanks for telling me where you are. It just double hit him.
To set up all this util. First of all, I
That
love
was
Alpha's
sick.
early nano swarm there to buy himself some time when he gets paranoid on top of the box to give his team a little bit more ability to make some quick rotations. But then you have so much ability to make Foxy 9 so miserable behind the jump.
Such a close game.
The snake bite into the grab well, into a shock dart. I mean, just absolutely annoying to deal with. And they convert. They get the kill off the util.
Oh, Durka.
You
There's the
look.
jiggle peek. Now they know the operative is going to be there, and this orb take is not going to be punished. So now he's got that dimensional drift
Swoop.
online and immediately TP's away. Buzz going to be noted. They know that there's 2 players here, and he just wants to try to disguise maybe that vandal as much as possible. But as he draws it out, they'll see it in the silhouette.
Ults from Fnatic are looking real good.
And once again, DRX starting to line up. Flashback has taken a lot of space, but weak on the weaponry this time. Can watch his back, can wait for the rest of the team, but they're pinging it out. Fnatic knows they've given this space up, and knows that it is decently likely that Flashback has taken advantage of it.
Yeah, ping's coming down, though, also from the side of DRX. Wary that there could be somebody just on the opposite side of this very flimsy door.
This is going to be tough. Buzz with that hero vandal.
He's looking for the entry, the dash forward. First off shot going to be going wide. Chronicle able to find it. There's the ping reveal, and Durka ends up getting flushed out, but Boaster finding one, but Buzz finding a second. Mako at the same time gets rid of Chronicle. Op is going to be scooped up. Buzz says thank you very much. Lockdown available for Alpha here. Does he send it, though, in a 2v3, knowing that weapons are recovered? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Opts to go for it. The fragment isn't in play.
Ooh, Buzz is
No,
spawned.
there's nothing to really clear this one out unless Buzz gets on a deep enough line.
Oh my
Now
God.
Buzz is out into the open. He's got nowhere to go but down into the depths.
One set smoke.
Snake bite on the one side. The smoke. A bit of a
What is
question
this?
mark there.
A smoke for ants?
As Alpha going for the defuse. Mako waiting patiently. Here's the retap. Knows that it's up to half. Swings back in and cannot make it happen. Narrow margins, but Fnatic will tie us up.
His smoke was slightly too low. Oh my God. He tried to get it a little bit higher so that way you could see like the corner, but that was way too low. Holy fuck.
Angle against Durka so
Yeah, it was
nicely,
intentional,
ready for
yeah.
the follow-up. Huge shots from Mako.
Dude.
What happened with that smoke?
I was gonna say, chat, like I was literally drawing it up on the other screen. I was like, they're on this eco, all they gotta do is convert it. They're in such a good spot, they're about to run it. They had the Astra ult Killjoy ult combo coming, and they just used the Killjoy ult. Like, that's a free round. And they would have been sitting at 10-8 with a free round coming up. Like, that could haunt them. That could really be
Have
bad.
that null command. You have the neural theft. You can find an opening. Might be able to take advantage of it. Now Durka with that op. Going to try to challenge that catwalk that has been given up to Flashback a couple times already.
What
A bit
age
of
are
a
we
pain
talking?
point, so need to find
9?
a different way to adjust to it. I like this change up from Fnatic.
When I was 8 or what?
Making sure that that extra angle is going to be that much more difficult for DRX to create. And they're just making sure that this space is clear. I mean, we've already seen a couple times
All
where
right.
Fnatic players
We got pings. We're probably
pressure
gonna get the blind cutting through again.
towards this orb, whether it be
No,
Durka,
actually,
whether
just
it be
open up the
Boaster.
middle. I like this
TP
one.
up. You're in the tower.
This is the
That's
play
a
we
different way
use.
to
Here
get
from
in there.
Mako as Paranoid's going to go across, won't connect on anybody, but he gets a smoke out.
Oh,
But
link
Flashback
kill.
taken down. Alpha here finding that punish here in mid. Knew that he was going to be going for it no matter what. The patience pays off. Fnatic once again, man advantage. Quick drift across from Bane, spotting out Chronicle's positions. The null command now going to be coming through from Foxy 9.
Doesn't allow these ults to be
a
used.
little bit too deep.
Very big.
Damage not going to be found.
He's trying to get his shit.
Hero looking to pressure around the back. Another smoke going to be sent. Mako turning his sights back in. Catches a glimpse, but cannot catch the shot.
So he TP's into
gets
the
eliminated.
ult, so he could start it
As
early.
this dimensional drift leads
Holy
the
shit,
charge.
that's so
Bane now in
smart.
such a poor position.
That's so smart from
Completely and
Durka.
utterly surrounded. Doesn't know which way to
Holy
look.
fuck.
And that is going to be a flawless as Fnatic will gain the lead.
That's so
Phenomenal
smart.
retake here from the side of Fnatic. Able to give up that space to DRX willingly.
What the
I like
fuck?
the idea there from Mako.
He was so deep to get away from the KO ult, and then he TP'd to get close, so that way he can kind of lead the pack. Dude, that was so smart. It allowed them to actually hit good timing on this retake. And clearly DRX was not ready for that.
Just saying, one here, okay, bang. Next, go. I've got it.
That's so fucking
Really
sick.
nicely dialed up there from Fnatic.
This is going to be DRX back over onto an eco. Still not going to be seeing that second timeout call.
I was wondering what he was
Jeremy
cooking with
wanting
that
to
TP.
hold perhaps for the next buy round. Neural Theft Blades online. Boaster just playing forward, more than happy to eat that null command as he puts, or that 0 point I should say, as Mako gets put down to 49 health. Buzz needing to be crispy here on the entry. Up and over the top, the ping reveal coming through, but just tags up
got
Boaster
that.
a bit. Looking for that limb, but now runs out of blades. Just a classic in
could've
hand.
gotten that.
The side is DRX's, but can they hold it is the question.
What a util combo to try to set Buzz up. It almost works.
Quick peek out. Durka going to be rerouted here. Buzz continuing the jiggle peek, but there's a double wraparound coming through in mid at the moment that he's going to have to try to greet at the door. The push forward. Shot rings out. The blind connecting, and Durka finds his man. Bane going to be taking down Foxy 9. Snappy with that first headshot, the second as well. But here comes the drop down. Here comes the flood. Mako trying to hold the line. The quick TP. The trap getting the stun. Shots ringing through as they poke and prod. Out of the wall, the time is dwindling, and my God, DRX pull off a MasterCard thrifty of their own when they need it the most.
No.
What a game! What shooting from Mako and Foxy 9. I thought this had Fnatic written all over it. You don't get that Blade Storm to connect from Buzz.
Oh
And it just looks like maybe your win condition got taken out from underneath you. Bane flashed up the heck from Durka's utility, dead to rights. And then Foxy 9 finds 2 huge ones. Mako comes in with 3. DRX ties it up.
And this was like when you get a birthday card and it looks really nice, and then you open it and there's just an expletive in there.
What? How many times does that happen to Seth? What the fuck?
Fnatic, because it seemed like they had
That is
it all up.
oddly specific. That is very oddly
like
specific.
My birthday, when my mom put a case of my own CDs in a Nintendo 64 box to bait me into thinking it was a Nintendo 64. I'm not even kidding. That really
We're
happened.
fucking ironing out traumas.
Mom.
We're gonna iron out these traumas by the end of this fucking cast. We're 10-10.
In retrospect, pretty darn funny.
This
My
might go to
friends helped
OT.
sell it, too.
It's one of
They
those
were
things
all
that
in
just,
on
it really hurts when you're a child.
Yeah, when I was young, I was pretty upset about it, but now it's kind of funny.
We're gonna work through this.
I mean, but no, who gets an N64 at the age of 45?
What the F? Come on, man.
That's crazy.
Well, anyway, crucial
That's
round. Let's
crazy.
focus up here. 10-10 on the scoreline.
Good lineup going in.
Dang, man.
This B side completely stacked with defensive utility. I think I've broken him. Hunter's Fury, though, Neural Theft still available here for DRX. Pit online, sent.
Oh,
You're
that's
able
a,
to get
that's
that
a
one through.
fucking sick
Con not going to be
bid,
pinging
dude.
out a damn
Look
thing.
at
He's
it.
just sat here
That
at
was all the
backside.
plant spots, other than this like right
jump
lane.
up and Foxy,
What?
snappy still. Finds that headshot. Shorty in hand, Buzz. Able to find one, the push forward hero. Able to tank down the enemy KO, but the site now broken open. Chronicle, dead.
Oh,
As Boaster now will have to just go ahead and try to save this weapon.
Man,
He
oh,
needs
man.
to save this, yeah.
I mean, that looked like it was going to be difficult. Hero got that pit down just before the 0 point arrives.
I don't know about that shorty play either. Like, he has to know, like, no one's running up this alone, right? No one would do that in this server. Maybe in like scrims against like a tier 2 team, but not in this server in a 5-on-5. Yeah, he would have had to get in like 2-and-2 shorty shots. That was like the only shining light scenario, you know, like I was surprised the one shorty shot killed that first guy so fast.
on Abyss.
Oh, yes.
Given that Lotus is coming up next.
Oh, God, yes.
Because that Lotus is coming up next, if DRX do it on Abyss, then I am so
Here's the
ready
answer to your question
for
about
a
the
potential 3-mapper. But
outside
this
the
all
pit.
starts with that snappy headshot from Boxy, just getting the punish here onto Alpha.
Absolutely disgusting. He has come online in the last couple of rounds. And
That's a good
Bane's
shot.
doing the KO.
That's a fucking good shot. That's actually hella funny.
They're having fun with it.
Oh, I love it.
It's like, bro, are you gonna bop that shit?
Also one of those
No,
hype guys.
no, I'm not bopping
For
it.
DRX, always
No.
keeping the spirits up. A lot of ults again. Kind of the trio here. Durka gonna get spotted and peace out. You have the Hunter's Fury, neural theft and no command. So DRX can take their time, really try to figure out how they want to work the map. This is looking like another A setup, so what's going to be their ideas behind this execute this time? Typically, they've been waiting for some ability to take
send
tower,
a TP
but
back, but just gonna wait.
the question is,
Honestly, it won't matter. The KO ult's
that
gonna
done? Flashback
fucking
is
take his
watching for
abilities
deep
away
work,
anyway.
expecting something with those weaker buy from Fnatic to be a little
I'm
off.
getting a bit of deja vu though.
Yep.
A side hit coming through. Lower purchase,
Oh my
but
God, they're
didn't
going off
have
contact.
Durka
and
getting
Durka
timing
didn't-
like that on the bingo card for the round. Boaster going to be spotted out. Bane.
I don't know why he
scaling
was so
forward, taking
mobile
some
right
space,
there.
going up
I don't
on
know
top,
like what the
spots
deal
gun
was.
barrel onto one, swings
He
in,
is
finds
comfy.
Boaster. It's Chronicle, the shot going right above Mako's head.
Where is you looking?
Couple strands of hair cut off perhaps, but kill not found
Yeah,
as
he
a
had a
what?
rifle.
Albion,
What?
he failed to jump.
Wait,
Trying
did I
to wrap
miss?
around
Did they show it?
at back sight.
Did I miss it? I mean, that's where he is right there.
At least that's what all I have to assume.
That's my best guess.
I looked
Solid on the
over for like a
drop
split
down, 20
second.
HP
Now I
though
look back, he
remaining
was
here
dead.
for him. As Mako staying quiet within the smoke.
Dude. Fnatic have kind of shit the bed here this half. I
Not doing
feel
much
like
for
they
him.
had them on
That's on the opposite side of the map. There's
such a
swing out
bad
from Mako.
spot.
Chronicle, just a marshal in hand.
What? They lose like 2 thrifties this
Hearing the
half,
rope,
right?
hearing these footsteps. Mako wanting that elimination.
right?
Foxy going to be
2?
tagged down low, cannot find it, and Chronicle will
They
scoop up
felt
a weapon,
so
but he's
in
not gonna be able to get away
control
from
this
this one.
map.
DRX will
For
move
so
up 12
many
to 10,
different-
map point in their hands.
Like scenarios of
Just
it.
so clean on
And
the
then here we
entry
are
here.
at like the finish line. They're down 2 rounds, and I'm just like, what happened?
Let's take a look back at this one.
I want to see this. Bane,
Like,
so good.
oh.
Checking that angle. Durka there, playing anti-flash. And instead, it's just Bane just
Oh,
kicking
he
the
just
dust.
literally backpedaled.
Just backpedaled off.
I thought he had messed up the jump, but I mean that's.
no.
But the thing is,
What is
that's
that?
why we saw.
What is that?
And at least he has a right smile at the end. But that's why we saw Durka get timing, because he's trying to play on that ledge. He's trying to get as close to it as possible.
What did he say?
Oh, he just literally
just-
backpedaled.
And instead, it's just Bane just
Oh,
kicking
he
the
just
dust.
literally backpedaled.
Just backpedaled off.
I thought he had messed up the jump, but
What did he say?
oh, he just literally backpedaled.
Just backpedaled off.
I thought he had messed up the jump, but I mean,
I fell off map, bro. What is it?
No, in most of the other maps, you know, there's less danger.
Fell down map.
in
Fell down
those
map, bro.
situations, mostly none.
Yeah.
So, let's see what Fnatic wants to do. They need 2 more to send
It's
us
not so bad.
into OT. They're gonna
The
have
first sound through it sounded like so like it sounded different. It sounded like he said something like sad. I don't really know, but listening back, it was him being like tongue in cheek, like kind of trolling. I could hear
He's
it.
going to be picking up 1 as well.
He wasn't.
I saw Fnatic flirting
Yeah,
with
a
the
little bit
Noted,
of
but
disappointment in himself in his
decided to
voice,
leave
but
that at home for now.
I think anyone would.
It's the glass cannon from
I just wanted to
Durka.
make sure it wasn't like doom and gloom.
a lot resting
like,
on this. I
oh,
mean, clearly
fuck,
the map
and, like,
resting
nothing's
on
going
this is
right.
Mako and Buzz. Catch a plenty.
Yeah, it's not
Say, hey,
ideal.
let's try that double op thing,
Like
but this time on the attack.
Sometimes
This-
though,
the
it's
lack of
like
the operator
you
has been
can
something
tell
that
a lot by
has been
someone's
hindering
tone right
Buzz
there
a
in
little
that
bit.
scenario.
He's had a
like,
couple of rounds, but he started off this half
listening.
14-4.
They got 2 ops again.
Yep. I just said that. We might need to get your hearing checked.
No, I know,
he's
but I mean,
tiny,
I'm just
tiny.
trying to understand it with Mako picking it up.
And Mako used to be a Jet player
That's true.
once upon a time.
He did. This is very unorthodox for DRX.
Oh god.
Oh, ooh. Single peak punish not going to be found there. Hero able to get away with his life.
Anti-timing for Buzz. Buzz has been
Just
pretty
slowly
fucking solid
backing
this
away.
map, I might say.
Throwing to come through here from Bane, staying in a forward position. Try to continue to bait further rotations towards this B site.
I know Flashback
Everybody
probably
else
doesn't have
from
a lot of
DRX
kills
gets
right
ready
now,
to
but I
stack
swear
up on
that
A.
guy continues to impress me.
They're playing very safe. I mean, I think they're trying to
Mako turn around to Dylan.
somebody will walk out.
There's
and
the bait smoke.
Yep.
Drone to try to check. Tuck back
So
from Foxy.
smoke.
Nothing spotted over at A main. Do
They
they
have
pull
the
the trigger
TP
here
here,
or the full
so
rotate?
they'll have the 3
Looks like
stack
Fnatic
if they take
starting
this.
move out.
There we go. Okay, he took it. Wait,
TP
wait,
from
wait,
Durka, but now,
wait. Okay.
A sense here.
Ooh.
Nothing else came in on the back of the drone.
Yep.
Ooh,
This
they
hit
started to
taking a
rotate
bit too
off.
much time. Durka now in position to try to find value with that operator. Up and over the top here
Left side
goes
dash.
Buzz.
Oh my
The
god,
flash out
oh my
connects,
god.
And Buzz is able to collect. Boaster dead. No
Holy
idea where Buzz is
fuck.
at. As he's right up in their faces.
That was so nice.
King reveal off the narrow depth
Oh
spot.
my
Buzz
god,
says,
that was so
operator.
nice.
Scoops it up off the ground and immediately puts Chronicle
It's over.
6 feet under.
Oh,
Looks for the
fuck.
follow-up flick. Cannot make it happen. Still though on the hunt, DRX. 2 kills away from closing out this opening map. As the shot gonna go wide, a bit too much movement there as Hero.
Wait.
Now pushing forward, flashback taken down, and lockdown is in play.
It's not the best lockdown.
Fragment gonna be sent to
'cause
try
they
and
could
delay.
peek
Hunter's Fury is
behind this.
available, but they're actually not sending it, and that might be something that they end up regretting. The Hunter's Fury now open to try to stop any potential plans there, and Hero will get taken down, but it's already held a half, and he's
Oh
just
my god, he's
nowhere
got it.
nearby.
He's got it.
Alfier's got it, he just stole it away from them all!
Holy
The 4K as
fuck.
well to boot, and DRX had everything in their hands, and they have let it go.
Bro.
And all it took was
How
one
the
missed shot
fuck
from
did they
Buzz.
do
He
that?
knows he can hold that angle because there's no
Generational
flashes.
loss. Yes. The great grandkids will be hearing about the infamous Abyss 2-on-4 throw when they lose this series 1-2. Watch, they're gonna fucking manage to win on Lotus, but lose the series.
Oh man.
The story of this
heartbreaker,
map
but
loss will be
gotta give
passed
credit where
on for
credit's due.
generations.
Once Fnatic was given that slight opportunity, they completely took control of that round.
They did, and that's the thing that you cannot do against this team. Timeout going to be called here from DRX as they look to avoid
I think DRX
an
will,
overtime here. But it feels like it all came down to that critical moment. Save the Hunter's Fury. Don't clear out the lockdown. We'll go ahead and try to pick off the diffusers, but they just can't keep the players alive at the front of sight.
Well, and I think in DRX's mind, you're probably saying, well, they have to dry swing everything. We can just hold angles. No problem. And they just couldn't do it. They got outshot. And that leaves Bane on an island at that point. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think I would have rather seen it there to clear.
I actually don't really know what the fuck DRX is doing here. So coming back here, look at these two guys in main, right? Just look what they're doing. They're both gonna be on this side of main as Buzz is constantly taking pop shots on the left, and they're holding his left. Why are they not holding his right? Like, I think this KO actually crosses back. Let me see. Yeah. So the KO actually leaves the right, goes and doubles up with the Omen. That gives timing to this Viper. The Viper gets out wide. The KO, for some reason, now decides to like kind of start jiggling the right a little bit. The Killjoy gets this kill, and instead of just playing up and together in like a 2-on-5 and just fucking winning, they play scared. They play super far back. They give up all the ground. They're now like in a horrible spot in this lockdown. And again, instead of just challenging this, which they very well could if they wanted to, like with a dart and just like triple swinging, they're playing scared. Like no one wants to fight.
Corner, but Buzz just out of range of it. Able to stay alive. Smoke has to come through.
Yeah, he just got
a
locked
decent
down.
amount of utility out of DRX, though, for that exchange. However, Chronicle now sent everything he had just to take that extra space. The thing is DRX being pretty quick.
They just played that round
Rotate
to
over
like
to B.
not lose, I feel like.
They can just kind of dial up a good execute here. They could pretty decisively end this round, but Bane gonna lead the way with the drone. Smoke goes out to cover heaven. Push coming through, Buzz up and in.
Sees that Nano, wants to avoid it. Dashes over to the side, Hero playing forward here, Guardian in hand, spots out one, finds the kill, Bane gonna be taken down, but Buzz deep, cleans up two. Hero now be
Buzz
gonna be
is
taking out the
fucking on
knives out,
fire.
pop just in case he needs a backup. There's Buzz, gonna be playing on a deeper angle. Everybody from the side of DRX getting disconnected from the site. Dimensional drift coming through. Durka seeking target, but none spotted quite just yet. Flash at the ready to pull out. Foxy, wise to it, snaps over, finds a headshot. Diffuse, it's coming in, but Buzz finds the headshot through the smoke to deny it away.
Holy shit, dude.
Fnatic a whisper away from taking us into overtime, but Buzz had had enough.
Dude, that means that if Durka got that kill, chat, that fucking clutch is over. What the fuck? Like, I guarantee you Fnatic win that if Durka gets a kill.
This is going to be a crazy day.
We've got Lotus on the horizon. We'll see that after the break.
Let's see Buzz's stats from that. Dude, the maps today have been unreal. The games have really lived up to it. Fnatic won both pistols on the opposing team's map pick. Couldn't get it over the line, though. They looked like they could have. I'm not going to lie. This is on Fnatic, I think. This is on them. This ain't on, like, some crazy game plan or... Yeah, Buzz did have some pretty impactful late rounds, but I also think Fnatic made a lot of mistakes here. This is like... DRX is definitely showing crazy potential because like I said, I am not a believer in this comp. I'm fucking not a believer in this comp. I am a believer in the players of the comp though, like in how they're playing. It seems like they're all in pretty good mechanical form. It seems like they're not overcommitting to dumb shit. Their star duelist is playing really well. They have a controller player that's always alive in the late rounds. Flashback and Bane are a bit of an uncertainty. I think Foxy and the Flex is kind of good. I've been very impressed with what I've seen from Flashback, though. In terms of pure stats, KDACS, etc. is best for the worst rated IGL. Not. Do you mean at champs or do you mean like VCT as a whole? That's I doubt it would be a champs as a champs just because they won their opening game, you know? That is fucking shocking. That I did not expect that down here. Did not expect that at all. I guess statistically it would be Devi. That's the worst one, right? Oh, wait, Cruz is IGLing. That's right. Cruz is IGLing talent. It's definitely not the worst fragger, like, out of all of the IGLs. I think he does focus, it's weird. I get the scenario he's in, because I was obviously like a IGL similar to Boaster in CS, where I focused like a lot more on the team and my prep and macro stuff. But we didn't have a coach, and Boaster took all that time in the offseason to really focus on his mechanics. I think, truthfully, like he came into the season and his mechanics looked quite good. I think he improved them a lot. But I do think the team lost their identity because of that. And I think, truthfully, like, they probably would have been better off coming into the year if Boaster solely focused on, like, what he did last year. But instead, probably what he did was, like, we were the best team in the world last year. We could have been better if I had higher mechanical skill. I'm going to focus that. Unfortunately, that made other things kind of lose effectiveness, I think.
Now tell me, there's always obviously a risk to pick a
now
map
they're
where
kind
your
of back
opponent
into
has
their
never
old
showed what they
style, where
play,
they're
how
playing
they
like
play.
a new...
And when you saw the composition that they were running,
new look
what was your first
comps.
reactions? And did you think that that was something
They're playing
you could
different
maybe
styles than all these other teams. They're setting the meta. So they're like revitalizing how they even approach the game.
프나틱의 어비스 조합을 봤을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨는지 그리고 좀 대처 가능하겠다, 준비가 가능했겠다 싶었던 부분이 있었을까요?
프나틱이 엄청 잘하는 팀이지만 제 아무리 프나틱이어도 대회에서 한 번도 안 했다는 것은 좀 현장에서 경험 미스로 인한 좀 실수들이 나올 수 있다고 판단을 했고요. 그리고 어떤 조합이 나와도 이길 수 있다는 좀 자신도 있었고 조합도 사실 스크림에서 많이 겪어봤던 조합이라 저희끼리 얘기를 잘 해서 크게 당황하지 않고 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Fnatic are a really strong team, but given that they've never played this map before on stage, it means that there's a possibility that they don't have enough reps in the officials. So there could be a lot of mistakes from their side as well. And we're super confident that no matter what
the whole time
that they pull out, what strats that they pull out, we can beat them on this map. That's how strong we are on Abyss.
Yeah, you guys looked very strong. Thank you very much, Coach Termi and Jen as well. Best of luck on map 2.
Holy crap, that was an ending to that matchup there on Abyss. Of course, DRX walking away with the win courtesy of Buzz's buzzer beater shot right at the end, literally. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Buzz, really because I think Paperthin had a really good moment where he was talking about how Buzz was always been a good Jet, but he feel like here he's been a great Jet, and I think the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, I think he's been magnificent. He's been anchoring these sites, putting pressure onto people in the first half, doing a great job of putting up results. And then also...
I see. Speaking from like my own perspective, not like maybe like what's happening to... I have no idea. I have no insight. Just my own perspective. Being in these tournaments as an IGL on like a tactical team, you come into the tournament like super prepped. It's almost like... as long as your team isn't like on the verge of dying, right? Where like everyone hates each other. And even in those scenarios, the team is still prepped, but you're allowing the team to take more risks. At least that's how I approached it, right? Like, well, if I felt like I had shitty teams, like that weren't performing well in practice, I didn't feel like we were listening well, I didn't feel like players had the right discipline to hold certain things, I would play with higher variance. I would call much differently, right? But still in those scenarios, I would operate the same way in a tournament setting where I would enter the tournament in very good form, right? Because we had all this time to prep. We have like breaks before the tournament. Strategically, our first game, maybe even our second game, we're running strats that the other teams aren't really privy to. There's stuff we've cooked up in practice. There's 7 maps in both of these games, and there was in CS back then. So you can basically manipulate vetoes if you can play all 7 maps, which if you're a really good team, you should play all 7 maps in both games because you can control the veto. And if you can control the veto, then you can basically decide like, okay, in this first series, I want to go into my opponent's weakness. They are dog shit on, like Abyss. They look so bad. So I know we can get a win there. That might not be our best map. It's somewhere in the middle of our pool. But showing that we're picking it here, and if we beat this team, no one will ever pick it against us because they'll think that we love Abyss, and they'll think that it's like a much better map for us than where it actually is in our pool, which actually matters because then that matters how the next team will veto against you, which then like they're trying to pick into your weakness. And so you need to be flexible across many maps because it's impossible to be fluid and not very rigid on like the 4th shot of playing the same map, right? You're gonna look stale. The other team will know exactly what you're doing. And now bring it back full circle. If you're the IGL, you can be in that scenario. You can be the person that knows what the other team is gonna do. You can be a step ahead. You can know exactly what's gonna happen when the ult plays come in. You can know exactly like the 4 options for their thrash, right? So then you game plan around those 4 options. Unfortunately, like as you go into the tournament, so like looking ahead here, like we're looking at like the bracket, right? We're coming into the tournament. These guys have time. Like this first game is the 2nd, the next game is the 6th. Like they have time to cook. Like this is okay. They lose the first game, they have a full week. But once we hit playoffs and the games are like very tightly spaced, like you lose this game, you're playing again on the 17th. You win this game, you're playing on the 18th. You win this game, it's like 23rd, then again 24th, and then again like 25th, right? Like if you're on this route, 23rd, 24th, 25th, like as an in-game leader, you are not mechanically warming up a lot. You're probably researching the other team a shit ton. Like you are sacrificing your mechanical skill for the sake of knowing exactly what the other team is going to do because there's way more value in something like that, like in both CS and this game. So there was times where literally like I didn't even warm up before a game on that we played in tournaments. Like I would rather watch a demo. I swear to God, this actually happened, and it was a lesson I had to learn. Where like it's always a balance. There's no rules written here, right? Like especially when I was playing, like there's no rules written on this. Like how much should I watch a VOD versus how much should I warm up? And there was one time where I was literally in semifinals of the first major against Fnatic, where I didn't warm up. I thought Fnatic upset whoever they played in quarters. They were kind of like seeming like a flash in the plan team, which in hindsight is hilarious that I thought that. And so I was like, I could just look into their VODs. I'm going to anti-shot them really hard. I knew exactly what they're going to do. It's just, it's hard to devise those solutions on the fly. Yeah. You have to, it's all like lessons that you need to learn as an IGL. And like, it's just a person, like what kind of prep is necessary against what kind of team and what kind of layers you need to prepare. So yeah, there's a lot of shit that goes into it.
I think though that Fnatic are going to be very.
Oh, they're not running the neon,
what they consider
right?
like common chamber sightlines,
That's
because it's somewhat predictable. There's only a few places that you can play chamber and get good value out of the rendezvous.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be difficult for the DRX to catch them off guard, but at least you're leaning into the raw talent.
Yeah, one strength on the attack side is having that that teleport to get away. You can bait out the utility in A, go for early fights like that, but still, I think it is tough to get value out of this agent. I'm excited to see what Foxy can do, though.
Yeah, this is going to be really freaking cool. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for map 2. You got Achilles and Paper Thin yet again.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go into this one.
Yeah, they were
Fnatic,
running.
expected
Yeah,
to be
this is the
favored
first
to go
time
to
they've
Lotus,
run
the
this
DRX
specific
making
comp.
some changes. The last time we'd seen them play on Lotus versus Gen.G, that was that neon breach setup. The chamber was there, but it was not in the hands of Foxy9.
This is going to be really, really interesting here. So I have to assume DRX switching that Viper in, wanting to take a little bit more map control, having that ability to set up Foxy9 as the
and they got rid of the
better.
breach. They brought the Viper in
Definitely
too.
going to be part of the plan. See if they can somehow, some way, take this map that I completely agree Fnatic is the best in the world at. And they are absolutely fearsome, and it looks like it's going to be quick control of Rubble for DRX. Foxy9 with that headhunter. Just scoping in to see if anybody's going to come through. Haunt is cleared. And Fnatic seemingly peeling off. Giving a little bit of extra space. And looking to try to challenge a little bit further down the line.
Everybody from Fnatic right now, I mean, peeking out. You've got Durka watching over towards B.
Oh, the last
You've got Alpha
series was Heretics. The last map was DRX.
Over towards
pretty much
South.
every game has gone the distance, so today's been fucking wild.
Idea, as the pings come down, that everybody from DRX is corralled and ready to attack here onto this A site. Prowler goes forward. Chronicle able to clear that one out.
Oh no, the blind miss.
Take him down, finds the first blood.
Oh, dude.
Backpedals does get tanked down to 40.
That was slightly late on the blind.
Close, just the classic in hand. Catches a glimpse there on the flashback, but now is it at risk and will be surrounded. Boombot dropping down, Buzz obliterated as Durka able to find the kill. Mako revealed, trying to hold close, swings out, it's gonna be good for one more as Durka will find a second, but now flashback caught off guard. Ends up getting eliminated. The swing out, the instant headshot from Foxy9.
Holy fuck.
And now suddenly Talvi are all on his lonesome.
They're in a high-low.
2 plays to deal with, and they are high-low setup. The Ghost finds the
Oh my god!
He gets it done! Alpha!
Didn't even hit him!
The clutch, and Fnatic will win the pistol!
Holy.
What a monstrous shutdown!
He is unreal today!
11-11 remaining on the timer. Make a wish. What a clutch.
Absolutely disgusting
13-11,
from
13-11,
Alpha.
13-10, 13-11.
So fast
Jesus
on this turn.
Christ.
Gets that kill on
I wasn't
flashback.
sure what that third
Flashback
map
just
was, if it
not
had
anticipating
13-10.
that there'd be one
That's
more
insane.
player coming through.
That's so
and you
sick.
can't completely fault DRX for the way that they set that up, but nothing you can do against that. He's just better.
So animated.
Alpha has the god hand here today.
No doubt about it.
Always praises rifling, but to start working on praising his pistoling as well. But Foxy with a force up here on the Outlaw. Brought to you by Mako. And does manage to find an opening kill, so Durka going to be taken down.
Wow.
You can already see some of the ideas for this DRX comp to allow Foxy9 to thrive. Use that natural talent that he has. Did see that one snappy headhunter shot. Now a good outlaw shot as well, knowing that it's going to be half armors in this anti-eco for the side of Fnatic. See if they can do any more damage.
Outlaw force buy on Chamber is
really affect
honestly fucking felon behavior. That's fucking nasty, actually. Having the Chamber run out.
The inch forward so far, nothing being spotted. They see that connector door already broken down. Flashback just lobbing that poison orb over in towards stairs.
And you can see the ideas right now for DRX on this A side is to just be slow and methodical. Check every angle on the way in. But the retakes for Fnatic are something that time and time again, we saw it against Billy. Saw it on that previous round that they're just able to find ways to make it work.
Bro, that's going to really fuck them up on the rotate. Breaking that turret is going to make this feel painful. This cross is going to feel painful.
Plant can come through.
Gives them a lot of space, gives them a lot of time.
Does get sent out, but no one in position
to really finally over here now. Could still be someone in heaven. They don't know.
Boaster, the distraction for the Prowler is
Big
absolutely
fight, big
gorgeous.
fight.
Mako, not going to be able to outdo. Alfia here in this position once again finds his opening kill of a round over by that connector door, and now Buzz is going to be taken down. Just Flashback and Bane, the Outlaw trading hands here, getting passed around, but Flashback makes great use of both bullets, but Alpha again finds himself a 3K.
Just running the back, same shit.
Last player's there in tree.
That is unreal stuff, but Alpha is just cracked out of his mind. You know what they said, he's good with the ghost, might as well just let him carry it over. And he gets 3 more. Yeah, 6-0. Pretty good start.
One away from a lockdown going into their bonus round.
Unbelievable.
Even with losing a weapon here in this.
So
that is
snappy.
still fantastic overall for them moving forward.
The
into
head
round
scratch.
3.
That was a legit head scratch.
I think a lot of people were reacting very similarly after that one.
Sure.
All happened in the blink of an eye.
See though, change-ups here. Mako after the force, the economy is kind of feeling the after effects of that Outlaw purchase. It's going to be down to a Marshall here. There's Nate up over the top, Foxy. See if he gets anything to peek out. Oh my god, man, he is on one today.
Man. So they're sending the Chamber out every round with the TP. They have him with the wall, so he's getting this free fight every round. You have to use util to push him off, so it's like he gets so much util up for free, or he gets the ground for free.
High value one as well.
Meanwhile, they have the trip over at B. They're one-waying the corner, and they're getting mound control. So they're kind of just getting this control and getting this control. If you overfight them A, they can easily just bounce and go C because they're in the process of getting mound control.
Rest of DRX
very powerful default.
Except for Mako, on a bit of a lurk with that ghost.
I like the early signs of this default.
Shoulder going to be spotted with Boaster down to 10 HP. Decent return fire there from the side of Bane. And the pivot to B might end up getting called here.
Yep.
Alfia though on a deep line gets the headshot, but Mako.
Oh, I think the Chamber is very good on Lotus.
Alfia on the floor. Mako potentially could go recover that weapon, but looks like he doesn't want to be disconnected from the rest of the team for too long.
I've always thought Chamber is very viable here.
And watch.
I'm kind of surprised more teams don't try it.
A nasty crossfire set up between Flashback and Foxy9 to try to account for these A lurkers. I mean, this round should be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, the save call has already been made.
Yeah,
if you didn't have Boaster at 10 HP, maybe you try to go for a play here.
Sure.
Or at least poke and prod around the outskirts of the site, but
there's just some really good TPs you could do.
Have to allow for this anti-bonus to come through here for DRX, and they're going to be able to get it done in flawless fashion. Mako, he can sprint over, and he can pick up that weapon, whatever weapon Alfia had.
Absolutely. Get a Bulldog.
We'll find out here in a moment. But for now, Spike will go away, and there you go. Bulldog in hand, as you said. A nice upgrade and a very nice round here on the attack for DRX to get themselves that first win on Lotus.
Yeah, this is so interesting so far from DRX because it's very slow. And it's very just, okay, check every angle, go for those initial trades, try to just win gun battles off the back of Foxy9's Chamber, and is going relatively well in those situations. It's just the post plants that are going to be a little bit tricky. You have some util to work with.
Damn, dude.
But there's a lot to clear.
These TPs in post would be so good.
In some of the previous
like
rounds,
just playing out here, like we saw in that setup earlier. If you had like 2 players here, one holding heaven, or like playing an off angle like over here. Like Chamber can do so much, man.
Have that lockdown available.
These are like these are like third order use cases, you know.
But
This is the key one right here. Being able to do this at A is like the best part of Chamber's kit.
To work with. DRX just ultra patient right now. Trying to create a lot of
It's very
noise
fucking annoying.
different parts of the map.
Because like you don't want to waste all your util on some guy that's just gonna fucking TP away.
Just a diversion,
But and you also don't want to just give all of the ground for free. So you're in this scenario where you're like,
really do a lot.
bro, can you just fucking TP? Like,
it goes off, but
so you're trying to like make this guy TP without doing a lot of shit.
Denying away that potential
Trying to like fight him.
Alarmbot even shifted very deep into the seaside.
Now the danger pings are coming down from Fnatic towards Mound. I think they've got a.
I mean, that's just how Chamber plays. Yeah.
Read that this might happen, but.
So like, if you have a way to get him out here, which they're kind of getting him out here, you can see what it's doing to Fnatic right now.
Plant can come through, but that's likely going to still lead to somebody being detained as they try to clear it out. Pain Shell going to be lobbed in. Lockdown gets destroyed. Foxy on the linger, finding Chronicle. Hero dead, and suddenly DRX in full control of this round. I think that once again, this is going to have to be a save call from the side of Fnatic, and another flawless from DRX.
Well, now you've got Foxy9, who's already taking a bit of space. See if he's going to want to try to push any further to try to challenge some of these players. Got the cash to do so now.
Footsteps being made, but it's out of range here, so Foxy not going to be able to hear those. Just peeks in around the back, and looks like widely these two players from Fnatic will be able to hold on to their weapons, but DRX are going to be tying things up and maintaining just everything. Their economy starting to get built up.
They were given just enough space that you could get those paint shells deep enough to clear that lockdown. That caught Fnatic off guard. And instantly, two players got taken down.
Foxy pushing on the swing, and okay. Flawless not going to be found. Durka does manage to find that kill. And punishing
so he could also bring them over to C and have like these in the post. So I show you the two front B in the post. There's like these front C in the post where you could potentially like
clean take from Buzz.
Smoke spawn.
Forward, finding the kill, the paint shell lob perfectly in.
Like if they had any, they had this spawn control, they could be like a high-low for waterfall. They had this spawn control, would be even better.
No KO in play this time, but
just depends how they would get it.
It could be. You might be right. But it looks
like this, this would allow him to play like on this box.
Yeah. Maybe he's also flexing.
You just have to be very like.
Foxy again, quick little peek.
So they got out the C's nade.
The op is in play.
The smoke came in very quick. They got the haunt out as well because they have to clear it just in case someone's past the chamber. Like they don't know if there's an extra player. So they use so much shit. That makes them bounce off, go right to C. He scoops up the TP. So we will see the second TP usage.
Right at Bend is still going to be available.
Oh, they could.
Prowler on the hunt. Chronicle desperately trying to dump out his util. Buzz able to find Hero, and Chronicle does manage to stand his ground, and now Alpha strikes.
And yeah, he put the TP here. Look, that was the one I said, bro. It's like on this wall. This shit is so strong, bro.
Sorry about that op from Foxy9. He's getting deep with it.
Oh
my.
Almost finds the hit there as well. A little bit of spray onto Chronicle as blast pack from Durka interrupts the plant. Some time going to be bought.
Like a player with his skill is why
to go for this retake.
Obviously to be very skilled.
Mako fake TP, sliding back, swaps over for the smoke, and
what?
Foxy hits the headshot.
Great fucking shot by Foxy.
Mako able to find one, but Wallbang shot comes in.
Bane.
Mako dead, Foxy gone, Bane all alone.
Hasn't found a kill yet.
No health remaining on Chronicle, but has to get through Alpha.
Those barrels.
Potentially first here. As they look to play together, the smoke gone away, the util drained, the head spotted.
Oh my god, that was so snappy.
Here's the footsteps and knows that he's here on this spike. Swings out, and Alpha just trying desperately to stick it up the
3 second swing.
It's going to be a Red Bull clutch as Bane gets DRX a lead 3-2.
Wow, these entries for DRX are really well thought out. Yeah, they use the blast pack to clear a little bit of utility. And then they use the Prowler into the Paranoia to set Buzz up around the corner. Even though Chronicle holds this down really efficiently with Alpha. Alpha steps up and starts doing damage, but they're able to finally get that plant through. Foxy9 hits another crazy good shot. He is clearly fired up to be playing that chamber. And DRX fired up to find another round win.
Again, same chamber shit.
For them.
Again, same shit over here.
Showstopper online for the side of Fnatic, but that's all
these guys are helping the chamber get control of this. Meanwhile, over here, you can see the haunt comes over.
Tour de force in case Foxy should lose this operator, should lose his money.
Boom bots it.
This could be the start of another cycle for DRX. They can maybe use the showstopper.
So if you're on C and you experience that, like a Raze, Boombot, the Prowlers, the Haunt, you have, without knowing this is happening, you could think that they're like all outside C, which is why this is so difficult for Fnatic.
Over to this A clear. They just take
They
their time.
need to like
They
change
know
up their
that
game plan quick.
Fnatic is generally playing kind of further back.
They didn't
so
win pistol, this show would be over.
No, doesn't go deep enough to find that.
Oh my
but it's
God,
still
he's
the
patient.
rocket connecting, and now the Haunt getting the reveal. Dirk gonna try to clear. Drop back here from Buzz, not wanting to have another.
You don't want Red Bull at 8 a.m. after stand up all night? What the fuck?
Joins in. Showstopper gonna be
Where the
drawn
fuck
out.
is your dedication
Rocket
at?
Sent in. Flashback. Destroyed, but a quick TP away, dodging that shot. Foxy keeps himself alive. Shell sent. Boaster on the drop down into the smoke. Able to find Buzz. There's a couple Sheriff shots here. Gonna be going wide. Alpha with that rifle. Able to find one. Boaster taps here onto the spike, but the players are just so very low. Boaster
Big
trying to fight
one-on-one
back.
for
Finds
Boaster.
Foxy 9. The hold to half coming through. Bane waiting this one out. The Haunt gonna be cleared.
What's another death?
Boaster knowing that he needs to get this kill. Just trying to bait him in, but Bane just playing around here as the Prowler goes on the hunt. Boaster having to backpedal. He will make it out alive, but cannot find the clutch. DRX now up 4-2.
Can't believe he had a Prowler, bro.
Phenomenal.
By the way, I was gonna compliment Bane the previous clutch, guys. I always say like the best timing to peak this defuse is about here, like about the 3 second mark, because you've made this player wait the maximum amount of time. They're feeling a lot of pressure to either one, tap the spike or run you down. They're feeling like pressure to make the next play, or they're sticking it to half and you get a free kill. So it's like your highest chance of winning the round statistically is probably that exact moment that he swung. He actually nailed this fucking timing. Like swinging right then. Because you have to realize like this player does have to just fucking sit there, and you're just, if you're on it, you're praying that it doesn't
Snappy
be.
with it is Bane. Here's the footsteps and know that he's here on this spike.
So like if he wasn't on it here and he heard that jump peak and like no swing, he's feeling a lot of pressure, and he's probably making a play in that moment, like walking up. And so Bane recognizes that, like, okay, it could be like walking up on me.
Snappy with it is Bane.
Like the second
Here's the footsteps and know
he does
that
this
he's
to me.
here on this spike. Swings out.
Holy fuck, he played that so well.
With these two teams.
Many thrifties found. We know that can certainly happen here on Lotus.
Just think about what happened the last time they met at Champs. It was a 13-2 for DRX. I go and interview Mini, and he's like, well, what are you going to do after that? He and I just both start laughing. That's where that kind of, thing comes from. The teams can bounce back after getting blown out.
It's very situational at like the top level though, because like honestly, there's a lot of times where you'll see even like a lot of pro players will do this. I mean, I would do it in CS too. I would do it in this game if you watch it in ranked. But like sometimes I'll peek ahead of even the tap. Like because you just know like what someone's thinking when they're running up. Like you can kind of visualize they're about to tap the spike, and you try to get them in that animation. Like there's a lot of like scenarios where you should not do that exact play.
Oh, they're right on the edge here. Quite a bit of damage. Mako going to be
like literally the following round, Bane didn't do that exact play against Boaster.
Very rough way.
He could have done it again.
Chronicle setting on the pipe, but as he does, Buzz strikes. Now they know that Boaster's in this position. He's been revealed and he's been flushed out.
They gave up too much ground, chat.
We're not
Every
letting you get away.
round. Why?
Buzz down to 8. Paint Shell's just over towards drop. Haunt gets the reveal. They know that he's still playing up top. But that's 3 players on the side of the DRX.
Blue, are you smoking
These
crack?
HP bars are completely and utterly shattered. Not even a full HP bar between the 3 of them. A lot more pressure here on Foxy and Flashback, but Fnatic, they're not even going to try for it.
And giving up this A rubble space is working so well for DRX because they're just creeping their way forward. They're just tiptoeing ahead, step for step. They're checking every angle. They're being so diligent. And a lot of times it's Foxy 9 leading the way. Yeah, sure, Buzz might, leap ahead, but Foxy 9's been so clean, Durka's going to take him down, but he had the tour de force, so.
Meh. Yeah, I mean, he did pick up the Odin, so they're not going to be carrying that one forward into the next round, but they still have a ton of money.
Yeah.
These two players, however, very much at risk as Alpha will.
Pros are really in tune with the spike timer. I think most pros could pretty consistently know how to peek before half, especially if they actually practiced it. The problem is I don't think a lot of pros practice it, so it's like specifically time, like put a lot of time into like nailing the pre-half peak. It's probably just not discussed, truthfully.
They're going to use the kit and caboodle here.
I haven't heard anyone else say it.
Try to take a little bit more control towards the front of A.
I don't really watch that slot video, so.
Made out. Minor damage eaten there by Foxy9. Quick TP's away.
Here's the three. Here's the three. He heard all three. He heard the TP. He heard the nade. He heard this, all the fade shit. So they immediately just like kind of take this a little bit easier. They're a little bit more like laissez-faire with their positioning. Because there's a very low likelihood of a mound reclear.
Gonna jump up on top of the rocks. Try to keep a good angle through. Foxy9 leading the way. Him and Bane gonna try to use some of this util to clear out some of these angles towards B potentially. Rest of DRX now joining. Still have that trademark at the back to watch for the flank. So DRX gonna have to come up with another.
It's hard to believe DRX has won 5 straight here.
This team
They
has
lost
been
pistol.
so well known for throughout the years.
Very one-sided.
Look at that.
Entry coming in. Hero, line spray, able to find one.
Good
Foxy9
wall
gonna be
timing
taken
right
down.
there. It's a spray.
Paint shells to try to hold them back here for now, but the spike still needs to be brought forward. Circus sends out the boom bot, reveal onto one, but ultimately get cleared. This plant is in. 4v5 of the defense here for DRX to try to hold this site.
Still have the haunt in the seas for Hero.
They're all just going to play in the middle ground. They're all challenging separate things. What the fuck?
This makes Flashback's life a little bit more difficult because he doesn't have that trademark to try to play off of. But Chronicle,
Oh my
I think, just
God.
going to be taking
Chronicle
down
got the
blind
kill,
Mako.
man.
To find a shot, maybe he had line of sight
Oh
either
my
way. The
God.
push forward instantly
They
dealt
won
with
the fights
Durka.
everywhere. What
Not
the
even getting an
fuck?
opportunity as a drag across. Flashback has the steady.
Dude.
Finds the kill.
They were
They're
in
posted
all
out
those
again.
ones and they just won them
The
all.
last one alive. Just has to evacuate, has
Wild.
to save. They keep getting decently close. They keep putting members low, finding kills, but it's just not fast enough. DRX's time buying has been too strong, and now they find themselves with 6-round wins here on the attack.
I mean, it's just phenomenal preparation for DRX in so many different ways. Like, the game plan itself is really good in terms of the big picture strategy, the way they're working the map, the way they're kind of doing these slow pushes all over the place, letting Foxy9 kind of lead the way on contact sometimes. And then if they can get to the plants, like in situations like this, Crossfire is so well set up, so well thought out.
DRX is great on
Everybody
Abyss.
holds their line
I don't even know if they've lost
brilliantly,
yet.
and all it takes is a
I
Prowler
don't like
and a
DRX's
Paranoia
comp,
to clear Dirk off
but
the
it's a
site.
comp that probably
Once
your team
again,
could play because
space
it's the
gonna be
default
contested.
ascent
Foxy's
comp.
gonna eat a little bit of damage.
Has no
He
like
catch that
hard
glimpse
agents.
of Boaster.
Very suspicious of it. Boaster going to be dropping down. The Prowler coming through, and Foxy not sure which way to look.
So if you're worried about like having a Yoru
Know where
on
the
your
shot
team
was
or a
coming through
Harbor
while scoped
or
in.
fucking
Frankly, he's
some
very
weird
lucky to get away with his
initiator.
life.
That's what's nice about
Down
DRX's
51
comp.
HP, but Boaster very much wishing that he had gotten that kill.
They're like the tried and true ones that
Nano up
just
front
literally
again,
everyone
going
knows how to
towards the
play.
back for the delay for Fnatic. But I think they're pretty well suited for this. Not as good as it gets. See if Boaster can hang on against that op.
Spraying across, util going to be cleared out. Haunt getting a reveal though. Decent glimpse of the setup here from DRX. For now, we're going to be slowed up. 48 seconds remaining.
You're just working them.
3 players at Waterfall.
Durka's alone here on this line.
The door again. Spike being brought over towards B. Durka set up. ADS in on a line. It's Mako trying to just keep them interested here at the C site.
They pushed him off.
30 seconds left.
The back away.
He's got the
Lockdown going to be
He's got
coming
the
through.
up
Yeah,
on it.
he
He's got the
sends
up on
it.
the line. Oh God.
And
What?
Two! My God, look
Holy
at he's
fuck,
got
he
it.
went back.
Goes for the reload. Alfia that is there to back him up. And Fnatic this time are not letting the round get away from them.
How did he peek out and get
Chronicle
both of those
dinks here,
guys?
But Mako not looking to over pursue. Knows that they're going to be encroaching. Boaster about to push out here. Potentially into that A lob. It looks like the answer is going to be no. They will back away.
Dude, I thought for sure he was about to get offed.
That extra little upgrade.
That was
Mako
nuts.
spam through the box. He swings out. No more bullets. Got to back out.
He does back away. And that's going to be Fnatic
Random
breaking
BS round.
the win streak here. It was all consecutive from DRX up until this point.
Yeah, that ended 6 in a row.
Solid rifling from Durka.
Just insane.
Maybe a
what?
Luck with that second shot.
That was back-to-back bullets.
It is disgusting. As that B site held down by him.
But you love the idea there. Durka's just so ready off that lockdown for them to come B. After that door had been open, he is prepared the whole time. Bert and convert off the back of it. There's that nade. Has to be TP'd away from again, but both are taken down. Mako caught him going up on top of the rubble again.
Rushing
They've
forward,
been hearing that TP.
DRX remembered that.
Yeah, he's saying, okay, I'm understanding your tendencies in flashback now, watching for this lurk forward. Not sure if he's going to be ready for it. No.
Oh, he
Oh,
cleared it?
But Alpier wins the fight. No damage taken. Solid counter opening on the
Crazy
opposite side of the
awareness
map
by
there for Alpier,
by
continuing
flashback
to deliver.
even look there.
Already 2 charges closer to that next lockdown here. 3rd and a half is he able to find it. Boombot leading the way, the push coming through here once again over towards B, but Alpier going to be the first one that they have to try to get through, but is it just going to be a pump fake? Spike still set back. Foxy pushing forward, trying to take some space, and the off shot going to be going wide, whizzing past Durka's hip.
Durka should thank me for that shit.
Swing around the back, Buzz out into the open, able to dodge that showstopper. The Chronicle now finding the punish on the Bane. Durka getting Buzz, finds his mark all the same.
Little Inti, all good.
Spike now completely stranded.
He could ult the
Mako
Spike.
has the opening, but or the ultimate, I should say, but there's just no way for him to really pull the trigger on this one. Maybe smoke and see if he can try to TP across the map, but teleports over to the side, and Hero is right there behind him, puts him down, and Fnatic start clawing things back.
It's just great reactions. A great kill again for Durka, who's really starting to heat up. Double digits in the kill column for him now as well. And then a quick blast pack to swing around to completely surround and crunch.
That was
DRX
all on
and
Alpier.
Fnatic ain't missing those.
Like
Great
big plays by
ideas
Durka right there.
Great follow-up.
Don't get me wrong, but without Alpier getting that lurk kill, man, that round is like infinitely harder. If Alpier, not even if he's like dies. I mean, like just if he's not here, if he just falls away. Because if he falls away, the Viper calls him back.
Because of those rounds, Fnatic have now forced DRX into their own eco position. 3 stingers, Headhunter there for Foxy9.
We definitely have a game
One
at this
rifle in
point.
the hands of Flashback.
Like that was a huge
We
round.
have the Showstopper, and it looks like Buzz maybe going to be bringing that out, and he does. Nightfall to try to counter.
Dude, how
Showstopper
did-
into the smoke, but Bane
Oh my
taken
God,
down
they
by
got
the safe
2 with
bite.
util.
The Nano onto
They just
Mako.
utiled the
Buzz is only able to
shit out
find
of
1. Last man standing, the hero rifle.
Was there a seize
taken
or
out.
something?
Foxy9 taken down. Fnatic within touching distance of giving us.
Bro, they didn't even get to this alarm bot? Was there a seize? Oh, it was the fade
Shore
ult
up
that
their
did it?
defenses, especially at the point of attack. And if they give up that space on A, now they've got a lot better
They got
answers
fucking cooked.
to shut down DRX.
I was so
Right
concerned
around
about that
orb or
showstopper
just past
missing.
it. And they made their lives a lot more difficult. And all this util and
Man, what a fade
just
ult.
try to go for it
Holy
behind
fuck.
Buzz and just walk into the meat grinder. And it's easy pickings off the back of that fade util for Durka.
Dude, Hero's util.
Once again, look at this mountain control. This has been a big difference as well. Them using this util.
Foxy has had some shots, man.
Foxy nearly taken
That's a
down
good
with the
counter.
Odin spray crash.
Yo, this is the counter, actually. This is actually the counter. Forcing him to TP and having a fucking Odin just railing that corner.
For now.
Actually, the fucking counter.
Smoke comes through, the Prowler to check. Pit going to be dropped over on C, basically saying like, yeah, you have to go into this site. You have to go and push in towards Hero, towards Alpier. We've already reinforced these positions.
Props to who said that.
Now DRX realize it's fairly unassailable.
Yeah.
I mean, you might. The problem is I feel like the adjustment would come
From
fast.
Mako and company.
Like it would work for one round, and then like the adjustment would be like, all right, don't do that, Chamber. Let's go pick you somewhere else.
Yeah, close at
Or
all
pick
to that
off
corner.
timing,
He's a
like
dead
wait
man.
like 5 seconds.
If he took a shot from a KJ turret, he'd be dead.
Paranoia from
But
Boaster.
to
Paranoia
beat this,
matching,
you need
but
like.
the catch is not there. Buzz landing and Alpier playing it quietly, but Buzz turns back around.
No way.
Susses it out, finds the kill. Hero able to answer one back as Mako
No
gets eliminated. But now the man
way.
advantage going to be there for the side of DRX. Foxy
Wait.
still somehow alive, finally dealt with his Chronicle, arrives. Door is open. And he slams it shut in front of the faces of 2 players.
Bro, how is DRX gonna?
He knew he had to grab the
lose this?
spike. Spammed flashback down to 23 health.
Slow creep into the sprint. They have to make noise. They have to run. The time is just not here on their side. And Chronicle is in position. Buzz scoping through. Finds the shot.
No
Swaps back over to the Vandal.
dude.
A 2v2, but
No
HP
flash on
very much
Boaster,
in the favor
Haunt
here
on
of
Hero.
Fnatic.
Hero going spawn, Boaster mount.
They're going to spread out, come from a couple different angles.
DRX have to play this to absolute perfection. They have
Dude,
one
everyone's in a
snake fight remaining.
different area. Don't go through this.
All util from Buzz sent. Speaking around the sides, Haunt to check. Nothing going to be noted quite just yet. Turns the sights now over towards the defending side. Boaster creeping forward, taking space. Buzz, however, finds the kill. Paint Shell going to be lobbed out. He's on for an ace, but Flashback has the timing, and somehow, some way, DRX are up 7-5 at the half once more.
How the fuck did Buzz opt that guy a mount, dude? He peeked like the shallow line, not having any idea where to put his crosshair. I can't wait to see this kill.
Well, we're going to take a quick little break, take a breath, and then get geared up for the second half of this map.
Dude, that's insane. Wow. No, they're going to show it to us?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Buzz has the biggest back. Dude, bro is literally just fucking deadlifting 400 pounds right now. Just actually just rowing 18 plates each side. Weird smoke from Boaster. Yeah, I mean, he was trying to sell the fact that no one was on the flank for sure. That's definitely what he was going for. I don't know. I don't know how far like he thought that, but I noticed his smoke was like here, right? So basically, like as he goes through, he has like these spots. It's interesting because like you could, this is like you get nothing. You don't want this one. It's either you want this one or you want one clouded out, so you have some options. The clouded out one is odd because it gives them like room to hide, like back here, which then like actually ups your variance because then you're like coming through, you're almost forced to come through over here. So I actually think that's the right smoke if he were to make that play in that scenario.
An insane way to round out the attack from DRX. Rescuing a round that it seemed like they had no business rescuing.
I don't think I would have smoked that is the thing. Like I probably wouldn't have smoked that, but in that scenario, if I do smoke that, I think he chose the right one of the three options, like a shallow, a middle, or clouded out. Like I think the shallow one that he chose is probably the best. Probably based on the idea he was cooking.
To kind of hold fire, and you never know.
Yeah,
but
and there was an op-in play too. So like he's also accounting for that op-in play, right? Where he's trying to potentially like block this line. And yeah.
Below, they're down by 7
I don't really have a
eliminations,
concern with this one,
but up by 2 rounds.
Good math.
I don't
and a lot of that has to do with a lot of that has to do with just those saves having to come through, because DRX, when they were having those clean rounds, they were forcing Fnatic out in such decisive fashion. But now DRX are here on the defense. Boombot instantly going to be cleared out of some shots exchanged, and Bane's going to be tagged up. Big push forward, but ultimately nothing else going to be spotted out here.
That's so much control.
But also very good early damage from Fnatic. Bane going to be knocked down to 63.
Look how fast they're going to try to rotate. Trademark right around that corner.
Foxy on the peak. TP's out, but Alpha going to be tagged up.
Alpha's 15
down to
and
45.
6.
Fnatic with the poking.
They have lost 7 rounds. He's 15 and 6.
Here towards A.
Durka's 12 and 7.
Just Mako with a classic. Has to clear out the Haunt. Spots Boaster. Oh no, this is an awkward situation. But Buzz comes to the rescue. Is able to find one. Alfier taking him down with that Sheriff in hand, and Mako able to rotate out.
Push and pull.
Smokers in the chat.
So good at Boaster, so good at on this map.
Any smokers in the chat.
The other side, but DRX has held firm on this A site.
Haunt basically tells him that because there's only 23 seconds remaining.
Oh god, they hear this.
Swap of the gun. Alpha still low on HP. Quick check behind the box, and Hero on the swing. Instantly dealing with Bane, finishing him off with flashback. Here from Connector. The spike is now dropped. 12 seconds remaining, as they have to just steamroll their way forward, but Mako once again puts the spike on the floor. Durka cannot break things open. DRX will take.
Alfier like didn't want to go through that and break the trip. He was hoping to catch timing on this guy right here, and he could never hear this. He wanted to hear this player fall. He truthfully was really asking for his teammates to make this player fall, and they couldn't do it. Like, they were actually so lazy about it. Like, Hero very unaware, and then, yeah, it just kind of all fell apart. They just couldn't do it. But if they pushed that player off, Alfie was playing off sound. He was definitely getting the kill.
Got the kill and a huge hold on site. Really nice stuff.
My God.
What is that?
But Alfie just swings out and takes Foxy's head off.
Oh my.
Fuck.
And that's now the site open for business as Durka scooping up that outlaw.
Wait, you're making
on the
that
hunt,
play?
the push out, catching him here with util in hand, flashback, able to hound him down,
You're
nearly loses his
crazy,
life, and as the smoke
bro.
dissipates, he will. Boaster cleans up that kill, but Buzz Bane
What?
getting one apiece as they arrive and reinforce.
Dude, I'm punching my
So knocked down to 60,
fucking
the top of
monitor
the
if I'm
door.
a Fnatic player right now.
Looks like the final call is going to have to be just maybe remain quiet, hover in these positions, try to catch somebody off guard.
Her little seatbelt. They said little.
Just trying to keep it on the swivel, but Bane scooping up his fallen
I read little
comrade's
salt.
gun. We'll go ahead and put them down.
Like, yo, it's like me.
Can you believe it? I mean, the start to this round again. Fast and furious from Fnatic, trying to just bulldoze their way through, and they get that opening kill. But then flashback goes unaccounted for. Able to find a kill, able to buy a little bit of extra time for the reinforcements of
Bane is
DRX to
solid.
arrive.
Bane's got a good attitude, man, for the team. I feel like DRX has always missed this type of shit. I guess Stacks kind of had it, but as the IGL, I always say you can't be that person. Impossible.
As they go into the bonus, full Vandals.
You're too much of an
Inside
asshole. You're
Fnatic,
constantly
Durka
correcting people.
Quick on the entry, jumping forward, does get
They
slowed
don't
up.
want to laugh at you.
Paint shell sent in
They wanna
towards
hate
connector,
you.
goes in on the swing, and Buzz completely blind. Durka,
Pizza
however,
good.
cannot re-steady. Pushing forward, and Mako able to collect, and now gets the upgrade on the weapon.
It's a
Flashback out in the
really,
open.
really big trade.
Getting taken down. An easy kill set up there for Chronicles. Boaster just goes for the wide swing. Does get punished for it, but Hero is there to clean up the pieces.
1-on-2.
Everybody's one tap for this outlaw. Foxy9 sticks with it, however. Likely could just walk through the site and grab another rifle. This is going to be
Flexing their
tricky indeed for
chests.
Foxy9. They have to rely solely on those mechanics to get this done. Also, you have that nano in the post plant to worry about. Haunt is up for Hero.
Chat.
Which way he's
Look
going
at
to be
them
approaching from.
HPs.
But ultimately, as long as the door doesn't get tapped behind them, they just can keep their sights focused forward here.
An alarm bot and turret too now.
I mean, Alfier, just everything in the kitchen sink.
Damn it. I hope he doesn't fucking
Time
outlaw
starting
this
to
turret.
dwindle. Foxy having to check every single angle. Drops down,
That's not
first
good.
bullet gonna be sent. There's the nano pop.
Loaded already.
The creep forward, top of the spike. They're trying to shoot through the side. Gets the quick scope in, and he cannot get the job
Fuck.
done. Bonus conversion cannot come through. Fnatic will be able to win this one out.
Dude,
Will
they
be able
got
to fight
no
back.
money
Will be able to
to-
close that gap.
DRX has
but they are
so
unable
much.
to carry over any weapons into the next round.
Yeah, that is extremely costly for Fnatic. A great
They don't have a single full shield right now. Foxy has an op instead of an outlaw, but honestly, an outlaw would be the better purchase this round.
Foxy9 does what he can. Wanted to do as much damage as possible.
This is like
Tries to see if he can
must
sneak
win
out
for
and
Fnatic,
defuse.
chat. Like with that kind
Does
of
that extra
money,
piece of
like
damage.
this is
Now has an operator.
like do or
Last
die.
cannon for him.
The
Lost
whole
this
half
battle
is fucking just
previously.
so fucked if you lose
Now
this
he has a
round.
little bit of backup.
Almost need to win the
Flashback
following.
in the vicinity at least. Now rotating away
Boombot
from
line
this.
up
No
that
early
clears
contact
back B
from the
main.
side of Fnatic to challenge
Looks
that
like it slightly
mound
missed and bounced back
angle.
somehow.
Just an alarm bot put outside. So for Fnatic,
Reverse clearing
we now
mound
wanna
because they
work
know
other
Chambers
parts of
out
the map.
here.
Maybe have C as a fallback.
They know he's out here because of this
Really
alarm bot.
Well,
It's
actually, they're
also
trying to
just
set up for this
what
crunch through the
Chambers
door.
do.
Foxy9 hits a good one.
Finds it, catches a glimpse there as well. On the
Wow.
poster, but has that rendezvous out to safety.
You guys ever
Hit the
get
door,
so
3 players.
frustrated that it just feels like
Out by
2022
mound.
all over
Smoke's
again?
dissipated. Foxy
You get
scoped
so
in.
mad that you like time warp
Train
back
and
to
waiting.
2022. That's what Fnatic's doing right
Full
now.
smoke set up. Foxy gonna be spotted. Enough seen there by Alfier, who's able to collect the kill.
Alfier's
Poster
trying to carry
has
him
drop
through.
down. It's quite a bit of damage there on top of the box, but is able to keep his life intact. But Bane finds out
God.
Snappy with a headshot to put him down.
Dude, Bane is so
Advantage maintained
snappy.
here for the side of DRX.
His
As
aim
Boaster
is
tries to
so
find some kind of
fucking
opening with the Prowler.
pleasing.
Continues to alert. Spike in the meantime being shipped over, and Boaster going to fall. Burnout hit.
Unironically,
Mako can relay this, but if
aim
he
looks like
intercepts
bang.
the spike, that could be
Bang,
everything.
bang.
He will be allowed to pass.
Heard the footsteps. Can wait for the reinforcements. Still has the paranoia, and he gets an opener on the hero.
Spike
Unbelievable.
carrier killed. Mako just trying to dance away, trying to get out. He cannot, but Buzz is there to capitalize. And the bank is broken open, robbed blind as DRX move up to 10.
Every time these two teams have played, it has gone the distance to the third map. But DRX seemingly on the precipice of shutting down Fnatic's Lotus. Still a few more rounds to go. A little bit of frustration for Boaster. No timeouts just yet. It's going to be an eco for the side of Fnatic and a couple big ults as well, but going to be tough to find the opportunity to invest those so you can find some of those opening kills.
Prowler to hunt. Does identify Boaster there at back rubble. Decent amount of damage onto him as there's the pain shell, and he's absolutely boned. Buzz able to find the kill.
Boned.
This paranoia will send them all packing.
Boned.
Crazy
Absolutely
good combos.
Boned.
Great work.
The ping's still coming down. DRX still wise that they're not necessarily rotating.
Yeah, and then they got the confirmation off the back of the utility.
I almost want that fucking soundbite by itself, just boned from Seth.
Buzz instantly finding 4
Oh my
on
God.
Ace, and he's got it!
Dude.
Granted, it's against Classics, but Buzz accurate as ever. He showed up to play today, and DRX are now 2 steps away from taking down Fnatic and sending them to the lower bracket.
And in the
No,
all-time
I'm gonna go hold
series
up.
between these two, it's Fnatic.
They're
with
already
the edge.
through.
2-1. Go back to 2021 Vision Strikers, right? They beat them
I'll go ahead
in
and
the
fill it
group
out for
stage
everyone.
in the winners. 2022,
All right.
DRX
It's been done.
takes them down in the
They're
lower
in.
bracket to move on to
Nope.
that third
Nope.
place.
Nope, Joe. I'm
Final
not gonna.
finish.
Nope. Nope. I don't hear it. It's over. It's actually over. Look. Look. This is. They don't even got mini over here. They got fucking nothing. They got nothing.
There's 4 players who are still here from both teams, right? From that first Champions to
They
now.
actually got mini.
And it's Buzz
Where'd he come from?
and Mako, the duelist and the controller IGL
He doesn't even know what to say.
on DRX, and then Durka and Boaster, the duelist and controller IGL, still on Fnatic as
Doesn't
well.
even know what to say.
What a story between these two squads.
I mean, yeah, we've been talking about it for a very good reason, because these teams are very well versed with one another.
Damn.
But right now, it looks like DRX have just been having the better read. 11-6.
Dude, DRX literally went from fucking cooking their Korean barbecue meat last night to fucking cooking this Korean barbecue meat right now. These fucking guys are getting cooked out here in Korea.
2 players with half armor, but they still do have those critical big ultimates available.
Well, they've been really willing to
Those
play
was a
contact off the
duelist?
rip
Wait, what?
with Foxy9. And I'd say mixed results with that, but they've been making really good decisions off the back of that contact. Knowing when to rotate, knowing when to contest, and of course, hitting some great shots along the way.
TP across.
Foxy having heard the TP. Wise to it, but the swing out from Durka is absolutely gorgeous. Takes his head clean off. Now the pickup there
Got the
on
ult.
the orb. Gives him a
He's gonna
showstopper.
go fast, maybe?
And this
Looked
potential
like he
entry
wanted
onto the
to.
C site is about to hit a hell of a lot more heavily
Buzz
than it
gets
would
a
have previously.
showstopper.
He does have his own. Slow creep up Boaster here
Oh,
below.
God.
Pops this.
And for now, hasn't popped it. He's just going to go ahead and peek out. But finding 2. Rocket goes in. He gets a 3rd from beyond the grave. And it's just the kills. They're from Boaster. And suddenly Alfie is the last man standing in desperation. He's going to be sending out that lockdown. But noted as Alpha continues to deliver for this team. 20, 10, and 2. He has been frying here on Lotus despite the scoreline. He knows that he's cleared the space. Turret set up to watch over towards Waterfall. Double nanos available. Mako.
He's got the alarm bot on the flank. He's got the
Contemplating what he
turret
wants to
holding
do.
Waterfall. So he's just
Tap
only
the
worried
bait.
about
Alpha
spawn right
desperately
now.
trying to draw him out into the open, but Mako will go ahead and reveal his position as he clears out the turret. A couple pot shots through the wall to try to get the wall bang hit. Nano's now set up, but Alpha has to survive, and he's still playing a very aggressive angle.
expecting him to have already pushed forward.
He's got the alarm bot still in his right,
Anticipating the
chat.
smoke TP.
Oh, I love that. I fucking love popping this nano.
Potential right side flank, but now the Heretics
Oh,
Boaster is
fuck.
going to have
Pop
to be
the
a
next
little bit more
one.
concerned
Yup.
about it the second.
Oh, yeah.
Nano
Oh,
gonna be
yeah.
coming
You're
through.
fucking cooking, Alpha.
Smoke used here by Mako.
Holy fuck, this is so smart. Oh, you're going to get so scared,
Sends it
Mako.
right in
You're
on
going
top
to
of
fucking shit
Alpha.
your pants when you come in this smoke.
And this could end up biting Mako here in the rear. The jump down into the smoke, and somehow he nails it. Alpha doing his damnedest to turn this around to keep them in this game, but Mako says absolutely not.
They can't be stopped. They can't be stopped.
Veteran IGL
They're cheating.
for
They're on
DRX
home
steps
soil.
up when it matters
They would
most.
never be able to do this out of
What
Korea. There's
an
no
idea.
chance. There's no. That was it.
Absolute
There's no way,
insanity to
dude.
go for the
They've got
jump
the aura.
into the smoke.
They've got the aura. It's
And I mean,
over.
Also, this
There's
insanity
no
to
stopping
go
them.
for the spray first into the showstopper from Buzz.
Dude.
Unbelievable, Mako.
Do you see how he dove in there? You see how he dove in there? That's so ridiculous.
Like he had it all ready to go. In the meantime, we'll go into what could
That's
very well be the last round of this
crazy.
map.
He just
Showstopper in
won
play for
that.
Durka, jumping forward, able to find Buzz, taking him down immediately as he desperately was just clawing at the door, saying, "Please let me out."
Good start.
Oh
Fnatic
my
now.
dude.
I need to see if they can find ways to snowball off that success. Mako just trying to spam down through the smoke. Seeing if he can find any damage. He has Bane right around the corner. Crossfire set up with flashback through Baby Door. Once again, on his own is Foxy9 with that operator over on the other side. Prowler to check. Force him back.
Backs away, but it still does get the reveal. Sends out the classic. May as well tell him, yeah, I've got an operator.
It's so funny. Even in
They
pro
know who's
play,
been playing on
Chamber's
this
got
side of
one
the map.
setup.
And they know how much money DRX has.
It says a lot that
Will
Chamber has
back
one
away. A lot
setup
not
and
gonna
he's
be
still
set up,
busted.
and just a timing.
Imagine
Nice ball here from
2022.
Bane.
I'm gonna tell my kids
Gets a
about
couple
it.
tags.
Crazy.
The trails
year.
tell all.
That's wild. The info nightfall from DRX. They just want to make sure that they have that extra layer. Mako.
Oh, catching a timing there on a one, nearly. Mo's down two.
yapping.
Durka eating so much damage, the nightfall goes out, and Mako once again steps to the both.
Oh
The
my
shutdown comes in.
God.
Mako trades his life, but he trades up. Foxy, the time
No
is just
time, though.
gone.
No
Fnatic,
time.
They cannot make it happen.
No.
He draws down with the shove with the headhunter. Takes out
I didn't think
Chronicle.
that
The reveal is
was
in,
possible
and Boaster
anymore.
is eliminated.
Dude.
It's always been 2-1s every time they've met, but today, DRX
Holy.
on home soil will get a 2-0 victory over Fnatic.
The
Dude.
original Kings of Korea
They look
do
real
what Gen.G
good
could not
in
earlier
both
the
of these
day,
games.
and they punch their ticket into the playoffs. An insane performance, and they destroy Fnatic on Lotus.
And not since that first time when they played as Vision Strikers versus Fnatic. Not since then does DRX
Glad to see Fnatic keeping
get
their heads high.
grouped. It is inevitable. They are once again through to the playoffs. And the form, the resurgence from this
Why
team
am I a believer of them this
that we
time?
have been seeing as of late has been incredible.
Like,
For
I
Fnatic, they will, of
told
course,
you
take
guys,
their
I'm more of a
bows,
believer in
but
this
we
team
are
than
far
any
from
of the
done
past
with
ones.
this squad.
No doubt.
They still have another life. They still have another chance.
No doubt about it. This team is fearsome. A lot of people predicting them to go the distance in this event. And I can
Oh, what's up?
definitely
It's
see it.
me,
I'm a
your
believer in
streamer
this
from the
Fnatic
future.
squad. I think they will
Oh,
rebound,
yeah.
and I would not want to play them in the next round of this event.
Certainly
up.
not. DRX continuing to look better and better.
It doesn't
Buzz,
get
what a
better.
day from
It
him.
only gets
Mako
worse,
as
actually.
well.
Group D,
Showing us that form that we didn't get to see too much of.
it sucks
As
because
he
like
took
this
over
was
the
the only
IGL,
pick'em I think I've ever
today,
done this, but
he
I
was
actually
fine.
let
For
one of my
Foxy,
daughters
he'll
fill
be
out the
carried
bottom two
forward here
groups.
by his
I only did
teammates,
the
but he
top
did not
two,
need
so.
carrying in the lobby either.
No doubt about
Actually,
it. He
everyone
came
in the
out
family
hot,
did one
really
group.
set
I got
the
Group
tone
A.
and the tempo on Lotus,
Jennifer had
on
B,
that chamber.
Ella had C,
Struggle a little bit on the
Gemma
defender side, but
doesn't
that's
really
okay.
follow
The
much
teammates
Valorant. She had
picking
B.
him up when they needed
But
to.
I'm doing pretty good, so.
And this DRX squad, it's unbelievable. I mean, you just felt like something was brewing. The reverse sweep versus Paper X, pushing Gen.G to multiple overtimes in the Pacific Grand Finals.
Yes.
But this, to take down Fnatic here and now, they just keep getting
You know
better.
what to
Yeah,
do.
I mean, look, I'll admit, I know we all predicted DRX. That was my heart. My head, it told me Fnatic. And I really thought they were going to have the upper hand coming into this one, but the tenacity put on display by DRX it's just something else, something about this team. You get them to that champion stage, and things just really click.
I'm just blown away.
Oh, dude, let's see. Let's see in the group. God, dude, I do this every time. People at 60 points. What's the max? Dude, what? God, Genji has it still. Oh my god, there's someone in the group with a fucking perfect pick'em right now. That's insane. Yo, someone in our group literally had Heretics and DRX, and they had Trace. That's crazy, dude. That's actually insane. Actually from the future, dude.
Now, congratulations.
Yeah, we can join the group.
Yeah. 2-0 against Fnatic. You beat them in your home ground, in front of the home crowd. What does this win mean to you? 버즈 선수 승리 정말 축하드립니다.
Jen's probably so happy.
홈 그라운드에서 푸나틱을 상대로 2대0 승리를 거뒀습니다. 속 너무 시원하고 어깨도 훨씬 가벼워질 것 같은데 좀 기분이 어떠세요?
사실 큰 적을 좀 넘어뜨리고 가는 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋고 일단은 저희가 저번 경기에서 좋지 않은 모습도 많이 보여줬었는데 오늘은
Should be up in like a minute.
100점
Usually after
만점에
these big
90점
games it
정도의 플레이를
crashes.
보여줬다고 생각해요. 그래서
But it sounds so stoked. By the way.
사실 너무 기쁘고 스크림 때보다도 더 잘해줘가지고 더 할 나위 없이 기쁜 날인 것 같습니다.
I think we took down the Goliath from David and Goliath, and I'm super happy about today's win. I mean, we had some inconsistency when it came to our last match, but today I would give our team 90 out of 100. So it's a good day for me to be able to do this, especially in front of the home crowd. Now, Buzz, you were going insane on both maps. The operator on point too. Some people say maybe this is Buzz's prime. Maybe you've reached your highest peak. Would you agree? 버즈 선수 오늘 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 버즈의 전성기 아니냐, 진짜 최고점을 찍었다라는 평가가 많이 나오고 있거든요. 동의하실까요?
사실 잘은 모르겠는데요. 그냥 스테이지 2 때부터 정말 열심히 노력했는데 그 노력의 결과물이 지금에서야 조금 더 빛을 보는 것 같다고 생각하고 있어서 저 스스로도 너무 뿌듯하고 더 동기부여가 되는 것 같습니다.
I'm not really sure, but I worked really hard in stage 2. I think that hard work is paying dividends right now.
Crazy
so
good
today
stage
my
from Alfier.
performance definitely
Typical.
gives me the motivation to push
Buzz.
myself harder and work even harder. Now, Buzz, a 2-0 against Fnatic, that's a pleasant surprise. But speaking
I think
of
everyone
surprise,
from DRX played well. I don't give a fuck what
on
the stats say.
chamber. Tell us all about it.
Stats are so bullshit
2대0으로
sometimes,
푸나틱을
man.
꺾은 것도 놀라운데 폭시나이 선수가
Anyway.
체인버를 잡았습니다. 설명 부탁드릴게요.
일단은 조합의 변화를 조금 느꼈었고 그치만 이제 거기서 플래시백 선수의 바이퍼도 좋고 아무래도 폭시나이 선수가 전에 듀얼리스트와 그런 거를 좀 병행하면서 했다 보니까 아무래도 그 사람을 죽이는 그 암살의 DNA가 많이 남아있다고 생각해가지고 잘 할 수 있겠다라고 생각했는데 그 결과물이 너무 잘 좋게 나온 것 같습니다.
He was so happy.
Well, there was indeed a little bit of a calm change up for us on Lotus, but we thought Flashback's Viper looked really strong, and Foxy9 used to play the duelist when he was flexing around other agents as well, so we did think that there was that killer instinct left in him, so we enabled that, activate that a little bit, and you know, the results were really good, and I'm super happy with our Lotus today. Now, Buzz, we have Crew, Billy, Fnatic, left in your group. Who else is going to make it to the playoffs? 그러면 남은 세 팀 중에 플레이오프에 가는 팀은 누가 될까요?
아무래도 여러분들이 다 예상하시는 푸나틱일 것 같습니다. 아무래도 조금 아직 적응을 조금 덜한 것 같고 푸나틱이 사실 이것보다 더 강한 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 무조건 올라올 거라 생각하고 있고 저희도 더 노력할 것입니다. 예.
I think it's safe to say Fnatic. I mean, they played really well today, but I think they're a super strong team. They just need more time to adjust to the new environment. I think they will make it out of groups 100%, but we will keep our guards up and try our best to prep for the playoffs.
She always seems so charismatic.
Now, Buzz,
I think that was the perfect adjective someone in chat used
와주신
yesterday.
분들 또 그리고 이제 온라인으로
before.
시청해주시는 팬분들 다 응원해주셔서
Brings a
너무
very
감사하고
positive vibe.
솔직하게
Gets a lot out of the
말씀드리면 뭐
players.
다들 예상 밖의 결과라고
She's really good
생각하셨을
at these
텐데 그래도
stage interviews.
저희가 잘 증명했다고 생각해서 너무 뿌듯하고 앞으로 더 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 저희가 더 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you everyone for showing up and supporting us at home as well. Now, most people might say this is an upset, us beating Fnatic, but I'm really, really proud of
She's
my teammates
really good
for
at having
being
like good
able
stage
to prove
presence.
ourselves once again. So thank you
I would
everyone,
never do
and we
this.
will deliver our best.
This is like the
game.
one
So
of the
on in
broadcast roles
future
that I
as
really
well.
don't
That was
like.
Buzz. Everybody, give it up for Buzz.
I love doing the interview. I hate being out there on stage like that. It's actually very hard.
Tomorrow, everybody. Bye bye.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh,
Jen.
that was
And
super
look,
cool
I
style,
mean,
yeah.
he may be humble on the stage, but he's a demon in the server. Buzz was electric this series against Fnatic.
Yeah,
and the
the
proof
body
is in the
language stuff
numbers
is
right
hard.
there. I mean, Mimi, this guy
You
was
have to like really
absolutely
work on that kind of
popping off.
stuff and like how to project
He's
your
so
voice.
back. The last time we saw him on a global stage was
Smiling,
Champions
yeah, it's
last
very
year.
difficult.
He and DRX have
Yeah,
had that
Buzz.
gap in
This was
performance at
definitely
international events.
like Buzz operating in this team feels like how maybe he should have always been. He feels like he's a little bit looser. He's not like so rigid in his peaks and like afraid to make mistakes. I like this new DRX, dude. This new DRX is way cooler than the last one. I obviously love those old dudes that were on the other team. Like, tons of memories watching them, but I think they needed the firepower upgrade to like compete in this meta. And Jesus Christ, dude. They look so nuts. They can fucking do this shit. We could have... There's a high likelihood we have back-to-back home teams winning, huh? Because now we have Gen.G and DRX, like, floating around, potentially. I mean, Gen.G might not make it out of the group. Maybe. Maybe. The stacks dropping was a head-scratcher, for sure. I think everyone could understand maybe the Zest one, but stacks one was hard. Yeah. Is it Trace tomorrow? Or is it more winners games tomorrow? Fucking VLR is still down. The spike. Oh, we're in. We're in. See you soon, Joe. All right, we got Lev versus Trace, yeah, and then EDG versus G2 tomorrow. First game, Lev versus Trace. Can Trace look that good again? I mean, they looked real fucking good in this game. I was so impressed. I didn't think a Chinese team would look like that. Like, their style was so different from EDG and FPX. It was so fucking different. I didn't think it was possible. Huge credit to their IGL and coaching staff. Yeah, they looked very cohesive, right? But then again, I think EDG even really improved their game too. Like, looking at some of those Lotus execs, they looked drilled. So maybe it's just like, you know, the Chinese scene as a whole leveling up. We'll obviously so many upsets in Valorant, unlike CS. I do think there's a large variance in like a lot of the fights, the ults, stuff like that. I think it's hard to stay on top because in Valorant, it's a lot more of innovating strategically in addition to being in top form mechanically, right? In CS, you can kind of like, you can have a very good team strategically, right? And just an IGL that's capable of making the right adjustments, the right coaching staff. But in Valorant, I actually think like there's a lot more variables. There's a lot of crazy shit that can go wrong. Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot more shit that can go wrong in Valorant. A lot. That's what makes the OSPOS carries for so long so insane. Like, I didn't foresee that being possible in Valorant. RPG'd from the sky. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Now they're getting them back.
Yeah, they're getting the stocks back up, baby. It's looking good. All right, folks. Well, with day 5 wrapping up, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket where we are in this bad boy.
All right, y'all.
Because we have plenty of matches left to go, but
I'm sending you guys to safe.
in a few.
I'm out for the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the games. I'm gonna go drop off the girls at school, and what is this variance like? High highs, low lows, right? Like you can beat anyone on your best day. You can lose to the worst team in the tournament on your worst day because you're playing very random. Like you're playing in a way where like your mechanical skill can maybe be really informed. You can beat the best team. You'll hit the shot. You'll hit the right timing, you know. But then you could also just lose to anyone because you get timing. Could miss the shot. Could be in bad form. All right. See you guys to safe. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys. Bye, 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 bye.